Yeah, we need to hear from you, Radiator. Unmute.
I literally said hi and no one responded, but I mean, I'm here now.
Great, welcome.
Hello.
Welcome to the Big Blue House.
So we take it out. Yeah, you think you live on a globe? We got that from the chat there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What's your best evidence?
Yes. I want to hear this.
It's my best evidence that I have on me. I mean, I wouldn't say that I know enough to provide strong evidence that doesn't have any flaws in it.
Then why are you so upset, dude?
I'm not gonna make any claims about anything.
No, make a claim. Make a claim. Say something.
No. Don't why are you so upset in the chat?
I don't want to make a claim.
No,
I'm
why are you so?
I'm not upset in the chat. I just find it quite funny.
Dude, in the chat.
I just find it quite funny. That's all.
Just speak your mind, and we'll tell you if you're right or not. You know.
Well, hold on, dude. Let's nail this down.
I have a question. What do you think is wrong with my statement about the triangles? I'm genuinely interested in what you think's wrong.
Okay, Radwin, walk him through it. You hear, Radwin? Or did you dip? Did you dip?
Sorry, say again.
Triangles have straight lines, straight sides.
Okay, so if I put a triangle on the surface of a curve, if I put like a triangle on the surface of a curved surface, are those lines straight? Appear curved. They'll appear curved, but have a different angle in them. Exactly, yeah. Because it's non-Euclidean geometry. Exactly, but you still get
how would you measure? No, well, here's the problem. Angles have a certain property, right? Then when you measure the separation of two lines, that no matter where on the two lines you measure the angle, it's the same.
Okay.
That is not the case for what would be technically a Rouleau triangle. So it's not a triangle.
Can I draw you what I mean? Because I feel like there's just
I know exactly what you mean. I've done this 100,000 times, dude.
Really? Okay. I mean, if I'm not sure if you do.
Okay.
So can you draw me what you think I'm talking about? Can you explain to me? Just draw.
It's called a Rouleau triangle, dude. It's called a Rouleau triangle. What you're talking about, it's called a Rouleau triangle. Rouleux.
Indio, just for content, he failed the triangle test. He only
he wants to know what the problem. Well, I was paging you because he wants to know what the problem is, and I was paging you to tell him.
Oh yeah, I had to take my headphones off for a minute. I was getting lost in other talk, so I had to take a break. I'm trying to show him what he failed. You can't have a triangle on the surface of a sphere.
In Euclidean geometry, yes.
Yeah, what we use. Yes, what we use. Correct.
We use non-Euclidean geometry in other things. We don't.
In what? Not the Earth. Not the Earth. That's for sure.
We use it for measuring distances of. I believe I've forgotten what's his name again. We had a whole talk about this in Omni Talk or whatever. Someone who did stuff on train track distances, and the way you measure certain train track distances on a curved surface, you have to use the there's a cosine rule, you're probably familiar.
No, it would just measure curved. You wouldn't have to apply anything to it or add anything. It's just a straight line.
Yeah, but I need the PowerPoint. I need to ask him if he can send me that PowerPoint, because he had a bunch of different examples of how the approximation on a flat surface gives you the wrong distance of railway lines.
That's horseshit. And where did he get his? No, it doesn't give you.
He did it as his PhD, or he did part of it.
I don't give a fuck.
I don't give a shit. Tell him to come in here. Tell him to come in here. We'll
turn him a new asshole.
Did you say omnivore?
So if I say this guy is
omnivore,
so if I say this guy is fucking
not omnivore. He's called like.
He's a fucking retard.
But he did his education and that kind of stuff. I think he does seismic stuff now.
Yeah, he's a retard.
I mean, if you're just going to say that,
yes,
he's been in here. We know him better than you. He's a retard.
Who is it?
I think it's Tony or something like that. I'm pretty sure. If you've talked to him before.
I think he's talking about PhD Tony.
Yeah,
Yes, Australian guy.
Yeah, he got smoked in here.
that's not what I've been told by other people. Apparently, it's basically you guys just shouting over him. But
We record everything. We record everything. So right now you're being recorded.
I mean, do you want me to look over some streams? I don't mind watching over some streams. Do you like?
Well,
see every
you
stream
good
or
luck going over frickin' 10,000, 40,000, however many hours we're up to.
Fair enough. That might take a while.
40,000 hours, at least. The thing is, did PhD Tony or whoever tell you that the seismic wave equation doesn't use a sphere? Did he tell you that?
Oh yeah, because they're actually quite accurate. It's much easier math to do stuff on a flat surface than it is on curved surfaces.
No. It doesn't use a flat. Doesn't use a flat surface either.
Yes.
You're just making shit up, dude.
No, they
you can't bullshit your way in here, dude. You can't bullshit your way through this. Okay?
God.
It uses the hyperbolic wave equation, assumes the surface is a hyperboloid. So shut the fuck up and stop trying to bullshit your way through this. It ain't gonna work. You're the dumbest fuck in this chat, dude.
If you just want to bully me out of this call, that's completely fine.
I'm bullying you.
No,
Victim Olympics.
Saying,
you get the gold medal.
Victim Olympics. I'm just saying it's just not really helpful. It's not really progressive.
Okay, but don't try to lie.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Victim Olympics.
Look, brother. I'm telling
he just told you that it wasn't a flat or curved surface. What's your response, victimhood?
No, I'm saying that from what I remember him talking about, this is the thing, so I need the PowerPoint. From what I remember, he was talking about the models they use, or the kind of math they use is very much flat Earth based, that kind of thing.
No, it's not.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what I remember him telling me about it. Which is much.
I mean, you can go on Google and just type in seismic wave equation, and like the first link that comes up will be a paper from a university that says it uses hyperbolic geometry.
Yeah, I'm saying this is what I mean. This is why I need to remember. I need the actual PowerPoint because the specifics aren't coming to me.
Well, specifics or not, if the guy claimed that it's like flat surface stuff, and Indio just told you what he told you, only one of two can be correct, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Alright, so use your brain. Figure it out.
So let me ask you, because you seem very basic in like maybe your understanding of shit. Do you think that if you have a model that makes predictions, that model is physically real, like in reality?
No, not at all.
Okay.
You can use models to simplify things. I mean, like, for example, we have particle models. I don't think everyone thinks that, atoms are little...
Well, let me give you let me get specific. So we have a model of how the planets move in the sky, right? Kepler's laws, right?
Yeah.
And they make predictions. Do you think that model indicates that the Earth and the planets orbit the sun because that model works?
I guess it's based on the assumption that's what it is. I don't honestly know enough about Kepler's models and that kind of stuff to give too much on that.
Well, you think we live in a solar system, right? With the Earth orbiting the sun and the planets orbiting the sun and all that shit.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, that's based upon the Kepler's law model, right? Kepler's model of the solar system with elliptical orbits.
Okay. So I guess my question is, like, what kind of stuff do you propose is about a model then? What predictions can you make with your model?
Well, epicycles were used. Epicycles were used before him, and they made better predictions.
Epicycles, can you kind of... What's that?
The Ptolemaic model was a geocentric model. Epicycles, so it was like the planets do spirals around the Earth.
How do you spell that model again? I don't
Epicycles.
Oh, just epicycle. Okay, right. That
Yeah,
makes more sense.
EPICYCLES, epicycle.
So what?
So in Tycho Brahe had a model where the sun and moon orbit the Earth, and then the planets orbit the sun. That model also worked. And in fact, it worked in some respects better than, well, epicycles works better than all of them because you can fucking just add a gazillion fucking spirals and approximate anything. So that's not really saying nothing. If orbits were fucking triangles, you could approximate that. That's not the point. The point is that these models of reality aren't reality.
Okay. I guess you could say that for any model then.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, the models are not made. They're made to be. They kind of serve, I guess, a certain purpose, right? Certain ones are going to be easier for, I don't know, a 3-year-old to read or to look at and understand, and someone who may be doing high-level physics and doing, I don't know, whatever their degree is, they might want to be looking at a model that's a little bit more complicated. There's that kind of thing, and then I guess.
Well, the thing about models, they're really in modern times. They're just approached from a purely utilitarian viewpoint. Can I get a model that works? Most of them are kinematic, meaning they look at a bunch of data and they just fit the data and find some equations that follow what the data will be, right? So there's no forces, there's nothing like that. It's just a kinematic model. Now, forces and, momentum and things like that, those are dynamic models where they have, physical forces and, the laws of physics, etc.
Mm.
So, but what I'm trying to say is, well, we can't figure out what the Earth is based upon models, okay? We can only figure out what the Earth is based upon measuring what the Earth is directly.
Okay.
That's the only way you can know, for sure.
I guess. I also think,
well, where would the other way be?
I mean, I do think completely disregarding the things you see in the sky is kind of not always the best way of looking at it, because there are a lot of things you can get from looking in the sky that can help.
Like what? Like what?
Well, I mean, for example, like rotation kind of stuff. Like if you...
What's rotating? I've never seen anything in the sky rotate, except for the moon. The moon does a cartwheel, but...
No, I'm saying, like, for example, let's say we take Earth in the quote-unquote globe model. I guess if you're in one hemisphere of the Earth, you'll see different rotation from if you're in the southern hemisphere of the Earth, that kind of thing.
Is that what you see? Do you see a rotation?
I mean, yeah, okay, and this is the thing. I haven't seen it.
Well, no, I'm asking you, what's rotating? No. See, this is an example of, and it's not exclusive to you, and I'm not harping on you, but this is something. It's the language is burnt into you. So to even talk about photography of star trails, you insert the explanation into the description. Now, the explanation of why that happens is, oh, something's rotating. Either the sky's rotating or the Earth's rotating. But that's not what you actually see. You don't see anything rotate, right?
I mean, I don't see the stars rotate, is that what you're saying?
You don't see anything rotate. Nothing in the sky is rotating. Tracing an arc across your field of view is not a rotation. If you drew a frickin' rainbow on a sheet of paper, you wouldn't say, hey, that's a rotation. If you drew a circle on a piece of paper, you wouldn't say, hey, I drew a rotation. See, this is inserting the explanation into the description and saying that you see the explanation, okay? It's done lots of ways, right? It's not just exclusive to star trails. It's, oh, I see the sun go under the horizon. I see the boat go under the horizon. You don't see it go under anything. You can't see the bottom, then you can't see the middle, and you can't see the top. It's not seeing it go under something. Now, if the water was transparent and you could see it through the fucking water, then you would see it go under the water. But that's not the case, right? So the point is, star trails They're arcs. The stars take arcs across the sky. And in the globe model, which a lot of globers don't know.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. When you said that, I thought, hold up. Like, if I was like a foot
Yeah, they're
underwater,
right. No, if you can see through the water,
I'd be seeing drop over distance, like, you know.
Yeah, dude, like if you had perfect vision, you would be able to see the sunset through that bulge of water, dude.
And why not? Because the sunset is only 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet away.
Yeah, according to them, there's like a hump of water, and like your line of sight, like the chord of the arc, right? Your line of sight should go back out the other side of the water, and you should be able to see the sun through the water while you're underwater, right? Fucking preposterous, dude. Fucking so stupid. Anyway, I should actually freaking do a meme on that, dude. It's freaking so funny. Anyway, I almost forgot my chain. So star trails, they look like circles because the trails of some stars overlap the stars of other stars, right? The only way a star would make a circle would be a 24-hour time lapse, right?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. But guess what? Because of the tilt in the orbit, that would never happen. It would just miss by 1/365th of a fucking circle, right? Almost a full degree. And it would make another arc and circle around and make another arc and circle around and make another arc and circle around. And if you had one star in the sky and did a 365-day time lapse, you would see a spiral around Polaris. A star would take a spiral fucking path all the way around Polaris. That's what you actually would see in the globe model. See, this topic is filled with rhetoric and nonsense. Instead of actually, hey, let's just describe reality as it is and figure it out. Okay, have you ever seen a 24-hour time lapse of like the stars?
I've seen a few.
24 hours.
24-hour ones. I think I've seen ones that are like 2 days, 3 days, that kind of thing.
2 days.
I'm pretty sure. I've seen them on like Instagram and stuff.
So where were they at where they filmed the stars for 2 days? Of nighttime.
I would not know the location.
Were they in the Arctic or were they in the Antarctic?
Honestly, don't remember.
Okay, so the longest one I've seen is 14 hours.
14 hours?
14 hours. And the reason you can tell it's 14 hours because Polaris actually isn't in the center. Right? It's off by like almost a full degree. And actually will make like a little semicircle. Right? And the longest one I've seen, you get, so say you had a clock, right? And instead of having a 12-hour clock, it was a 24-hour clock. Right?
Okay.
So after 18 hours, that 24-hour clock, that's 3/4 of a circle. After 12 hours, it would be half a circle. Mm-hmm. So the longest one I've seen was a little more than half a circle.
Okay.
Because, like I said, if you went longer than 24 hours, the stars would never intersect back where they started. They would miss by like almost a degree. Because you got to think of this. Okay? So the Big Dipper handle points east, like in the summer. But in the winter, it points west. Well, how the fuck to get over there if the stars are just making circles the whole time? Wouldn't be able to. The only way it could get over there is if it spiraled its way all the way over there. If you had a half a year freaking time lapse, you'd see a spiral all the way around until the star that's at the very end of the handle ended up on the other side of the sky.
Okay.
So I guess the question is,
you've given me something to think about. You know, I will take.
You can ask ChatGPT.
ChatGPT is probably maybe a decent starting point, but I'd also like to just see what other people.
Just ask it.
Well.
If I had 365 days of star trails, would it make a spiral? And they'll tell you straight up it would. And they'll say it's a combination of orbit and rotation of the Earth.
So that being said, I think the original question was how else other than direct measurement would you ascertain what the surface of the Earth is?
I gave one of them, but you kind of addressed that point quite well, actually. Trying to think of other things you could do. I guess kind of like
hold on a second. Even if they did everything you expect, any conclusion you drew would be inferential, right? It wouldn't prove the Earth is one way or another. All you could say is, well, the Earth was a globe. This particular observation would be consistent with it. That's all you could ever say. You could never say, this definitively proves the Earth is a sphere. The only way you can do that, definitively prove what the Earth is to directly measure it. It's the only way. There's no other way.
Yeah, I guess.
Just as a matter of logic.
I'm guessing you don't believe like satellites and that kind of stuff. I guess that would be quite a good way.
Why should I? You guys always say that shit. You guys don't believe in satellites. I go, why should I? I never had a person actually answer that question. Why I should believe in that shit.
To be cute.
Yeah.
Why should I? Why do you? Like, why do you? Why do you believe there's satellites?
I guess it's like an essence of trust, right? Like I don't think people would waste their time on
trust and faith are synonyms, right?
Yeah, it's not as much trust that is you have faith in that they're just telling you and you believe in them. Yeah, you believe in what they say. It's a belief system.
Yeah, but I guess like you could have that as an argument for anything. I trust the guys who it's kind of like I trust the guys who say that you can zoom in with a camera and you can now see a boat over the horizon. I trust the flat Earth videos. Like you can just say that for anything. It's not a great argument.
There is nothing to trust. I own my own camera. I just do it myself. I didn't have to watch other people's for me to go buy a camera.
Okay. Do you have I actually want to see the video of it. I'm not saying that you're lying. I just
want to see video of what?
Well, have you done
of everything I've ever shot?
He just told you to do it yourself, and you're asking for his video.
Yeah,
you live on Earth. You're on Earth, right?
I don't even post my shit to the flat earthers in here.
I know
there might be trailing information in that shit. I don't want any of my stuff on here. I have my own equipment, and sometimes I'll do my vacuum chamber tricks that I like to call my experiments live in here, and those are the only ones I'll do right now. I debunked your outer space and gravity with a vacuum chamber and a cup of water.
Oh, was it like the water like flew out of the cup or something, or like squished the cup?
Well, there was no air in it, so what do you expect the water to do?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's outer space is debunked.
Water boiled away.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's obviously what's going to happen.
Well, the thing is, you have. Hold on. You have access to the Earth, correct? There's nothing stopping you.
No, there isn't. That's true. But I'll tell you. I'll be completely honest with you. The reason why I don't really bother is because on a day-to-day basis, like I joined this call because I was like, why not join it? But on a day-to-day basis, it doesn't affect my life whatsoever. To the point where I'm like spending my day filming videos. But I understand maybe it's something I should do.
Family in the house? Is there any family you have in the house right now?
Yeah, but it's
go tell them you're a flat earther right now. Let's see if it doesn't matter. Just go tell them right now. But we're gonna test your theory that it don't matter. Go tell them.
That's not what I mean. You misunderstood. I'm saying like on a day-to-day, like sure, going out and telling people something different. I'm just saying like personally, it's not going to affect the fact that tomorrow I'm doing something
it does make a huge difference.
Does it? Not personally, not if I.
Yes, it makes a huge difference. No, just knowing the Earth is flat makes your whole life different.
I disagree.
Really? I really don't think it does.
Maybe I would caveat it, because not a lot of people are different. Your life would be different if you learn to pay attention to logical fallacies and when you commit them, and when others commit them, and try to convince you with them, because that happens pretty much in every social aspect of our lives. So,
and politics and advertising and all that stuff too.
True.
so I mean, I can understand why most Globers say it wouldn't affect them, because like, even like a lot of people who accept that the earth is flat don't really care about when they're begging the question or affirming the consequent, which kind of, like, the overall point of knowing that the earth is not a globe is actually realizing how you were mentally deceived in the first place. So if you don't care about having that piece of yourself functioning, then it wouldn't make a difference in your life. Would not, is what I'm saying.
I kind of see what you mean. No, I actually understand that. Yeah, that's a valid point. Again, I mean, so that part of my thinking isn't there. I guess it's kind of like I'm someone who I can't put the effort into something like this that really doesn't have too much of an effect on my life. Like, I understand, like, politically, that's a different thing. Like, I think politics are a much stronger influence on my life than what.
There's no effort. I saw Nat Geo and CFI investigators take flat earthers to the Salton Lake, I think it was, to show them how the horizon is blocking, the bottom of a boat because they put a flag on it. And then what I saw was, in the conclusion, is that the horizon didn't block the boat. So I understand that their claim is that the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Because, when you're not looking for someone who's arguing against that, generally what people say is it is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, they're not going to say that specifically, but like in Nat Geo, the guy said, okay, we're going to have the camera down very close to the water level, so it's going to be 1 foot above the sea level, and so we expect the horizon to be 1.22 miles away, is what he said. So everybody understands what we're expecting and what their claim is. And in reality, it's never true. I've went to the beach. I live in Brooklyn. I go to Coney Island. Coney Island has Jersey, off to the side, and that's 6 miles away, and you can see the open sea to the left of it, like pretty much as far as your optic can show you. Well beyond 6 miles, there is no geometric horizon of any sort. Ever. That was super simple. That happened on my mama's birthday when we went to the beach. So nothing complicated about that. I didn't have to change my life because I knew the truth, but I mean, it was as simple as that. If I told myself it wasn't as simple as that, then I'd be in confusion for no justifiable reason.
It's kind of going to motivate me to probably go to a beach and have a look myself. Because I guess that's kind of like, if that's the thing that really altered your life, then that's definitely an experience I want to have. Seeing a boat not go over the horizon. I have some decent optics and stuff, so I'd be able to see it.
Well, you ever think about why everybody thinks the Earth is a globe? I mean, I'm sure you think it because you think everybody else thinks it, right?
Yeah, I guess there's a huge. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. A lot of the things we are told is because a lot of the things we believe is because we've been told our entire lives. Like, that's definitely true.
Yeah, well, I think this particular topic is different in some respects to just like the general things like, the Roman Empire existed. There was a guy named Julius Caesar. This isn't like that. You say, fuck that, Julius Caesar never existed. No one's going to be in the chat freaking swearing out. Dr. Julius Caesar, this is, they don't teach in kindergarten, right? The Earth's a ball, and if you don't think that, you're stupid. Right? People think flat earthers are stupid generally, right? Well, why do you think the Earth is flat? Oh, because they're too stupid to understand the globe, right? That's the situation that we're in. This is a different animal than just the run-of-the-mill thing. I don't know. Have you ever been in this chat before?
Sorry, say that again.
Have you been in this chat before? Just what VC?
Yeah, I believe I was maybe a long time ago. I haven't been there for a while.
People's reaction to this topic is not normal.
Yeah, I mean, are you really surprised by that though? Like,
no, because I've been involved in other so-called controversial topics. Nobody acts like they act in this topic. Nobody. You could talk about 9/11, JFK, frickin' Sandy Hook, whatever, and there'll be people that are detractors, right, that think you're a crazy conspiracy theorist, but they don't act like this, like the Globe Zealots act. It's completely different. And you can probably poll every flat earther in this chat, and they'll tell you the same thing. This topic, for some reason, is different, and that was a red flag to me. How people acted, because if the title of this fucking room was 24/7 fucking unicorns, no one would give a shit. Right?
Matter of fact, they probably come in with some cool AI and drawings and everything, and everyone would have a happy pretend session. But yeah, it's true. Like when I first, before I even stumbled on the words flat Earth, I was thinking about the moon landing, and I just told people that I knew, hey, you ever see that old video of the moon landing? That shit looks trash. And they came at me like nobody's business. I didn't even know it was a thing to be that upset about that video of all things. But the bottom line is, though, what I found is that most people really, for me specifically, they get turned off really fast when I talk about like simple technical things. Like they want to hear things like what's at the edge, what's under the earth, what's the universe then, what is this, what is the shape then, all of this stuff. But they don't like when I tell them, hey, do you know that the descent of a plane, when it begins, that's all trigonometry for miles, which means that everything in that triangle is flat, the surface specifically, which means it's not a globe, and that's it right there. People, it just makes people, it just turns people off. Like they don't even want to engage it. They can't say it's retarded when I'm pulling shit up. You know.
In fact, that just reminded me of something. There's a particular type of landing. It's called like a blackout landing or something. So there's two angles that you can approach a runway that look visually the same. It's like 43 degrees or something. Where the runway will be like 43 degrees in your field of view. One of those angles is too steep, and one of them is the right angle. But the thing is, if you're coming in at the too steep angle, visually it looks the same. So people will end up frickin' bouncing off the frickin' runway and dying because it just looks visually the same. But the math involved in figuring out what it is takes no account into it being a curved surface, because it's not a curved surface. Because we're talking about an airplane. They're trying to negotiate their landing from miles away.
I wonder how that works. Because, like, if they do it, then I wonder if there's like if they do account the fact that it's a globe, there's maybe some. I mean, I need to look into it. This is the thing. I don't know enough about like plane flights and stuff to understand that kind of thing. But you have to understand like the difference with saying the Earth is a globe and saying the Earth is flat.
No, listen. Too much. That's too much. You're doing too much. Look, No, we're talking about a very
Can I
specific.
talk? I'm just
Yeah,
first.
expanded it to like the whole Earth already with the flat, or whether it's globe. Like, no, I just told you what I told you. There is no if they do account into the if it's a globe. I just told you straight up they don't. So did Indio. You could have said, that's interesting. You have any literature on
Oh, it
that?
is interesting. That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. That's why I want to find out more about it, and I don't have the
imagine-
knowledge to really talk about it. But I'm saying like.
So that's what I'm
the kind of
saying.
thing I want to find out. That's the kind of thing I want to find out because you can. This is the thing, right? These kind of conversations are entirely based on you telling me stuff that's right. I don't know if you're an expert pilot or not. I don't know if you know anything about aviation stuff. I don't know. So like me being able to find and look at certain sources or these people have done this or these pilots have said this, like that's just something that I need to do myself. But I really appreciate the fact you brought it up. I'm not gonna just take your word for it. That's my point.
That's cool. You don't have to take my word for it. I just find it psychologically interesting that you have to figure out where the curve is and all of that. When we told you specifically, it has nothing to do with that. I just told you it's trigonometry, bro. I just found it interesting that you were trying to find the curve in that. That's all.
Well, yeah, because that's what I'm attuned to. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not gonna. Maybe they don't, and if they don't, cool, right? Like that's fine. That's interesting. That's something. Okay, that's something I need to look into a little bit more. But I don't understand this kind of stuff. All right.
Well, think you got the difference between a curved surface and a flat surface. So, say you're going to land at a spot 10 miles away. That spot is going to be 66 feet lower than a flat surface. That's a 6-story building. Okay, so they would need to take that into account to know their glide path to land on the runway.
True. Unless
We're trying to tell you they don't. They don't, man. They don't have a curve calculator in the fucking airplane.
Maybe they don't. It doesn't really help. I don't really. There's certain trig you can do even on a curved surface, like with tangents, for example. Like I'm saying, there's certain things you could do that would work even on a curved surface. Like that's my point.
Well, yeah, they could do the math, but they don't do the math. That's the thing. If they had to, like, when we're trying to think, I want to come in at this angle, right? The angle that they're taking versus the angle they would have to take if it was a globe are different angles, and they're only calculating the angle for landing on a flat surface. They're just doing a triangle. Triangles don't have a curved side, which goes back to the original thing. The surface of the Earth, you can't do a triangle on the surface of the Earth.
Are you talking? I kind of understand what I think you mean now. Are you talking about like if I take a plane, like a 2D plane, and I cut through a sphere, that can't be like for example, the base of it can't be curved, and then you have two straight lines. Is that what you're talking about?
No, if you're on the surface of the sphere, like say, well, all depictions of someone on a
sides are on the surface of the sphere. That is possible. But if you're talking about like trigonometry with the base being curved.
Well, technically a sphere is only a surface. I mean, if you want to get super technical. A sphere is a 2D surface. That's it.
I mean
when it's 3D, it's called a ball in mathematics. Or 3-sphere.
Surface of sphere. I guess you could turn it.
No, the sphere in mathematics is the surface only.
Oh, really?
So because the property of a sphere is equidistant from the center. Right. That means equal distance. All points on the sphere are all points on the sphere are equal distance from the center, which is a radius. So the radius is equal in infinite directions. Right. So it's the surface only. A sphere is technically a 2D surface. Now, when you go into the 3D, it's called a ball or a 3-sphere. And then they have 4 spheres, which are like 4-dimensional spheres, and 5 spheres, which are 5-dimensional spheres. But that's outside of the scope of this. The point is that on the surface of a sphere, you can't even have straight lines in the first place. because it's an axiomatic to non-Euclidean geometry, to spherical geometry. It's just an axiom. There are no straight lines. Now, looking at it from a certain point of view, it'll appear straight, but it's not a straight line, right? Because that's like a different thing, right? So that's actually the projection of a sphere. I'm looking at the projection of a sphere into my eyeball getting projected onto a flat surface. Yeah, that it traces a curved surface on my fucking retina, but it's not a fucking curve. It's not a straight line. Or, I mean, it projects a straight line on my retina, but it's not a straight line. Anyway, that's like, this is way outside. The point is that to just take an angle, I gotta descend at this rate, right? 5 feet. I gotta descend 5 feet per 500 feet. The rate of descent would be completely different if they were landing on the surface of the sphere, because it's constantly sloping down away from them. And the angle is changing, so it's also turning, right? Because you're trying to land on the runway, your plane has to have a certain orientation, right? You don't want to be tilted up and scrape your tail. And, you know, I know you have to take what we're saying at face value, but, you know, you took the existence of satellites at face value.
Yeah, no, that's where my hypocrisy comes in. I do acknowledge that. I'm saying this conversation is kind of...
Well, I mean...
kind of makes me think a little bit.
Yeah, so the point I was trying to make earlier is that the globe, everyone thinks the Earth's a globe. They believe it, but they don't know it. And we've talked to lots of people. We've talked to PhDs. You mentioned PhD Tony. We've talked to him. We've talked to, you name it, all professions, all levels of academia. And what we've found in the past 8 years is that no matter who they are, they have the same answers that they heard in 9th grade.
Okay. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to... it's late for me. It's like 10 to 3 in the morning. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to bed. But I'm going to think about it. I'm going to digest what you've told me. And next time I come in, if you are here, I'll happily have another discussion with you with things I found. Maybe I end up a flat earth when I come back. I don't know.
I'm so glad you came in. I'm so glad you came in and talked to us. It's so much better to talk to you than try to talk to you in the chat. Yeah, because I just wanted to say before you go, you know, because what Indio is trying to get at there, like people get really agitated about this topic. They don't get upset about unicorns, Bigfoot, Santa Claus, Loch Ness Monster, and so on, even though it's characterized as if this is the crazy thing, right? So just consider, Radiator, maybe the globe's the crazy thing, because probably deep down you realize, yeah, that's the unicorn, that's the Bigfoot, that's the Loch Ness Monster that's never been documented, there's no curve, that's what we're trying to tell you. That's the crazy claim. You live on the Earth, it seems flat and stationary, that's how you've always experienced it. Someone told you from a young age that it was something else different than what you actually experienced, and you have to like squint really hard and, you know, make a whole bunch of extra calculations on top of just the very simple geometry that we do not live on a sphere. That's all we're telling you. But yeah, I also appreciated earlier you said you might be interested in doing some observations, you know, of your own, which I totally encourage you to do.
Oh, yeah,
and
definitely.
you sound like a person who, you know, will actually be honest about looking into it. So yeah, come back anytime, and somebody's always here 24/7.
Definitely will. Nice talking with you guys.
Yeah, thanks for not losing your shit and being cordial, not an ass.
Yeah, it's worth continuing to nag those guys to come from the chat into the voice, because from the chat, I wouldn't have guessed that guy was able to have such a calm conversation, but he was.
I had to rip on him for about a half hour to get him to speak up. It was a triangle test that brought him in. He had to try to defend himself.
Crew Tuan is here. Are you still living on a globe, Crew Tuan?
I'm hanging around, you know.
Is the place you're hanging around flat and stationary?
You know, I'm always on the go, so it's hard to say yes to that.
Wow, you're quite a slippery character there. You're not going to tell me that you live on a globe, so you're flat earther?
I never said that either.
No claim, no claim. Is that your claim? Your claim is that you have no claim?
My claim right now is that I'm here to be a fly on the wall.
Fly on the wall.
No debating today. No.
Okay.
Only
Well,
debate their truths.
thanks for saying hello anyway.
You're welcome, but I did have one question.
Let's hear it.
The person I wanted to ask is probably not in here. I tried to ask it the other night, but I couldn't get a word in because of Robin. But if I can get to China both ways, from where I'm at, via an airplane, wouldn't that mean that whatever structure that we're on, is round?
No, because you can draw a circle on any shape. Can you not travel from your kitchen to your living room one way and then travel the other way? I guess it depends on the structure of your house, but mine's kind of like a circle where I can go clockwise to go to the living room, or I can go counterclockwise. You can draw a circle on any shape.
Get to my bedroom by going the opposite direction, but I can get to China by going either direction. You know what I mean? Like, I can't get to my bedroom on the other side of the house by continuing to walk the opposite direction.
Well,
not saying that it's a globe, but it could be a can shape. You see what I mean? If it was a can shape, that would sustain the reason why you're able to go around. But a can shape would imply that the top of the earth and the bottom of the earth are where the edges of the world would be.
Do you understand that you can draw a circle on any shape? Just looking around the room here, I could draw a circle on that bookcase over there. I could draw it on the sewing basket over there. I could draw it on the radio cabinet over there. Why do you need a globe to draw a circle? Which, in a circle, you can go one way to get to the other place, back to where you started, or you can go the other way and get back where you started.
Well, they are just following a compass, and they're using north to do that. So whatever they're doing to use that compass, you're going around north. So apparently you can go around north both directions. Isn't that crazy?
Wait, I'm so lost. I'm not saying that we're a globe, per se. Like a baseball. We could be a can. And that would...
Okay, yeah, you sound silly.
No, not necessarily like a can, like we're a floating fucking pecan in the sky type thing. But the structure
Stop for a moment. The directions you think you're going in are west and east. How are those directions determined? Think about it.
by the direction that you're facing?
No. A compass works by pointing towards the north. So, west and east are relative directions to magnetic north. So, when you go west and east, you're just going in a circle around magnetic north. So, can you go in a circle around your house?
Around my house, yes.
Oh, yeah. So, if you put a giant magnet inside your house and you hold the compass will point towards your house, and then you can walk east or west and go in a circle around your house. Congratulations.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
That does not seem right. I have a compass. And
Well, it is right. It is exactly right.
Well, you're just saying that it's right. You're not showing me that it's right.
I guess we'll have to show you an example. We'll take a globe and we'll smash it down so that north is on top. Okay, and then let's see what happens when we put a magnet in the middle like he's talking about. What do you think's going to happen?
I'm just asking for like a video or a reference.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. I have a lot of stuff.
See, I wouldn't try to do this. Dandelion set me up. Thank you, man, Mom.
We're just trying to have a conversation. I mean, I appreciate you joining in the conversation. I didn't think that was a setup. You wanted to ask the question, but you said the person you wanted to ask wasn't here. So I don't know. I tried to answer you, and then other people just gave their input. You've been drawn into the conversation. I don't know what to tell you. Who's the person you wanted to ask?
There, I posted it for you. Magnet in the middle of that map. Compass is going around it, pointing north. That magnet is your house. You can stand in your yard and go around your house following a compass. Now, do you understand it?
Does that help you, Crew Twan? Are you able to see that?
I mean, that's just one way of looking at things. So then the only way to get away from that, that doesn't make sense to me, because there's elevation that you have to take in consideration. And there's also barriers that you have to take in consideration that don't apply here with that logic, in my opinion.
Barriers?
Yeah. Barriers being mountains, valleys, hills. It doesn't...
I thought you were in an airplane. I thought you were flying to China both directions. Remember, you're the jet setter?
Jet setter? Pardon me?
You said you're flying to China both directions.
Yeah.
Both directions plane guy. We've already nicknamed you.
Yeah.
I know what a jet setter is, Rodwin, even if he doesn't. I got it. It was cute.
Oh, okay. Am I showing my age?
I don't know. They don't call them jet setters anymore. I mean, I don't know. You haven't heard that before, Crew Twan?
No, I have not. And I feel bad for not knowing it. I feel like I should.
Yeah, well, now you do. Yeah, the jet set. They can fly around when they want, usually because they have a lot of money.
Yeah, they just go to China. They say, I'm going to go to China this direction. Then next time I'm going to go to China this direction. Sounds like you got a lot of money to be flying to China like that.
And so even if there's a mountain, a valley, or an ocean, or a flat land, it doesn't change the fact that the compass is going to be pointing north. And if you're using that for directionality to go in a circle, it doesn't help prove the ball at all.
It doesn't help prove the ball. I mean, in this example, when you're overriding magnetic north by using magnet, you are correct.
Well, that's what they use to navigate in that circle.
But the thing is that if you apply the same logic to a globe, it still applies. It applies to both logics. So this doesn't disprove it, nor does it prove it. Does that make sense?
Well, we could go deeper into it, but I agree. I agree with you fundamentally that so far it doesn't prove it either way because we haven't gone into
Okay,
that.
cool.
However, you are then conceding that it doesn't prove the globe.
I'm seeing that this doesn't concede that a flat Earth exists to me in my mind.
No, I know. I'm not saying
It
you
just
have to
shows
believe it.
all you're
I
doing
know-
is showing a counter argument to something using a sense of logic.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to believe in the flat Earth based on this or anything like that. I'm just helping you understand that, like, it's not exclusive to the globe, and it can easily function on a flat plane as well.
It just proves that a compass doesn't necessarily prove that the world is round. That's what this proves.
Yeah, it's because it's based on the magnetic field, and it's like it doesn't really matter.
No, I get that. I definitely get it. I get your reason why the compass doesn't prove that it's a globe.
It's just a common misconception because they haven't.
It does prove why jet setters can get to China from both ways.
Yeah.
Yes, he conceded. Yay!
No, I didn't concede that it was the Earth was flat. I conceded to your analogy.
Yeah, you conceded that little point. You're not conceding the war if in your mind. You're just like understanding how things work and accept.
I'm understanding how you can make that conclusion better now using science.
Science?
This is science. In its own way, it is science.
It's called navigation.
Well, navigation is
it's not.
in itself.
We're sticklers for science because a lot of modern cosmology is based in pseudoscience, whereas we're kind of more empiricists, natural science. We want experiments that follow the scientific method. However, when it comes to this whole cosmology, they don't have any actual science that follows the scientific method. And
well, you have to because you're overriding magnetic north using magnets, which is a science.
No,
it is.
It's not a science because a science is something that's
no, because if you remove that magnet out of the way and you do this on the same exact surface and or plane, you will not get this same result.
It's just a test. The thing is, you can have knowledge from multiple different sources. You can do trial and error, and that is not actually science because it's not actually following the scientific method, but you can get valid knowledge from trial and error. Just like you can use an observation and get valid knowledge from that observation, but observation alone is not enough to establish something as 100% being that way, because we understand that observation can be fooled through optical illusions and other things like that. So it needs to be measured, it needs to be verified to be what we perceive it to be, if you understand what I mean.
Which is a research, which is science. It takes somebody being able to, like, you could not do this same result if you put a carrot in the middle of the table and did this with a compass. You're using a known science that there are things that are magnetic, north and
it's not a
negative
science.
and positive, to produce a result to prove a point.
Yeah, we're using a known effect.
Yes.
That was first discovered with lodestones naturally occurring, and because of that naturally occurring phenomenon, we, using the scientific method, continued to study that phenomenon until we understood it better and can now use it functionally in our technology.
I feel like if anything, okay, it's so hard to
claiming
say
it's
that.
science. Yeah, dude, claiming it's science is actually pseudoscience. So if you look up the meaning of pseudoscience, you'll see that what you're saying fits the description of pseudoscience. So anything that's claimed to be science that is outside of the scientific method is pseudoscience. Okay? So if it's science, it's not.
Just like we can use math, which is not science, with science, the two things are separate. That's why we have two different words. And to give you an absurd example, like a snake oil salesman can come with his tincture and be like, well, this is scientifically verified. Like, I use science to verify this tincture. Use it on your skin, it'll cure any illness. That's pseudoscience because he's calling something science that never went through the scientific method.
No, that makes sense. I read it. I read up on it. No, it all makes sense. It's pretty much just basic, going based off of visible or seeable or tangible evidence. It's not going based off of...
Yeah, it's not going based off someone's theories or like assumptions into his calculations. Like, verify those assumptions before you add them to your calculations. Don't make assumptions about everything and then mandatory make that the only thing everybody's supposed to believe. Like, give us the actual data and knowledge and how much you know, and then we can all make a informed decision what we think it is. Don't just try to disseminate your belief system onto everyone. And that causes people to, once they have that bias, to try to fit everything into their preconceived ideas. So they believe it's a globe, and because they believe it's a globe so much, when they get data that doesn't correspond with the globe, they go like, oh, well, the light must be bending. Oh, well, space and time must be bending. And they have no verification of those assumptions. It must be happening because they believe it's a ball, and that's the problem.
That's interesting. I'm still here, sorry. Actually, give me a moment.
One of the worst aspects of this is it has to be a ball because a half-naked Greek who believed he saw via laser beams coming out of his eyes thought that all light from the sun was parallel even though shadows splay outwards from the sun, so that's opposite. And then he has made calculations assuming and begging the question that the Earth was a globe to arrive at the conclusion that the Earth was a globe, circular reasoning. The Chinese did the same thing, and instead of assuming the Earth was a globe, assumed the Earth was flat and got the same result. The Earth is flat with the begging the question. That's their evidence. Or half-naked Greeks looking at the horizon and saying, boats disappear at the same exact distance that the human eye resolution limit makes boats appear to disappear at the horizon. But now we have really powerful optics and we can see much further than the supposed geometric horizon, 10 times further, 15 times further. It's insane. And so they have to go like, well, now all the light is bending around the globe. But then we take really small aperture cameras and we can see, well, things appear to disappear over flat surfaces bottom up with these small aperture cameras. The horizon appears to be much closer with the small aperture cameras. So we can see less with small aperture cameras, more with bigger aperture cameras. What is the Earth inflating and deflating based on the camera we're using? That's retarded. And so we look at everything. We look at all of the wave propagations over the Earth. The military uses flat Earth. They got multi-wavelength targeting systems that uses lasers of different wavelengths to target things. In case there's any disruption in the path of the light, then one of the beams will disalign, or all of them will start to disalign based on how much it is being refracted, and they can then quantify that by how much they misalign and then adjust for that and hit their target. And so, using the same principles, we should be able to see if the light is curving around the ball to hide and make the ball measure as flat in all instances. So all white light that you can see in cameras that see beyond the supposed geometric horizon should then, if it is bending around the globe to allow you to see further in the bigger aperture cameras, then that light should be optically dispersing, causing the white light to split into almost rainbow colors. So if the Earth was a globe, it would look gay. But there's like 1,000 lines of evidence, 1,000 ones. Like, the globe has nothing, really. It was all just smoke and mirrors and fallacious argumentation. But I gotta get ready for bed, and I've yapped enough.
Oh, that was great. Yeah, I have not heard your rainbow flag proof of flat Earth before. That was cool. Have you brought that one out before?
It's gay.
A couple of times.
Gay theory.
It's the first time I've heard it. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the main thing is like it's just admitting that you personally or society or whatever made a mistake. I mean, is that not the main problem here? Like even considering the possibility that this model is a failure. So many of these guys just don't even seem to consider that when it's just such an obvious possibility. You know, like they just assume there must be something wrong with the math. There must be something wrong with this. There must be something wrong with that. If we squint really hard, we can see the globe. You know, how about just considering, nope, this is a mistake. We need to get rid of it.
But they stand on the shoulders of giants, Dandelion. They can't go against the giants, so they just have to make up some stuff to fill the holes.
Well, I would like to announce that Grandpa's here if anybody has questions, comments, concerns.
I have so many concerns, Grandpa, but I don't think you're going to be able to address them for me. Oh, you've already been muted. Good, because I already know you don't have the answers, so that's a good thing. Pre-muted.
Am I going to get muted?
No, he's a troll. He's come in here multiple times trying to sea lion and act the fool.
Oh, no, we love you, Croutuan. Is that Croutuan that's concerned? Yeah. Do you have another question? That was a great question. Do you have another one?
No, I don't have another one right now. Thank you, though.
How about a follow-up on what you just learned?
I can't think of one right now. Sorry, my daughter got distracted me. I'm trying to get her ready for bed.
Oh, yep. You better do that then. Yep. We'll be here.
I'm here, so that's the reason why I was trying to be a fly on the wall right now.
Cool. All right. You can go back to being a fly.
I'm here, though.
Good. Bear of Noman is here. Welcome to the Flat Earth channel. You have a nice tree in your profile picture. I'm a big fan of trees.
Yeah, hello. You there?
Hello. Yes, hello, how are you?
I'm doing well enough. I will admit I came in here thinking that this was a bit of a LARP. I'm surprised to find that there's so many people who seemingly think that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, pretty much everybody here except Cruchwan, and we're making progress with him.
Oh, you're making progress. Okay.
But I'm just kidding. No, I mean, yes, it's a serious topic. Like, yes, we definitely reject the globe model. You're familiar throughout history that there's been a lot of models and claims that have ended up being shown as being completely false, even ridiculous, and sometimes the people in the moment who are explaining that are not always embraced by society because just because of the way people are, they kind of like to go with the status quo. Change is uncomfortable. So if you had to acknowledge that you only experience the world as flat and stationary, just like the tree in your profile picture, and you've only seen the globe in videos and images, but you've never actually experienced curvature or rotation,
Well, I certainly have. There have been many models throughout history, but there's clearly been one prominent one for at least several centuries. You'd say millennia, but I would say definitively proven over the last several centuries. And there's an overabundance of evidence for that I can hear that you don't agree with, or you feel you've disproven. And it's kind of a re-emerging, I would say, the king of all conspiracy theories here. It kind of pins together every single anti-establishment, can't trust the government concept worldview that you probably take.
God. Spare us the social
Dude, you sound paranoid.
Listen, spare us the social evaluation. You said there's a lot of evidence that the Earth is a globe. Can we hear some of it? How do you know the Earth is a globe? How do you? Let's talk about you. How do you know?
Right. You said I had only experienced it through images. I've never been to space, right? But I've studied, for instance, GIS, geographic information. These geographic information systems utilize triangulation to coordinate between satellite arrays of normally 32.
It's not triangulation, so you didn't really use it, did you?
It is triangulation.
It doesn't use triangulation.
That is how you determine.
It doesn't use triangulation. It doesn't use triangulation.
I can explain to you how it does. So
it uses something called trilateration. You don't need to explain it to me. You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, this is you've gone to school for GIS?
Okay, no, but I know how it works. It uses a system called trilateration.
It wasn't a question still, so I don't get what you were at.
What you were saying.
I was the one asking the question.
Well, re-answer it.
Right, I was furthering the conversation. Do you have a problem?
I don't have a problem. Do you?
No, you apparently have a problem. You have no idea who you're talking to.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Then what do you know about me? Do you know who you're talking to?
What do you know about me, my boy?
I don't give a damn about you.
Okay, well, there's your first mistake.
Oh, yeah? What are you going to do about it?
I'm not doing anything, my boy. It's the internet. What's your problem, bro?
Exactly.
It's a mistake because if you don't care about what somebody has to say before they say anything, then you are not giving them a chance to speak and learn anything. That's why it's a problem. Not like, what am I going to do? What the hell is that, bro? It's the internet, my boy. Chill out.
Right. Me chill out. You're the one that needs to chill out, dude. So anyway, when did you become a flat earther? How did you know the Earth was flat?
My dad told me.
So you don't know, you just believe it?
Yeah, basically.
So if you could know, would you want to?
I already know. Therefore, I do.
How do you know?
Because of my natural observation.
Like what?
Like everything is flat. Therefore, it is.
Flat Earth is a description, dude. You just know it's flat because it is.
Yes. Why should I accept the non-proof of it being round?
How do you know it's not
And
round?
what is this? What is this anyway, bro? There's no round earthers in here, so we have to fight amongst ourselves. What is that?
Well, you're the one that came in here hot off your ass, dude.
Bro, I was just coming in here saying hello to everybody. I said, blessings be upon you in the name of the Lord.
No, you didn't.
I think it was just your mic and you're driving in the car or something. That's why you're just messing up on it.
Is that what you're going to do? You just control?
Control what?
Troll. That's all you can do is troll?
I'm not trolling. What are you talking about?
Wait, Sheepdog, are you saying you don't know if you know it's flat, or what were you trying to say with that?
No, I'm asking him because I don't believe him. I think he's trolling.
Oh.
I've been in here 45 times at least, maybe 50. Check the logs.
Yeah, and I think I know who you are.
Okay, well, then you should have known that 20 minutes ago if that's true.
Well, I'm driving right now, so I can't really do anything about it.
There's not really anything to do.
Okay, there we go. Now we got some sound. All right, it's Lone Wolf McFlat. The one and only. Let's see if anybody wants to join. In the meantime, I'll take on Shodan on Citadel Station. Oh my goodness, dude, these stupid doors. Oh man, live streaming empty chat, bro.
Yo.
Yo.
I was invited.
Oh,
I think I was
sweet.
invited. How old is that DM? That was today.
Yeah.
November 12th. 9:37. Yes. Here I am. Be here or be square. Okay, I'm posting in the main, and I'm gonna post in the main server in the announcements. Get their ass in here.
Or else.
So you have event perms? You can run events now?
Yeah.
Word.
I'm not too sure about broadcasting it in the politics server as an event while an event is running. I gotta figure that one out.
Yeah, doesn't it like auto delete even politics server Discord links?
Yeah.
That's the stupidest thing. They can't make the bot make an exception for their own server. Don't advertise our server in our server.
Yeah, exactly.
Were you in here when I talked to Stone last night when we were talking to Stone?
I don't know. Was it in politics?
It was in here, yeah. I think it was in here. I don't know where the frick I was, dude. I don't even know anymore.
I know we had an event in here a couple of days ago.
No, it was English Hub. So we were talking about the Shiva thing some more, and because he was talking to Kevin Samuels while he was interacting with Shiva, because the airplane test was actually his test, and he would not. Stone was like, Shiva would not bring him in, dude. Even though he was going to comply with all the diktats and all that stuff, he would not let Man of Stone in. Dude's trying to stack the deck, man. Trying to bring in a bunch of dummies. Not that Kevin Samuel's a dummy. I'm just saying is that he was just trying to stack the deck. But anyway.
The person who actually came up with that test was willing to be on there, and he said no to him and said no and said yes to a person who was just going to like regurgitate it. That's so weird.
I just said no, dodged him.
Wow.
Him, dude. Just like they dodged Yoder, right? They dodged Yoder. Yoder was actually can comply with their I call them diktats, right? we have this is our criteria. You must comply. He was even going to comply conditionally. That the biological information was going to be secure. That's my understanding. Because why biographical rather, not biological.
I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know Yoder was going to do it. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah.
I think he was going to do it. I think he said he was going to.
Yeah.
They wouldn't even talk about it though. That was the thing in my messaging. I'm like, what the hell does the biographical information have to do with the scientific method? How is this relevant to the experiment? And they never said anything. They said, thanks for replying. Bye. That was it.
Yeah, that's weird because then they had people that had pseudonyms that were there.
Oh, yeah, because they got death threats with flat earthers, right?
Has he produced any evidence of that?
Of course not.
Dude, if I was a scientist, I'd give myself a death threat so I could get out of doing it.
Look, McTuna's an annoyance. Why would anyone want him offed? I mean, if Witsit did, I'd understand it because of the stuff he said about Witsit. Stalking him, talking about his family, talking about his children, all that stuff. I mean, not offing him, maybe catching a beating, but freaking death threats. Bullcrap. Just like he lied I mean, just like he lied about being banned from our server. Those are just a blatant lie. And that he's been saying it on X, and he says it in other places that he's banned from 24/7. No, he's not. He's not banned. He's never been banned. Why would I ban him? Why would I ban the frickin' Globetard Dunning-Kruger frickin' hero? Why would I ban him? Then how are we gonna stomp on him if he's banned? But McToon is all about narrative. I swear, like he's just all he does is spin. 90% of what he says comes out of his mouth is narrative spin. But I don't want to talk about them because they're not important.
Oh, I was allowed to post it. The link. Maybe we'll get some customers.
Also, death threats from Demok don't count.
Yes. That's just Tuesday, man. Like, what are you talking?
It's like I received a death threat. What? From
dude freaking Demok death threats himself. Death threats from Demok, dude. Well, first of all, maybe you should take his death threat seriously because he does get a little unhinged sometimes. But he just throws that out there. That's just like normal Tuesday. As inventive as Globers are about like inventing their own flat Earth in their head, Demok is 10 times more inventive about inventing like the consequences of a globe. They're so funny. He comes up with some stuff, man. Just like, if you had a globe, then you just go see this whole thing of nonsense that would happen. It's funny. He's very inventive when it comes to that. Dude, he don't remember saying it, but I heard him say one time. He said, "You can't have water on a globe." He said, "You have to have a container. You ever try to eat soup out of off of a globe?" He said, he don't remember saying that, but he said that a long time ago. It was so funny. I was dying. But he's got a point, right? You got to have a liquid. You need it in the container. You can't have you can't. And he's like, I want some soup, right? I got
Not me, dude. I like have a nice ball of cornflakes in the morning. It's just great.
A ball of cornflake? Dude, I'm making sports bottles with frickin' that are a globe.
Man, I'm trying to remember some. He really would come up with some great ones. I mean, side view, of course. And can you do that in a lab?
Yup.
Yeah, that Shiva Summit thing was absolutely painful. Just, a completely spun story, almost arguably worse than TFE or whatever the hell that was, but arguably the exact same tactic.
Yeah, definitely the same tactic, right? I'm gonna do something, and like the real mission is to disparage flat earthers and show the whole world that they're dishonest idiots that don't really want to know the truth. That's his real goal. That's what he thinks he's gonna do. That's what Duffy thought he was gonna do, is that he was gonna do this Antarctica thing, and no flat earthers would sign up, and no one would go there, and they would do whatever, right? That's what he thought would happen.
Okay, so what do they think that the flat earthers are running from? Like the constant monthly threats of a meteor crash coming from some like weird Oort cloud billions of galaxies away. The continuous false promise of civilian flights to space, the constant BS about colonization. It's just like there's only a handful of things that belief system really offers, and none of those have ever been fucking provided. Ever.
I'm still waiting for the space hotel, man. Think that it was supposed to be this year.
Me too, dude.
2025 with the space hotel?
Bro, I wanted to Jake Paul the space elevator, just like get to the bottom and just press all the buttons right before everybody goes up. Like, you know what I mean? Like, take that.
Well, you'll get
That's
younger
funny.
as you go higher out of the gravitational well, right? So you'll age less. So you'll make it to the top before you're 100.
It's just an absolute spanked religion. That's all it is. Peer pressure from dead people. Somebody said it's a ball one day, and then somebody's like, yeah, it's a ball. And then they just kept running with it for some reason. Because 2 sticks and a dude in the desert, give me a fucking break. I can get the same results on my basement floor with fucking paper towel tubes.
Bro.
So, like, what the fuck?
Bro, you just coined a phrase, brother. 2 sticks, 1 dude. Man, why is all the globe stuff got to be so sexual innuendo? It's hilarious.
You know, lesbians should be a natural ally because they're against balls, and they should just be on our side, just naturally.
Well, my question to them is if they're like, well, we're going to colonize space one day. And I'm like, what, are you going to go there and be depressed too, you globy? Like, he's going to go there and be depressed, you fucking idiot.
No, they dream of cat alien wives.
I don't know if there's enough Xanax to last the trip there, you globies. Like, I don't get it. I don't know what they're hanging on to and what makes them hang on to it so tightly. It's like, bro, you're not going to space, man. Like, is that it? Is that what they're hanging on to? Or is it just like anything, like the input? Like, I don't get it, dude. I just really don't get it.
Dude, I've had them say that they don't want to lose space. I said, yeah, but you're never going to space in your lifetime. But they're like, yeah, but it's just the idea of it, and like maybe people in the future will. I'm like, dude, who cares about what people in the future are doing? Like they have to imagine in the future their great grandkids are going to be starfighter pilots or something, you know, challenging the Kodan Armada.
Yeah, and first contact was made.
I used to get so tripped up about those pyramids they saw on Mars or whatever, or like the face, you know, and I'd be like, man, people used to live there. I bet somehow we got over here.
Bro, they're spending millions of dollars to just find like one little thing of bacteria, and it's like, bro, do you know how much life is down here? Like, it's all right here, bro. Like, you know, like if you just want some like culture, like I can make you some yogurt. Like if you want some bacteria, like holy shit, it's super strange, bro. There's nothing out there. Like even in their system, in their model, in their little creepy story, there's fucking nothing out there, dude. There's literally nothing. It's wild, and they're still like, it's worth it. I want to believe.
There's so much nothing that there must be something.
Yeah, they're turning stuff into things. Like, yeah, true. That logic, dude, more cheese is less cheese. The more Swiss cheese you have, the more holes the Swiss cheese has. The more holes, the less cheese. So more cheese, less cheese.
actually had a student the other day. What's today, Wednesday? He asked it on Monday. While I was drawing on the board, I was drawing some section, drawing with some trees, and basically just doing a tutorial of orthographic view, because you still have students drawing a elevation view and trying to shrink trees in the back. Anyway, he randomly asked me, he goes, "Sir, is the earth flat?" I go, "That's an interesting question. What do you mean?" And he answers, "Well, the ice wall." I was like, "Ice wall? What ice wall?" He's like, "Antarctica." And I was like, "Antarctica's an ice wall?" He's like, "Well, yeah." And I was like, "You've been there?" He's like, "No." But in front of the whole class, everybody starts quieting down and eavesdropping on the whole thing. But they also, I don't know, I hope they noticed that I didn't really say anything at all, but simply just ask questions. They're getting more bold about asking or speaking up. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm talking about star forts and old architecture sometimes, or even buried architecture situations that I find even in our hometown. But I don't know. It was an interesting take, because I've never had a student just blatantly ask in the middle of class. I'd say there's an uptick.
That's good. Yeah, that they asked it, and yeah, you just taking it seriously and then questioning further. It's a good response.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah. He goes, "Well, wasn't there somebody who went to Antarctica?" And I was like, "Who? Admiral Byrd or Captain Cook, or who are you talking about?" He starts smiling because he goes, "Oh, you do know about it." I'm like, "Know about what?"
Yeah, do you guys want me to invite the people from English Hub over here?
Are they Globies?
Yeah, there's I think a few of them in there actually.
Yeah,
Is it dead
I was
over
just.
there?
Well, I just got into it with B-Man and a friend that he had about rockets and space. So they're amped up right now over in English Hub.
It's time to
Yeah.
crash a party.
I can go tell them to come over. I don't think anybody's. I don't even know if there's anybody. I was listening over on YouTube. I was on the phone.
Yeah, if it's fizzled out, definitely bring them over.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah,
I got you.
Did you hear me with B-Man last?
Oh yeah, I did. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm gonna come over.
Who is B-Man? Is that Robert Utah?
No, he said he used to listen in on our old server, but he's like in his 20s, so I think he's mistaken. But he's a young kid, Glober. He likes to throw out claims with no evidence.
Dude, I like to throw out claims with no evidence too. Thrown out.
Yeah, I've talked to B-Man in the past. It's been a while.
I mean, he's a nice kid and all. I mean, he's not, I guess he doesn't like Indio, but
What? Who doesn't like India?
he said the guy that has the Asian guy with the white goatee, he's got a avatar. He's really mean.
India's such a dick.
Yeah, I don't think he's coming over. He's talking with his friend right now, talking about Polaris.
I hate that guy. Imagine having to see him every day in the mirror.
Bro, India, I was talking about you, by the way. He said you were being a big meanie to him.
Well,
wow, yeah, you made a big impression on him.
Gotta do it again.
Well, hopefully he comes over.
Like, probably wasn't listening, and I was getting irritated that he was just like waiting to talk, which is typically what the kids do.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, that Life Forever guy. Holy. Hold on.
That's what he was doing just a little bit ago. Like I asked him, I was like, what did I just tell you? Repeat what I just said. And he didn't know.
Let me. Where is it?
How did I guess? The people that say I'm mean are the people that I don't tolerate, like ignoring me. I do get mean to them because they're being rude. If you're in a conversation with somebody in real life and they're ignoring you, that's rude, dude. Like,
He mentioned you, then he mentioned Matrix. He said he talked with a lot of us. I don't even remember him. He said he talked with me though, but I don't remember.
Well, Matrix is pretty rough sometimes.
I feel like he's normally like that only if they're being dishonest. I mean, granted, a lot of us are like that when people are being dishonest.
Plus, he gets a little bit of a handicap being Australian and all.
We all can't be like Flat Lloyd.
Dude, is that a mental handicap or a technology handicap?
That's a loaded question. He means well. But yeah, I mean, he's passionate. I was trying to think of the meanest flat earther, and I think, what's his name? Justin? He was a mod back in 24/7. He would just like rip somebody a new one for no reason. Like, dude, relax. Oh, Vlad can get pretty mad too. But almost for no reason.
guess you weren't around for Ace McSuper Loud. He would literally
No.
ban everybody in the BC, including the flat earthers.
Are you a teacher? Are you a teacher, Flatlight?
Yeah, I teach architecture.
Oh, you do? Cool. What part of the United States, if you don't mind me asking?
The Third Coast, Central Texas.
Oh, nice.
You mean the southern provinces of Canada, actually.
Oh, finally found it. Okay. You guys are gonna love this. No screenshot. Damn, I didn't think it was from 7 o'clock this morning. I had to scroll back so far. I'm gonna post it up in the side chat right now for you guys.
That was observational science.
So I just trying to get from him. Oh no, he left. He was over at English Hub right now. Oh wait, is he still there? Oh no, yeah, he's gone. Never mind. I was arguing with him the whole time. He just kept calling us dumb the whole time. Said that we're ignoring observational science. I was like, what is that? He wouldn't answer me the whole time. Oh no, let me see if I can.
He didn't leave. He's in Ask a Christian. He's in the Ask a Christian channel.
Yeah,
Go
that guy is
figure.
a dude.
He's just an atheist troll, man.
Was that the same guy from this morning who was saying that a circle equals a globe?
Oh, I don't know if he said that to me.
It was hilarious. I mean, he quoted it, Job, verbatim, super nicely. And he's like, yeah, a circle equals a globe.
I had a guy earlier also. He said that he was going to give me the scientific method for a triangle because he said that a triangle geometry is science. I never did that either, unfortunately.
Yeah, some of them are really hard to explain science to. And honestly, in my lecture courses, I don't know, I kind of double down on it in terms of making sure the class actually knows what the word objective or subjective means, but also, defining science and pseudoscience. Because we talk about it honestly a lot in architectural theory, at least in modern architecture. There's a lot of different like sustainability theories, if you will. For instance, it's kind of like the stuff we talk about here in terms of like, sure, you can have battery cars, right, or battery houses, but at what cost to the power supply or the power plant that's truly burning coal or gasoline or natural gas anyway? But it definitely comes up, right? Like, what is science versus pseudoscience? A lot of people start to realize when I start to go, yeah, that theoretical physics class, that's what it is. Sure, maybe they're basing it off of actual science in some cases, but it starts to get a little woohoo, if you ask me. We have this in a lot of cases. You'll have, practical physics and theoretical physics, but the same thing happens in architecture. You'll have different schools that focus more on the pragmatics and the practicalities of design, such as like, Japanese architecture and an interlocking system that requires no extra hardware. Or, modernism in a way, postmodernism still really, and the rejection of the international style of the 1920s. Kind of still going, I think. But people are waking up. I'm starting to ask questions for sure. And I think that's why I particularly like architecture, because it does give me the ability to really talk about anything. Sometimes even how level the earth is, especially when we draw it in perspective. Fun. And it's a really good outlet.
Did I ever tell you about the Trinity Church in Boston?
I think you'd have mentioned it once. I'll look that up.
My friend had the guy that invented the steel cantilever bridge. He went to a architecture and engineering school. Back then they were combined. It was like an art, architecture, and engineering. It was a combined school, like where you went to learn all those things. And he made a glass etching, right? So you etch in the glass of the Trinity Church, and my friend had it. My friend, and I don't know if he got drunk and broke it or sold it or what the hell he did with it. But I was like, dude, this is like, I'm like, this is a glass etching of the Trinity Church from like freaking 1912 or something. And then I looked the guy up, and it was like the guy invented the steel cantilever structure. I think a bridge. It was like the first time that they were ever used. He invented the technology, and he had an original work of the guy. Have you ever seen the Trinity Church? It's quite nice.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Super old world looking. Yeah, it's kind of got a Romanesque look with the half circle arches instead of any pointies.
It's like in a giant courtyard, and like right across from it's the Copley library, which is a whole nother thing altogether.
I think it's got that checkered pattern at the top too. It's extremely ornate, and it's got I forget what those are called. I should know. Almost like little guppers, if you will, on the edges or the ridges of the top roof.
Yeah,
it's much more like a French architecture thing or French style. Honestly, the base looks kind of weak compared to the rest. You'd think there'd be more. There's only like a small stepping. And that's crazy. That's beautiful. You had a piece of glass from that?
a piece of glass that the guy that invented the bridge, he etched. He etched it into he etched a drawing into glass, and then what they would do is that's how they would print. They'd print the like posters. They would rub ink on the glass. You know what I mean? And the ink would go in the grooves of the glass. They used to be called ink prints or something like that. Glass ink prints. So he must have did it as like some project when he was going to school, because it had like so in the bottom right corner it had his name and what he made it for and the date and what it was of. It was like a little freaking metal placard thing. It was about pretty big. It was like maybe like 18 inches by 3 feet.
Posted up some more highlights in the side chat if anybody wants to look at those.
We use mathematical sciences to calculate geometric features. Just throw science in there. That'll work.
When you find your belief,
Your
is
belief
not a
goes
belief.
against the greatest minds.
Fucking dude, is this dude bricked?
I'm telling you, guys missed out today, man. Over in the English Hub, it was going crazy over there.
Yeah, there's some gold nuggets, man.
The definition of brainwashed.
The funny thing is, 100% this person's an atheist. 100% certain. And it really like grinds my gears when I hear atheists say something's right or wrong. Like, motherfucker, you don't believe in right and wrong. That doesn't exist, dude. Bunch of chemical reactions in your brain isn't right and wrong. There's no right and wrong in your chemical reactions. When you find your belief is not a belief, and your position goes against the greatest human minds in history, you know something is terribly wrong. This comment will break all of you.
But he was copying, pasting that statement like 40 times in the side chat. Like I was going crazy.
Oh my God. If you were never born, how would you feel?
This guy's high, man.
Yeah, that was funny. That was good. Good stuff.
You know, he was being serious, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. 100%.
That was actually him releasing some trauma right there.
Exactly. It's like when Mimas would say, this is actually just a therapy session. And Globy's just constantly projecting left and right.
I heard a physicist say that mathematics was a natural science. I almost like shit my pants.
I discovered a wild 2 and 4 yesterday in the woods.
I stepped in number 2.
That counts as math.
Yeah, did you guys already go over that video with Dr. or PhD, whatever, Shiva, whatever that dude's name was?
Almost
Oh,
wish I
my
didn't.
Get in detail. And
Damn, I missed
on the
it.
level, hold on. Actually, I gotta say something. Everybody freaking sub to On the Levels Clip channel, man. There's good stuff on there.
Yo, can you post it up in the side chat for me?
Yeah, I'll post this channel and I'll post a link to the breakdown of Shiva.
Yes, please. Yeah, I
Mary,
missed it.
for getting me the links. Everybody's doing
You're
their part.
welcome.
She did all the work. I'm
remember-
just pretending I did something.
Because I remember somebody said they were going to be going over it, but I was like, oh man, I don't even know when that's going to be. I'm probably going to be working. Oh yeah, there you go. All right, cool.
So, Majin has created a channel and there are like a bunch of clips, but there's only 20 subs, doing that's a catastrophe. There should be way more than 20 subs because he's got lots of videos up there. So they're clips from the live stream ranging in between 30 minutes and 5 hours.
Oh shit, 5 hours. I was about to say.
Oh, this?
like
Yeah, this is because his video was 2 hours. It was 2.5 hours.
Oh, okay,
So it
okay.
took that amount of time to go through it.
Yeah, I'm
His,
probably gonna listen to this. when I'm
Science Summit.
sleeping.
But we also veered off a couple times where we weren't actually talking about it. So
I'm gonna go like 2 times speed or something to get through this. There's no way I can. 5 hours is.
I mean, you could probably just start listening at the freaking end, like to be in the middle. Quite honestly, I would just skim through it.
Okay. It's like 2 Lord of the Ring movies right here.
He's also got playlists that he made for different people. So he's got one playlist: Amicable Conversations, Globe Zealot Naughty Corner. I don't know what that means.
Ooh, that sounds like a fun one.
Hey, hi, Overlord, taking your job, whatever that means for playlist. Yoder, the Indio Files, and just episodes. I don't know what that means. So he's got a bunch of. He's organized it in playlists, which is pretty great.
Wait, who is this guy?
Majin, Magjin.
Majin.
He doesn't ever
Majin.
talk. I think he might be foreigner, but I'm not sure.
Oh, that's the guy with. He has an anime profile picture too, doesn't he? The guy with like the short black hair.
I don't know.
I'm like, I only ever remember people by their.
He's always
freaking.
he's around a lot. I'm just glad he's doing it. Someone finally. I mean, we've been talking about this for a long time, and no one wanted,
Seriously, because I do not have that kind of time.
responsibility, of making a clip channel. I was actually talking about you, Flat Lloyd, like, because that's like a thing. Like, I was talking to somebody about this. How, like, I've always said, like, we'll help you do whatever you want to do, but we're not going to do it for you, because people come up with ideas and then they're like, hey, I have this great idea. No, you go do it. Like, no, we do it yourself. We'll help you do it. We'll do everything we can. And I use an example, like, nobody told you to go start a secondary channel. You just did that shit, right? And, and look where it is
Yeah, I mean,
now.
for the most part. I mean, CB was like, dude, we need another channel. And I was like, well, I do have this computer right next to me. So that day, I just started making it into a OBS station.
Yeah, but you get almost as many viewers as Helio does.
It's getting
I
up there,
run both of
actually.
them at the same
There's a lot
time.
of subs.
Well, I mean, because yours is presented a little bit different. Helio's is like you can see just your screen layout's a little bit different.
Right.
So people probably just prefer that layout. And then you guys are staggered, so even if like Helio misses something when he's down, it'll be on yours.
Exactly.
So it's super useful.
Unless Eli has a really good point.
That's going to be more than freaking. That's at least 3 streams, dude. What are you talking about?
I did notice that. Because I checked myself and I was like, no way. Did that really happen? And I know it definitely happened to him twice and I couldn't believe it. So I've been trying to stagger it a little bit better too.
Oh, it's happened with Helio shitloads of times.
Is it a flat
And
Earth?
like, I don't know if you do this, Helio, but like,
Is it like for real?
paranoia. Thinking that
Yeah,
Helio,
baby.
he's like, oh
Hold
my
on,
god,
one
they're
second.
having a great conversation. I'm going to restart the stream, and then he freaking misses the freaking good parts.
Is this about flat Earth?
Yeah, man.
Like for real?
Yeah. We were
I
all
think you're
taught the
joking.
globe. You were taught the globe too, right?
And what?
You were taught the globe also, right?
No, please. I don't want to be gaslighted, please.
So you weren't
Are you that scared of this question?
Yes, I was.
Right. We were too. But have you ever actually tested that globe for what you see in reality?
I mean, I want to go to the moon in like 10 years.
I mean,
I want
don't
to
we
pay
all?
like the ticket to go to the moon, and I'll
Dick was
see
just
that like
talking about this. Like we're talking about planets. You're like, I want to run away from the Earth and go to the moon.
Yeah, I'm going to Mars in like 7-8 years. So I'll tell you.
Oh,
Yeah.
gosh, I've been looking for someone who actually thinks they're going to Mars. So you really think you're going to Mars?
Yes, if I have money.
How long do you think? When do you think you're doing this?
In 8 years.
8
It's going to take like
years.
8 years to get there too.
So you were saying it's never going to happen.
I didn't say anything. I've just been looking for a few months now for like a real person who actually believes
I've been
that
looking
story.
for you too.
Yeah.
I've been looking.
Do you actually believe that though? Are you just like joshing us, or do you actually believe you're going to Mars?
It's my belief, yeah. It's one of my beliefs.
Why do you believe that?
I guess I come to the wrong channel.
No, we're asking you why. Why we want to understand why you believe that's a possibility.
Yeah, technology is advancing.
Like, which technology now indicates that you're going to Mars?
Which
Is it
technology?
the moon base? Oh shit, we don't have a moon base. Is it the
Which
people that are hanging out in
technology?
the moon? Oh shit, there's no people
I
on the moon.
mean,
Is it
when I
because people
look,
can
when
survive and
I'll
can find
tell
the
you. Wait,
pyramids for a long time?
Calm
Do
down.
you remember that?
Calm down. Calm down.
Do you
When I
remember
look at the sky,
I am calm. Shut up. I am the biosphere. Do you remember the biosphere project, or was it
when I look at the
Biodome?
sky, I see like satellites and planes and
No, you don't.
everything
Okay, stop,
on the
dude.
sky.
No, you don't. You're not seeing something the
That's
size of a
why
refrigerator
I'm telling you
3,000
that.
miles away. Come on. Stop it. So,
What did you say?
do you remember the Biodome thing? Or are you too young for that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
They made this biodome on Earth, and they were testing to see if people could survive on the long trip to Mars. And they put them in this biodome. Would they last 2 weeks?
Okay.
Yeah, dude, you're not lasting. Like, you're not going to Mars, dude. You wouldn't last.
Okay. Okay, well, what do you want?
Because you're gonna have to produce all your own oxygen. You can't bring it with you, so you have to produce your own oxygen, own food, own water. You gotta make all this stuff.
I mean, I don't know about that. That's something science should know. That's something that my astronaut suit should have. I would probably carry like some kind of tank with me, right? I'm
Yeah,
not
how
a
do you get it up
scientist,
there?
so I can't explain you that. You should
Yeah, how do you
probably
get up
ask a
there, dude?
scientist. What?
Ask the scientists.
Yes, or read a
What if
book or
you ask
something.
the scientists, and some scientists, which they do, say going to Mars is bullshit?
I mean,
Do you know
but
who doesn't say
I'm
it's
not.
bullshit?
I'm
Is
not just
Elon
talking
Musk.
about.
Elon Musk is the only person that says it's not bullshit.
I'm not
Everybody
just
else
talking
says it's
about
bullshit.
Mars. I'm saying like the flat Earth thing you're talking. This channel.
Hold on, dude.
I mean, I think
flat Earth
there's a lot of experiments you can do on Earth that prove the flat Earth is wrong.
Oh, like what? We just talked about that.
Like a
Flat Lord
light.
Wright just asked you if you did any of
I'm
them.
gonna tell you, but do you don't want to let me talk?
Yeah, but Flat Lord Wright just asked you if you did any of them, and you said no.
Did what?
Any experiments to test
I mean,
the globe?
I don't need to do them because
Why?
I don't believe that we're living on the flat Earth.
No,
But
you believe you're
if you
living on a
believe it,
globe.
if you believe it, there's a lot of experiments like putting like a light kilometers away, and putting like a target, and if the light is above the target, it means the Earth is the globe.
Yeah, but we've
You
done
know?
these with lasers, 40 kilometers.
And what was the
So the laser
result?
started at
The result was it's
Yeah.
flat.
Yeah, the result was it's flat.
I mean, I've
That's
seen
it.
like a lot of that say otherwise. That say
No, you're lying. Post it.
I'm
Post it in the
lying?
chat right. Post it in the chat right now. One of them. You said you've
I
seen a lot,
didn't
so
save
surely
him,
you
but
can post one.
I mean,
Post one, dude.
I'm not
I know
arguing
you've
with
seen a
you.
lot of them, V. Post one.
I've seen a lot of them.
Then post one of them.
I didn't save the link of any of them.
Oh
but I've
yeah.
seen a lot.
Where did they do it?
I can send you if you want. I
Yeah,
can
then
search for it.
describe it. Then if you can't post us the link, describe it to us. Where did they do it?
Where?
Yeah, where?
In Earth?
Where on Earth
Oh,
did
yeah.
they do it?
Like a lot of places. United
Yeah,
States.
name which one. The one you're thinking. The one. Okay, do
US.
this. Do this. Imagine in your mind the best one, the one that proves the globe the most. Where did they do that test? How long was it? What laser did they use?
I think the best one is from space.
Talk about the one on Earth that you said you saw.
On Earth that I think I saw. I think they were in the US.
They're in the. You think? How long was the distance they shined the laser?
I mean, I didn't do the experiment. I don't know. I'm not a scientist.
You saw a video, dude, and you think
you
it
shouldn't
proved yours?
ask me. You should ask like the scientists. I don't know about.
Yeah.
The
So, well, why don't you ask the scientist to post the video in the chat?
I don't know about the details.
You don't need to be a scientist to make a measurement.
So let me get this right. This is your position. Laser tests have been proved the Earth is a globe. You don't know the details, but you're sure there's a whole bunch of them.
A whole bunch of what?
Let's go with that. Let's
Just
go with
saying
that.
a whole bunch of things to prove that the Earth isn't flat.
No, you said there's a bunch of tests, these light tests. That's what you said.
No, there's a bunch of proof.
Okay. Well, I'm going to give you proof that the Earth is not a globe right now, and I'm going to give you details.
Okay, please, please give me.
Okay. So
I'm not trying to argue with you.
Okay, let me finish. So, one of the tests that was done, they went to Lake IJsselmeer, which is in the Netherlands. It's a saltwater lake that they enclosed from the sea. Okay, so it's sea level water. They took a laser 10 meters above the water. They beamed it 40 kilometers, and at the other end, the laser was measured to be 1.5 meters above the surface of the water. Now, if the Earth was a globe, that laser should have been 127 meters off the surface of the water.
Okay, and where was this? Where was this
Lake
again?
IJsselmeer in the Netherlands. That's what I started with. Were you not paying attention? I literally started with the location.
I mean, I'm sorry. I'm a little tired.
Okay, I'm sorry. So Dandelion just posted a video of it in the chat. If you don't want to watch a video of them doing it, that's long. I can just post the report that was generated. So they did 5 of these tests. They did 3, and then 2 weeks later they did 2 and replicated the first 3. The longest 2 of the first 3. The longest
but
2
it
of the
was
first
like
3
a
they
little
replicated.
above, right? The later was a little above.
A little
it.
above what?
You said it was like 1 point something
It
meters.
started at 2 meters and ended at 1.5 meters.
So
It's hard
it
to
has
aim a
like
laser across 40 kilometers exactly. Do you know where the laser should have been if the Earth was a globe? You shouldn't have seen the laser unless you were on top of a 42-story building.
Okay.
Yeah, 42-story building. They're pretty tall, right? So that's the only place you should have been able to see the laser from is from up there. But they saw at 4 feet above the sea level. Not 400 feet, 4 feet. Not 127 meters, 1.5 meters.
Okay, and you think that's enough to prove that the Earth is flat?
Well, it's different than what the GOLD predicts by 2 orders of magnitude.
It's undeniable proof, bro.
It's 2 orders of magnitude, right? So it's way outside any measurement error, any uncertainty. It's way outside what the GOLD predicts. Not a little bit outside. It's not close. 2 orders of magnitude. You understand what that means, right?
Dude, he's got you. Just admit defeat.
Oh, I'm tourist. We don't need a fucking heckler.
Well, I don't even know.
So that's just one test, right? So during this test, they also brought meteorological stations where they measured the weather conditions, right? So what they did, they just tested the globe. What does the globe predict? We're going to do the test. What are the results? Now, they got the result they got. This has been replicated, though. This isn't like this is a one-off event. It's a bunch of laser tests that are across way too far distances than the globe allows because the curve of the Earth should be in the way, right? So these tests have been done over water, B. Now, any individual test doesn't prove the Earth is flat. It's the logic that proves the Earth is flat. The surface of the Earth is covered mostly in water. And if that water does not curve, right, then the Earth must be flat. If the oceans of the world don't curve...
Do you know, what's your name? Sorry, India, right?
Why are you interrupting? Am I talking to you?
This is an important addition to your discussion. That's why I'm interrupting. Yes. The FECO model. I've been listening to your FECO argument in the Netherlands lake, right? Do you know about Snell's law?
Yeah.
Or do you know if they knew? Do you know if they knew about Snell's law?
Yes, I know about Snell's law, Fermat's principle, complex refractive indexes. Dude, don't even try. You're not the smartest person in the room, dude. If you picked the wrong topic to try to be the smartest person in the room.
I'm not trying to be the smartest person in the room. I'm simply saying, do you think the FECO model accounted for for proper refraction? Did they apply Snell's law correctly?
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Why does it matter?
Because even if you applied the gold standard refraction, would only move the laser down 5 meters.
Right. So
so you need 100. You need to move it down another 122 meters.
Right. So all of your conclusion is invalid.
So I just want to ask this. What else?
Okay,
what else
shut up. Why are my conclusions invalid?
Because you think the refraction was negligible because you misapplied the Snell's law.
No, I just said standard refraction. I just said standard. The standard refraction prediction would move the laser down 5 meters.
So let me ask you a question.
The prediction is 127 meters minus 5 meters is 122 meters. Where'd the other 122 meters come from? Where'd they go?
Where did they go? The negligible refraction index.
Look, it has to match a radius of 65,000 miles, bro.
If you don't understand it, right? Just say you don't understand it, and I can explain it.
Oh my gosh, are you not even hearing him? In addition, I put the report in the
What is-
chat there where it explains
Okay,
how they
first
took
of all-
what the refraction into account. It's like he's not even listening. He's just trying to
he's not.
reframe the
Well, Harris,
conversation.
I'm gonna prove your Dunning-Kruger pretender clownery. Okay, so Snell's
okay.
law.
Let's hear it.
Snell's
Let me
law.
hear it.
Shut up. Snell's law is not equivalent. You cannot use Snell's law in a gradient refracted index media, which is what the air would be. It's not mathematically valid.
Why not?
Look, I'll post it in the chat.
No, you explain it.
No, I'm going to post the paper in the chat because sine theta is not equivalent, right? Because you don't have a well-defined boundary in a gradient index media. I'm going to post the paper.
Okay. Do you know what? Do you know what's less
Don't
of a
ask me a question.
model?
Don't ask me a question, bro.
Required.
Snell's law.
You don't even
Snell's
need to
law
do this
is a-
advanced mathematics to prove the Bloyd model.
Bro,
right? We don't
Snell's
even
law
need to do
is a
this. But even
no.
when you
You're
do
trying to
approach
run
it,
away from your claim now. Now you got.
I'm not trying to run away from it. We can
You
speak about it.
totally
I don't think you
are.
understand
You totally are. Now you're trying to say it doesn't matter. First, you were trying to pretend like India didn't
Did I say it
understand when
doesn't matter? No.
clearly you don't understand. Yeah.
Shut the fuck up. All right. Let's hear it. Explain it fully. Snell's law. Go ahead. Let's see.
Snell's law is a special case of Fermat's principle, which is well-defined.
Is negligible.
Dude, shut up.
No,
Snell's law, Dunning-Kruger. Snell's law, Dunning-Kruger, is a special case of Fermat's principle. True or false? True or false?
Dunning-Kruger?
Snell's law is a special case of Fermat's principle, the principle of least time.
Did you just say Snell's law is Dunning-Kruger?
Snell's law, yes or no? Is Snell's law a special case of Fermat's principle?
I'm not taking it. He just literally said Snell's law is Dunning-Kruger. Why?
For the third time, yes or no? Is Snell's law a special case of Fermat's principle?
Did you just say Snell's law was Dunning-Kruger?
Oh, you Dunning-Kruger, you dunce.
Lord Dunning-Kruger.
No. That's what he just said. I heard him say it.
Yeah, we record this. Now you're embarrassing yourself.
I'm not embarrassed.
The little bot up there, the little YouTube thing, all this is recorded. Anyone can just rewind and see what I said 3 times.
Okay. Go for it. Go do it.
What little credibility you had, you just shot away.
What credibility? I'm not claiming to know its own entirety, but even I can tell you're talking out of your ass.
Oh yeah, okay. So I'm posting
so
citations.
you don't have a comprehensive understanding of Snell's law.
Academic
You
sources.
don't have
No,
a
you're not
comprehensive
disagreeing
understanding of the
with me.
mathematics.
You're not
right?
disagreeing
you
with me.
say the refraction was negligible because you don't understand how it was. So the Fekko model fails.
So
you
explain
don't
to me how it works then. Explain to me how it works. Give me the model that accurately predicts refraction. Go.
Why do you want it to explain to you? Go look it
Because
up
how
yourself.
would you know? How would you know? How would you know if I'm using the wrong model? How would you know if I'm using the wrong model if you don't know what the right one is?
Because I just listened to the fucking
how would you?
videos.
How do you know that's wrong if you don't know what's right?
She's a dumb fuck like you as well.
How do you know that's wrong if you don't know what's right? Yeah,
because
that's right.
they also use the Fekko model in that video they just posted.
How do you know it's wrong if you don't know it's right?
I just looked at the video that she just posted, the 55-minute video that she posted.
Okay,
that's the Fekko model, right?
And it's wrong. Why?
Because it misapplies Snell's law, same as what I just said earlier.
The right application.
Why do I need to do that? I don't need to spend money to disprove your shit.
Because you don't know what the right application is. You can't use Snell's law even in this context.
Okay. All right, listen, dumb fuckers. All right, I don't need to do all of these.
Say that.
Okay, peace out, Harris. Peace out.
Yeah, you're about done.
Hey, Harris. Listen, Harris, I'll let you speak again if you post any application of Snell's law at all in any context in the chat.
Look, if you can even define Snell's law without reading,
I love the fact that you guys really believed it and you're very
we don't care about your social commentary.
Enthusiastic about it.
Zip it. We don't care about you. Either bring globe evidence or shut up, bro. We don't care
Recent
about your
one.
social
Ringo,
commentary.
bro, I'm trying to be positive here. You're being negative.
No, you're giving social commentary about flat earthers. We don't care. We want
Social
the globe
comment.
evidence,
What's
or
that?
shut up.
I'm just trying to be positive. I'm sorry.
No, you're talking about us saying, you guys really believe this. No, don't talk about us guys. Talk about the topic. We're not the topic.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to be positive.
Yeah, shut up. Just call
Every
mute
flat
too.
earther has
You're
their own
failing.
different.
You're
And now
failing.
you're
That's what
doing
you're
it,
trying to
Taurus.
do. You failed.
Now you're doing the very thing I just told him not to do.
Dude, I'm a flat earther as well. I'm allowed to say what I believe.
You are.
Who the fuck
What's
are
the
you?
best evidence for a flat earth that you've seen?
Reason no
Wouldn't
COVID
we?
found.
I mean, if the Earth was flat, wouldn't tornadoes and hurricanes be impossible because they only occur on a globe Earth?
That's idiotic.
Dude, what the fuck?
That's idiotic, dude.
Well, it's one of their arguments for globe Earth.
Is that hurricanes and tornadoes are impossible on a flat earth?
Tornadoes and hurricanes, yeah.
No, that's not the argument. The argument is they only spin in one direction. And that proves the earth is spinning. You don't even know the fucking argument of your own side.
I'm a flat earther, but now I'm going to be a glober out of
just like
spite.
Taurus, right? You never were like you couldn't tell me a single flat earth argument.
Christopher Columbus, when he was sailing and looking around for the Americas,
Just go on mute, dude. Fucking troll army, dude. They all called each other. Come in there, let's troll the flat earthers. Do you know what you guys aren't doing? You're not producing evidence of a globe. That's what you're not doing. So Harris, we're gonna try you again. We're gonna try you again, and you're gonna answer a simple question. Do you know what the model of the standard refraction model used by surveyors is? Oh. Yeah, you're unmuted, Harris. You can get out of your DMs and come back in here.
Oh, I'm unmuted?
Yeah, you're out. Get out of your DMs with your little buddies here.
Fucking echo chamber,
Your
dude. What the
fellatio
fuck
party
is
that
this
you're
here?
having with your buddies. Okay.
Dude, this is literally an echo chamber of some illiterate Americans.
No, it's look, bro.
You're all
Harris,
functionally
Harris.
illiterate.
It's not echo chamber. It's echo chambers. We have echo chambers. We have three
No,
servers.
this is-
We have three servers, so
Right.
it's echo
Oh, God,
chambers.
you're sweating. Fucking idiots.
We have echo
You're
chambers,
illiterate.
buddy. Get it right.
Functionally illiterates. Read a book. Did you pass high school?
Yeah.
What's the
Further,
highest
look, I
qualification
went,
you
I
have?
went further in
Did you
academia
go
than
to
you
college?
did, Harris.
Did you go to college?
Yeah,
Did you
and I
do mathematics?
graduated.
Really?
Actually, in fact,
What was
one,
the qualification you got? What was the field in?
3, 4,
What was the dandelion fella
5,
or girl or whatever his name is?
6 flat earthers in here graduated university.
What course was it?
And
Socialism?
Harris, you didn't. Harris, you
No,
didn't.
I did.
can tell.
I did.
I can
I
tell
did.
you. No, you didn't.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
What was the course? What was your course, by the way? Was it flat earthery?
What was my class?
Yeah, what was the course that you graduated from that your qualification was?
Course. You take lots of courses in university, Harris.
I fucking thought so. She said, you didn't graduate from university. Fucking liar.
You take please. You take lots of courses in
So
university.
don't pretend like you graduated from high school. I don't think you even have graduated from high school. You don't know
You're
any
the one who can't even tell me anything about Snell's law.
I don't need to engage with the
taught in high school.
You don't even know what basic
Harris,
calculus is.
Snell's law is taught in high
Have you
school.
taken calculus before? You know what
Yes.
integration is? Do you know what differentiation is?
Yes.
Right.
I know what derivatives
You
are.
know-
So this is. So did you see the paper I posted? So using the calculus of variations, it proves that Snell's law can't be used in a index
Why you're
gradient
just
index
parroting
reflection
the video?
medium.
I looked at this 50-minute video, and
It's not the video, it's the paper I posted, Harris.
Two-layer model, bro.
Harris,
And I know distinctly
Harris.
that what the principal error that they made. Right, the principal error is they misapplied Snell's law, which gave them far too little bending, so they concluded that refraction was
So then give
negligible.
us the right application.
Why the
Tell us
fuck do I
what
have
it
to
is.
do my? Why the fuck do I have
Well,
to
correct
waste my
what they
energy
did.
and my
Because
education
Harris,
entertaining dumb fucks like you?
Because
No,
Harris,
you
because
get a diploma.
No,
You do the
I have
maths,
one.
and
I have a
you
few.
do it. So I don't need to do a play.
No, Harris, it's really simple.
Do you want me to show you, right, a far more easier experiment that you can conduct without anything, right? Oh, you don't need any high-powered laser, okay?
Yeah, you're trying to change the subject, Harris.
No.
It's obvious.
I'm just showing you.
So Harris,
I can
Harris,
base arithmetic.
Harris, how do you? What refraction needs to exist to get that experimental?
I'm not going to have an intellectual
don't interrupt me.
conversation with you.
Don't interrupt me. I'm going to ban you.
You're not an
Last
intellectual
chance.
person,
3,
right?
2.
I will not engage.
Yeah, that's right. You will not engage.
Let's talk to the Christopher Columbus guy. True self.
Yeah, that's
Hold on. I'm gonna finish my thought though.
Okay, do.
Because he was trying to mute me by filibustering. Okay. I want to know for anybody in this chat if that they calculated refraction wrong. What refraction has to exist to get their experimental result? That was the question I was going to ask them. Which refraction has to exist for them to measure that? For them to get a beam at 1.5 meters off the surface of the water over a distance of 40 kilometers. What atmospheric refraction has to exist? And how did that same atmospheric condition happen again 3 weeks later? If you can answer those questions, then maybe I'll take you seriously. But carrying on.
Wait, me?
Yeah, Columbus boy.
Oh, I thought the other guy, because he sounded smarter.
Oh my gosh, really? You thought he sounded smart because he gave no evidence, True Cell. He only kept making claims, kept trying to insult us, so on and so forth. He didn't understand what he was talking about. He wouldn't answer the question that Indio just asked, which was an amazing question. You can't just look at, he obviously did not look at, he looked at neither the video nor the PDF summary of the FE core experiment, because if he looked at it, he would see that they accounted for refraction that was already accounted for. So he had no idea what he was talking about. His purpose was to fool people who are not examining the evidence in an objective way, who are just interested in emotional appeal, fallacies, and arguments about the person, into thinking that he had the upper hand in the conversation when he never had the upper hand in the conversation. He never presented any information. What information did Harris present that made you think that he sounded smart, True Cell?
He used big words, but I do got 4 questions, though. Four honest questions.
I got a question. Have you ever heard in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king?
No, that sounds cool, though.
Yeah, you're a blind person, and you think the one-eyed
that
man
doesn't
is
sound
king.
cool. Okay, I got 4 questions, though. One is, I thought flat earthers don't believe in the Earth is spinning or gravity.
No. Flat earthers isn't the topic.
But this is my
I thought
question.
you were a flat earther.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Okay, wait.
Just ask yourself what flat earthers believe.
Okay, wait. 2 is there a dome around the Earth, and space is fake, and you can't exit out of
That's a bunch of questions. No one knows if there's a dome, but we do know it's contained. And space is fake because it's impossible
to get to, right?
No, it's just impossible to exist in the way they say it exists.
What do you mean? We can see stars and planets and stuff from telescopes.
Yeah, can you see how far away they are away?
I don't know. Maybe you could calculate it.
How?
I don't know. I'm not a math guy.
Okay, so you don't know. So this is the problem. Is that what they say is those things are in a giant vacuum and that we have air pressure next to that vacuum. But we know from experiment and real world experience that you can't have air pressure next to a vacuum without some sort of barrier separating them. So if you want to say planets and stars exist in some vacuum, there's no way you're going to get to them because there must be a barrier preventing you from getting there if they're in a vacuum.
Okay. And 3.
And we know because this is called the second law of thermodynamics, which has no known violations in the history of mankind. So what we have is the second law on one hand and what it says, and people showing you images on a screen saying they're violating that. And then if you ask them, they'll say gravity creates the gas pressure. And you say, okay, demonstrate that with an experiment. and they can't. They can only talk about it. And then if you look at the kinetic theory of gases, there's no gravity in that to describe what gas behavior is.
Right.
Because gas is unaffected by gravity.
That makes sense. Okay, I
So
think
it
last
can't
question
exist.
is
It's not that it's fake. It's that it can't exist. Period.
okay.
Violation
Okay,
of natural law.
I get it. Then like
Dome is more of a claim about the shape of what the barrier is. We don't know what the fucking shape is. Could be a fucking pyramid. Could be a fucking I don't know, a rough fucking surface. Could who knows?
yeah,
Who knows?
yeah,
If it's
that makes sense.
even solid material. Like I don't know.
Right. And then my second
Speculation, dude. We only talk about what we can prove. We don't talk about speculation. We don't speculate here.
right.
We only deal with what we can prove. Dome, we can't prove that. Gas pressure went out of the container? Yeah, we can prove that all day long. Go try to pump up your bike tire without a fucking tire.
True. Yeah, that makes sense. But how does no one fall off the earth if it's flat? Is there like an ice wall?
Fall to where?
Huh?
Why would anybody fall anywhere?
If it's flat, wouldn't there be like an edge? You know, like a
No.
coin kind of situation?
Why?
No? I mean,
I just
it's
told you
flat.
there's no space. That means Earth is not a space disk. And why would you
So then-
fall? The whole idea of falling is, oh, there's this thing called gravity. Okay? Why would I fall off the edge of the Earth? Where would I fall to?
So are you saying there'd be
Where
a
would
barrier?
I fall
Like you
to?
physically-
Can you answer where I would fall to?
I don't know, like off the earth somewhere?
To where? Would I fall
The
to
air.
space? Would I fall to space?
I suppose. Perhaps. I guess that makes
Can't
sense.
fall to space. There's no edge of the Earth. There's no fucking big void universe where there's a bunch of fucking objects
Okay,
inside.
but if it's flat
The
Earth, like
is
you
not-
say,
I'm
there is
just
an
telling
edge.
You got questions, I'm answering them.
Yeah,
Earth is not some fucking object in a giant fucking void. Okay? Get that idea out of your head. That's like
Okay.
thinking like the universe is inside of something. What's the universe inside of?
Probably God or something. I don't know.
The universe is inside. What's God inside of?
The Christian God.
Okay, what's
Well,
inside
more
of that?
historically
What's
accurate.
that inside of?
I mean,
You
the
see where
Christian
I'm
God
going with
is.
this? No matter what you say, I can ask what that's inside of.
Well, the thing is, God has no beginning, so it kind of stops it there.
Wait. Well,
It wouldn't be
what do you
God
mean
if you
has
had
no
a beginning.
no, God,
Like the universe has a beginning.
I'm talking about frickin' space, dude. Metrical space.
Hey, so I have a question for you, though.
No. Wait. Okay. Fucking hate when you guys do that shit. We're getting right to the fucking point.
So, like, you
What
can't
is the
fall off
universe
even though Earth
inside
is.
of, right? Does the universe have an edge?
No, it's apparently infinite according to NASA.
No, it's not infinite according to NASA. They say it's
Pretty sure I
90
heard.
billion fucking light years in diameter.
That's pretty big.
Okay, what's outside of it? What's it inside?
What's inside the
edge?
universe?
Yeah, where's the edge? The question you just
No-
asked me, I'm asking you. Where's your edge?
Like in my mind, for the Earth,
In the modern cosmology, the cosmology you believe in, where's the edge of the universe?
I don't know.
Well, then it don't exist. Then universe don't exist.
The universe doesn't exist.
Well, obviously it doesn't exist because you can't tell me where the edge is.
Well, yeah, because I'm not like some
But it
space
has
guy.
to have an edge, right?
I suppose, yeah.
Because everything has an edge, right? Everything.
True. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
No. No. Everything does not have an edge, and it was proven a long time ago that you can't actually prove with math, geometry, logic that there's a boundary on anything. It's called Zeno's paradox because you can subdivide shit by half for forever, and you can never reach the boundary condition. So using discrete mathematics, you can never actually prove there's a boundary. And that's what you're using when you say, hey, where's the edge? Hey, if I walk a certain distance in some direction, where does the Earth stop and become something else? There is no place where that happens. The only way you leave this Earth to get outside is when your heart stops beating.
I see.
Okay? There is no physical boundary to the Earth in which you can go fucking to. You can't go knock on where the dome meets the Earth. You can't. The Earth is not a disk in space. It's not the third disk from the sun. It's not a space pizza. So what you've done is that did he bounce?
Oh yeah, I guess he did. Oh, that's too bad. Well, at least he was able to at least have a back and forth more than Harris.
Okay,
At
Colonel
least
Brad. He freaking crashed and burned.
All right. So my question is,
Your voice sounds oddly familiar.
who knows?
Have you been in here before?
I don't think so.
Okay.
So as far as that go, as far as the Earth being round or Earth being flat, how do you kind of account for flights like air travel being faster if you follow supposed curvature of the Earth rather than a straight line?
What does that mean?
So the time difference between flying at in kind of an arc around what would be a spherical Earth, the curvature of the Earth. How do you account for that if it's flat? How
There's
it would
nothing
be
to
faster
account
if it was
for.
at
Everything
a
you're saying
angle?
is factually incorrect.
What's factually incorrect
Because you're
about it?
confusing the projection of a coordinate system with the fucking actual Earth. So if you take the projection of a spherical coordinate system like latitude and longitude, and you project it onto a grid and map those points, a straight line is going to become a curved line. And if I take a curved path in a polar coordinate system and map it to that, it's going to show a straight line. But planes don't actually fly like that. Planes actually fly in international and domestic flight corridors. So they don't fly point to point in the first place. That's why I said everything you said is factually wrong. It's totally abstract. You looked around the web and frickin' looked at some Flight 24 projection onto a frickin' Mercator map. And we're like, hey, it's taking a curved path. It's not taking a curved path. It's a projection of the coordinate system. Its location in that coordinate system is a curved path. Because that coordinate system, latitude and longitude, does not exist on the surface of the Earth. You understand that?
Yeah.
Latitude and longitude are not points on the ground. Contrary to popular belief, they're in the sky. And what that coordinate system represents is when you're under a certain set of stars at a certain time. That's what that coordinate system is. So if I asked you, find your latitude and longitude using only the ground and nothing in the sky, it is an impossible task. You can't do it. No one can do it because there's no reference to the ground within that coordinate system. The reference is secondary. Right. We make the celestial sphere coordinate system, and then we assign locations on the Earth to be underneath it.
Right.
And they used to actually write this in books at the end of the 19th century. This is what they would say. They wouldn't say you're on the equator. They would say you're under the equator, or that you're under the Tropic of Capricorn, or that you're under the Tropic of Cancer. This is how they would write it down. They wouldn't say you're on it. They would say you're under it.
All right.
So when you take that coordinate system, right, of a plane is flying somewhere relative to the stars, and then you take some flat Mercator map, which is also made with that coordinate system, but turned into a cylinder, and then you map the celestial sphere to a cylinder coordinate system, and then you place it on a square grid, you end up with a curved fucking path. That's what it looks like. But that's just what it looks like. But if you were above the plane looking down on it, it wouldn't look like that.
All right.
This is confusing the map with the territory. This is a known fallacy. It's called the map territory problem. Look, don't feel bad because a lot of people don't understand.
Oh no, I'm here to learn.
Cartography and
cartography
and coordinates and differential geometry and all these little subtopics. They're presented with it in a very oversimplified rendition of what's actually going on. Because I can post right now in the chat pilots inside the cockpit showing their flight route on a polar projection, and it shows it's completely straight. Right? They're in the fucking cockpit looking at their fucking sky chart.
Yeah.
So, like, but if they took that, right, their map, and they're like, oh, let's put this on the Mercator map, it would then be curved.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll show I'll show it just for everybody. You can look at it too if you'd like. Just gonna find it real quick. That's the video, but I'll post a screenshot of the map. That's a clip of that section of the video. That's a screenshot of them looking at their map, right? And this is a straight line right across the map. And I think they're flying, could be like Buenos Aires to, I can't remember exactly. Oh, did I post that in the wrong thing? Yeah, I did. Hold on a second. We posted the video. I didn't post the clip from the video. Anybody else want to chime in? It's weird how it didn't embed right.
I can't wait to China takes over, man. That's gonna be so awesome.
Oh, wow, oh, you want to be unmuted, tourist? See if you can contain yourself, dude. Here, talk. Eddie, who wants to talk to tourist, man? Tourist needs a freaking.
Hi, tourist.
Thank you. Most gracious of you to give me my tongue back.
Were you the one who your flat earth evidence was Christopher Columbus?
No, dude. I got muted for no reason. That guy talked over me.
That was a guy called Trayless.
Yeah, that's the guy that left. Yeah. That's the guy that had 4 questions.
Well, you guys are brothers in arms, man. He was also a flat earther. You guys both are.
I'm a different kind of flat earther.
Like the globe kind?
Well, no. And then you'd be a globetard, wouldn't you?
What made you a flat earther, tourist?
I don't know. Flat Earth to me is more of a philosophy that rejects constructionist dogma. But, I mean, you know, more power to you if you want to take it, like, insanely literally, you know? Because, I mean, that still aligns.
So you're,
It's like, where do I go with that?
Wait a sec. Does this ring a bell? Does this ring a bell, tourist? Earth is flat, Jack, flatter than a flapjack. We bow to flat smack. Globers, get your backs packed. I'm with my flat pack. Globes in the trash sack as I move an equidistant map upon my snapback. Flat smacking everybody in Joe's crab shack.
Damn, better than Eric Dubay.
That's from.
Was that you?
Well, that's from Channel 5. But yeah, I have been known to rap that occasionally in this channel.
Oh, so you didn't write that?
No, that's from like the Flat Earth conference that Channel 5 went to.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Because I saw you post it one day and I saved it.
Yeah, dude.
Alright, so that's not else.
Fucking legendary.
I liked T-Dub's performance of it. That was great.
Yeah, dude, it needs a rendition.
I don't know. Harris is back. He's claiming he wants to go through this model step by step. I don't even know what model they're talking about.
Oh yeah, this should be funny. I really want to entertain us. Hell yeah. Okay, Harris. Tell us the refraction conditions that existed to make this observation possible. These measurements. And how they happened again 3 weeks later.
So, do you have a scientific calculator with you right now?
I don't need a scientific calculator.
Then how could you follow my calculations alongside step by step?
I don't need to follow your calculations, dude. I need to know I need to know the model, the variables that you're going to use.
I will use it to be consistent. I will use the original measurements.
What are your variables?
What variables? The measurements that they were taken?
Calculate refraction that can account for this observation.
I will follow exactly what the original.
Look, the fact is, they measured the laser 1.5 meters off the fucking ground. How did it get down there?
What? The fuck are you talking about?
They measured the laser 1.5 meters off the water. It's supposed to be at 127. Why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me?
I'm going to explain
You're going to go back on mute. Last chance, dude. Don't interrupt me again, dude.
Why are you scared? Why are you scared?
Let me finish my sentence.
Let me explain it.
No, I didn't finish my sentence.
You unmuted me so I could explain it and go through the
I didn't finish my sentence, dude.
I don't need to hear you yapping.
You're very bad. Yeah, you're very bad at taking turns, Harris.
I don't care.
Can you hear me?
Give you guys any respect.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then you don't need. Yeah.
At home, mom has nothing to do better.
Mm-hmm.
I love when they get muted right when in the middle of a sentence.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he has problems taking turns speaking. We're trying to have coherent conversations here. Gosh. His cohorts, his compatriots were much more civilized and better able to hold a conversation.
The funny thing, they consider him the smart one of them.
I know when that guy said he was smart, I'm like, oh my goodness. I mean, he's just, that was crazy.
Used big words.
He said that, yeah. When I said, what made you think he was smart? He said, because he used big words. Yeah, that was funny.
What's that? The sesquipedalian authority fallacy? Dude, what big word did he even use? Refraction?
Yeah, I think so. 3 syllables.
Calculus.
Yeah.
Calculus is the longest.
I was going to say that.
Oh, he also said integral. Or no, he said integration.
Dude, I think he was just covetous.
3 syllables.
I think he was covetous of the capaciousness of your Capus cavernosa.
Well, Drace and Carmen must be the smartest because they got that word that has like 27 syllables in it.
Yep, definitively. Were we answering something for Colonel Brad, or did he get answered?
Honestly, I can't really think of any other questions that would really draw anything right now. I'm pretty tired.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm pretty tired too.
Have you ever considered that the Earth looks flat because it actually is flat?
I don't know.
So crazy, huh? It's crazy. Flat things look flat. Wow. Like, don't you find it odd that that's the crazy claim? That the Earth looks flat because it is flat, and that's considered the delusional claim? When if you say the Earth looks flat but it's curved, that's not delusional? I think that's odd.
Well,
No, if you evaluate it just the same way as you evaluate everything else, like just say you were in some other topic, and this is how the topic went: is that the truth was the opposite of what it appeared to be, in that you had to reject the impression that you got for some theory. You would probably never accept it in another context, and most people wouldn't. But for some reason, in the context of flat Earth versus globe, people are very willing to accept experiences which are 180 degrees, or accept claims which are 180 degrees from their experience.
as far as seeing it's flat, what about when you're at high altitude and it appears that there's a bit of a curve to it?
There's no curve at high altitude.
Yeah, but if you're at high altitudes and you look out and it appears as if there's a curve.
Yeah, nobody says that, and it shouldn't. Even an airplane is nowhere near high enough. You got to remember, they say the ball's 8,000 miles in diameter. Airplane flies at 10 miles. You're 1/800th above the surface. No plane would ever go high enough. Even the ISS, where they say that is at 250 miles, that would only see 3% of the surface of the Earth if you could see the entire circle of the horizon. But you're only going to see a sliver of that, right? Whatever your field of view is. Say it's 60 degrees. Now you're only seeing like less than 0.5% of the surface of the Earth. How are you ever going to see the curve of the Earth when you're seeing such a small fraction of it?
I don't know. The video.
Even mainstream claims you can't see curve from an airplane. It's not just us. There's a famous video of Neil deGrasse Tyson. Remember Felix Baumgartner? Do you know who that is?
I don't know.
He had the world record for the highest skydive. He jumped from 128,000 feet.
He had a video, right? It was like
Red Bull. It's called the Red Bull jump.
Yeah.
He died in another accident just recently. I think this year too. He died of doing some other crazy thing. But he skydived from 128,000 feet. And Neil deGrasse Tyson gave a conference and was talking about that jump and said there's no way you could see the curvature of the Earth from that elevation. And that's way higher than an airplane. That's more than two times higher than an airplane flies. So it's not nowhere even near high enough. Because you got to remember that you have to see a significant portion of the Earth to see the curve of the Earth, because you have to see it as a circle, right? And if you're so close to the surface and you're looking across it, every point on the horizon is equidistant from you. It can only ever appear as a straight line until you're far enough away from it where you're seeing the Earth as a circle around, which is pretty far away. My estimation is like over 1,000 miles. I mean, there's hundreds and thousands of pictures of people taking pictures out of airplane windows that show no curve. And Dandelion posted Felix Baumgartner. The other thing that's important about the Baumgartner jump that people don't realize is that part of the video they made of it, so they take video from looking at the same shot, like looking out the window, when they're 10 feet off the ground and he's standing in the door, right? And the horizon cuts him right at midline. Well, right before he jumps out, he's at the door again, and the horizon's cutting him right at the midline. Well, according to the globe, the horizon should be dipped down 6 degrees. Right? That's 12 solar diameters. That's 12 widths of the sun. That horizon should be dipped down. It shouldn't be still lined up to his torso.
Yeah.
Yeah, so people aren't actually seeing any curve at high altitude. What made you think that they were?
I don't know. The videos kind of looked like it.
Well, the human eye is not capable of seeing past like 5,000 meters accurately.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I didn't really have that good questions. I'm tired. And
No. I mean, that's fine, dude. We're not, there's no pressure. We're here 24/7. So if you look in the chat, so what I was just talking about, the horizon cutting him in half right at the waist, it's in the same place. So this is 128,000 feet and 10 feet. If he's going up higher and the Earth's the ball, that horizon should be going down, down, down as he's rising above the ball instead of staying in at the same level. Because one of the arguments we hear from Globers, right, is that if you go up in a plane and you try to measure the horizon has a dip. It's dipped down, which proves the Earth is a ball. But this is evidence that that actually doesn't happen. In fact, the horizon is not the edge of the Earth at all. The horizon is purely an effect created by the meteorological conditions, purely optical, which is easy to demonstrate. Because if you go to the beach and you go repeated days, you'll see that the horizon will appear to be different distances on different days, which means it can't be the physical edge of the Earth unless the Earth is getting bigger and smaller. When I say physical edge, I mean a visual edge where the curvature starts, right? That's the end of the curvature. You can't see any ocean past it because the Earth is curving down and around into a ball. But if that location moves around and it's 10 miles one day, 3 miles another day, and 30 miles another day, that can't be the curve of the Earth. It has to be visual. So a lot of the premises of the globe that the horizon itself is the edge of the Earth, it's just wrong in the first place. Like, I can see the curve of the Earth from the airplane. Yeah, I mean, that assumes that that horizon is the edge of the ball that you can see. The limit of your vision is the edge of the ball, and that's determined by that. But there's even a NASA paper published that the horizon, a high altitude, is not measurable as a location because it's too opaque. It's too what would you call it? It's too diffuse. It's not well defined enough. Even if you're an airplane, even if you're in an airplane and you're like over pristine freaking ocean in the most perfect weather conditions, when you look at the horizon's a little blurred.
It's a lot blurred.
Yeah.
At 200 kilometers, I could hide a 100-meter object. You never see it.
Probably bigger than that if the color was a certain color. Painted it white or blue, you'd probably never see it. You'd probably be 1,000 meters tall and you couldn't see it.
Yep.
I got a college class in the morning. I should probably head to bed.
All right.
It's good to talk to you. Yeah.
It's nice to meet you guys. I'll have to pop in here another time. When I'm more awake, All right. See ya.
Peace.
Yep. Bye-bye. There's no globe.
We live on a globe.
The Earth was spinning. He'd never get to sleep. Who said we
Yeah,
live on a globe?
moving in multiple vectors would be worse than seasickness.
I bet it was Mansky that said that, wasn't it? He wanted to have the last word. There's no globe, Colonel Brad.
What stage of grief are you in, Mansky?
The best one.
Is denial the best one?
It's not just a river in Africa.
Acceptance. I accept the Earth as a globe.
Okay, so denial then.
I think he's in testing. He's testing the realistic solutions, and then he just said, I accept the Earth as a globe. That's not a realistic solution, buddy. Mansky, at least you'll never admit this, but I know that even if you realize the Earth is flat, you could never tell anybody because of the amount of ridicule you'd suffer. And that would lower your social status, and that would upset you greatly, so you never do that.
I could believe the Earth is flat and never tell anyone.
Yeah, you could, including us.
I don't care if I tell you, but I'm not going to go around telling people in real life.
Why? It doesn't matter, remember?
Because they'll think I'm fucking crazy.
Why would they think you're crazy? It doesn't matter.
Man, I sport my cap around everywhere. It says the Earth is flat. Didn't you know that? I wear it everywhere, man. Nobody says a word to me. That's cool, and everyone's friendly.
Mansky would call the police. We got a flat earther out here walking around with a hat on. Fuck.
Hilarious. I also wear, like today I was wearing it, and at the same time I'm wearing a Star Wars shirt. It's got a big stormtrooper on it.
Dude, you got. Oh, I love it. I love it, man. Dude, you're making me like, you know how they got like a NASA shirts with a globe, a NASA shirt with a fucking flat Earth space pizza. I bet you'd sell a ton of them. I gotta start my T-shirt company, man. I got a bunch of freaking T-shirts I've thought of.
Have you talked to Allison Angel, fitness trader girl or whatever?
No.
She never really talked a whole lot in Flat Earth Fridays, but she goes by Allie Angel on X, Twitter, whatever. And she has like a True Earther .com website that she sells like she sells shirts and she prints them as you order them, right? Like she's got this whole system set up for it and everything. And so I bought a few shirts from her, and my wife wears my shit all the time when we go to the immigration buildings. So I got one that looks like a Coca-Cola bottle, but it says Flat Earth. It's the real thing. She wears it all the freaking time. It's hilarious.
I love it, dude.
That one, and then
I'm slacking.
That one, and then there's another one that she wears. It's a little sheep, like a little cartoon sheep with a mask on, and it says "Think while it's still legal."
Yeah, like you can start a company, basically an online store, and that another person will basically print your T-shirts for you. You just got to come up with the design.
Yep.
Which I plan on doing, actually. I just haven't done it yet. But I got two good. I got one really good one. I'm not going to tell you guys. I'll steal the idea. Dude, normies would buy this one, especially if I make two versions. Especially around here, because like college nerds would like get it. You know what I mean? We'd get it too. Like people around here, we'd get it, but like, just funny. It's just kind of funny.
Yeah, I posted up a picture of the shirt my brother got me for Christmas one year because I told him I was a flat earther. I like the shirt, but he just has the freaking pizza earth on there, man. I was like, damn it. I wish that wasn't on there.
Yeah.
I know, man. That ruins it.
Yeah,
Is pineapple on that pizza?
No, not even pineapple on it.
I think it's intentional like that, though. I think that's created by some retard.
I think it's intentional too.
Even if it was just the words.
Or is he just trolling you?
Oh no, nobody else in my family and friends. Nobody is. I try talking with most of them. You know, I'll bring it up once, give them some basic proofs, and I'll never bring it up again after that unless they want to talk about it with me.
Dude, you gotta make a 2-minute pitch. After that, they're lost. Basically, yeah, I'm telling you, dude. I listen. I know. Okay, when you told them, as you're telling them, you can see them fading. They can't keep up, dude, because they never thought about it. You're giving them stuff that's making their brain explode. Right? I'm serious, man.
No, it's true.
That hamster wheel starts running so fast, dude, that they can't because people, they think complexly. They don't think you say something to them, right? And they think, oh, the consequences of this. Okay, that would mean the earth is flat. But then their mind don't stop there. Then they start thinking about the ramifications of that. And then you drop another fact on them. And their mind starts wandering even more. They're going at freaking light speed in their freaking brain. So you can't dump too much information on them, dude. You got to make it, because literally you can see it in their eyes that they can't.
They check out.
They can't keep up. Dude. They have to check out, man. It's like a self-preservation thing.
Yeah, they see the skin colors different, but yet they're like, "Oh, we're all the same." It's just so obvious.
What? Oh, Edgelord is back. Hi, Edgelord. I think if I say racist things, then I'm edgy.
That's not edgy, dude. It's just the truth.
It's just the truth. Just being edgier.
Edgier than flat Earth.
So lame. Dude, this is like the most low tier. Just go be gay.
You think blacks are as human as me?
I don't even know what you mean by black. What do you mean by black?
The blacks.
Who are they?
Oh. You don't know who they are?
Yeah, because
oh my god,
that's true. I agree. Because the question
I know a guy called
people from all over the
Black.
place
they are.
People from all over the place have black skin, right? So there's people that are born like in Kerala, India. They're black as the blackest African. Are they black?
No, it's not. It's not as dark as the Dinka tribe.
Oh, really? How do you know that?
Because the Dinka tribe is so dark they look like tires.
Yeah? How do you know people born in Kerala, India aren't that dark?
Yeah, dude, you're asking an internet racist about admix from ASI and ANI.
Are Indians black people? Is the question.
No, obviously not. They're Dravidians.
Well, they're black.
No,
he called himself an internet racist. What, you can't be a racist?
No, I'm just trying to figure out what you mean by black, dude. Do you mean black skin? Do you mean from Africa?
I mean black African.
Oh, black Africans.
Yeah.
What if they're born like in Egypt?
Well, it's socioeconomic, so they'll just turn white.
What about the freaking Boers? What about the Boers that were born in South Africa?
The Boers are turning black because of socioeconomics.
They're turning black because of socioeconomic reasons?
Yeah, they're getting poor and they're turning dark.
So what you're saying is, so this is like nature and nurture. So the environment, the social environment is changing their skin color.
Yeah, you add lead in the water, they get darker. You take lead out of the water,
Can
they
you
get
tell us
whiter.
what biological mechanism does that?
The MAOA gene.
The MAOA gene?
Yeah.
How does the environment affect the MAOA gene?
Well, you see, when they engage in more lead,
No, that does
in
tell
their
me
diet,
that you're not telling me anything about
it
the biology, how
upregulates
it works.
melanin.
No, listen. How does the socioeconomic status affect the gene, dude?
It's like sunlight and stuff, dude.
Yeah, that's nature. That's not socioeconomic status.
It is. They can afford houses, man. So they have to stay outside.
Apparently they only need to afford sunlight.
Yeah. So if you can afford to be white, I guess you can be white.
So that means if you can afford not to be in the sun?
Yeah.
Oh.
Sounds like you're just fucking lazy.
Sounds like you're just fucking dumber than rocks.
Well, that's weird because it's not the stereotype.
Look, bro, you can't even define what black is. You don't even have a definition. You can't even tell me who I should be mad at.
You don't have to be mad at anyone. It's just you were talking about things that are so obvious.
But how do I avoid these people you're talking about if you
you're
can't
like,
define what they are or
we're
what
all
makes them
human
unique?
beings, and then you look at them
I
and
didn't say anything
wow,
like
they're
that.
totally different.
Dude, I'm trying to be as forgiving to your argument as possible. You're saying there's some group of things that aren't human beings, which are posing as human beings, and I want to know, how do I differentiate who these are? You said black, and then I'm like,
not necessarily
well, what about
saying
the
they aren't
Indians? They're colored
hominids.
black, and then you're like, not them. Okay,
Yeah,
so
the
how do
Indians
I
are
figure out which is the? How do I identify the people?
Yeah,
you're
I don't like
talking
them
about?
either.
How do I identify the people you're talking about?
Would you like me to give you like?
How do I
brain
identify the
volume?
people you're
You want
talking
brain
about?
volume?
How do I identify the people you're
You want
talking about?
calcers?
How do I identify the people you're talking about? That's 6 times now.
By their name.
By their name.
The black.
So like John.
I figured it out. I think I figured out your problem, and is you're actually covetous of the capaciousness of their corpus cavernosa.
Yeah, I actually am very jealous of the hyper-melanated gangsters.
Just look, bro. Just tell us the truth. Who hurt you?
Yeah, the truth is,
when did she?
I'm envious at King Von.
When did your girlfriend leave you for Tyrone?
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah, brother. Show us on the flat Earth where the doll hurt you.
Yeah, show me on the flat Earth where the Anglo touched you.
I think I hit a nerve. He's freaking banging her right now. He's gonna impregnate her with a half black baby and then freaking leave her, and then she's gonna go back to you, and you're gonna take her back and raise a half black child.
He's never had.
You watch way too much porn, dude.
How is that in porn? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know why your mind would go to that, dude.
That's some soap opera drama porn.
Crazy. You're watching it for the plot. That's the problem.
Because I'm making a generalization, a hasty generalization, like you are.
A stereotype.
A stereotype that all people that come in here railing against blacks but can't define what blacks are.
Actually, I've never been wronged by one.
Had their woman taken by a black and,
I think that's the
and got
difference,
impregnated
right?
by a black, and now they're simping
Yeah,
for that
most of the
chick
people
raising
you
that
meet
black
don't
baby.
like blacks because of some like social or economic reason. I'm not like them.
Yeah, I don't think you know any black people other than the one that took your girl.
Yeah, people? Yeah, correct. I don't know any black people. I've met a few blacks, though.
Yeah, I don't know how you knew they were black because you can't define what that even is.
Ex-slave.
Ex-slave
in the U.S.
Well, there were, when they passed the
Ex-slave
14th Amendment, there was 100,000 of what you would call white slaves. So that can't be the criteria.
100,000 white slaves? No, whites have never been slaves.
White
slaves.
What? Whites have never been slaves? Are you retarded, dude?
Yeah. No, tell me what whites have been slaves.
Yeah.
Slavs. The word Slav.
They're not white.
They're not white. Slavs aren't white.
Correct.
Ukrainians aren't white.
Correct.
White. He said white.
I don't know what white is. Are you white?
I'm white.
Oh, yeah. How do you know that?
The mirror test.
Hold on,
The
brother.
mirror test.
Hold
So
on.
we're
Let's
back
do a
to skin
test.
color.
Let's do a test. All right. What I want you to do is I want you to say whipped cream.
Dude, you don't say it that way, man. That's crazy.
Say it. Say it right now.
Dude, you don't say whipped cream.
Apparently, you don't watch Family Guy. You uncultured swine.
Totally.
That's left over from the Old English. The hua.
Oh man. And where's the part where you demonstrate that you're intellectually superior to anybody, let alone somebody you call black?
Well, that's the thing. It's not about superiority to me. I'm not like a socioeconomic consequentialist racist. Like, I don't dislike blacks because they commit crime. I'm actually envious of them for committing crime.
Oh my god, that was so racist to say that.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah,
So you're
we
a
know
little,
black.
I got it, bro. You're a little bitch simp, and you're vicariously living out your fantasies through other people. I got it.
That's right.
Well, it's not really about like a bitch
Some
simp
black dude
thing. I
committed a
just
crime
have
on your
like
bed sheet.
forethought, right? And I'm just like, yeah, there's heavy consequences for them, right? And I'm not willing to pay those consequences yet. However, it does sound fun to do drive-bys. Like, that sounds fun. Like, I don't hate blacks for that. I think that's cool.
Who even does drive
Let's get rid of this guy.
That's so 1980.
Yeah, I think he's more interested in drive-throughs.
Yeah.
This is the most
Two number nines
fake
large,
racist shtick I've ever seen in my life.
No, you've never.
You're not
seen
even a
anything
good
like this.
racist, dude. You suck at that.
I'm the
dude.
only racist.
Dude, you suck at racism.
No, I don't.
Let me ask this question, Ann.
Libtards.
And
He's like,
and,
no, I don't suck at racism.
all right, let's lay it
I've been
down.
my whole life.
Yeah, lay it down. N, are you a cyborg, Mr. N?
Hell no. I don't like no
All right.
flankers.
Cyborg master race. Deal with it.
Okay. You got me.
I know. Shodan will be proud.
Look, if we
divide by zero.
If we took human beings from all over the world and we skinned them alive, could you positively ID what race they are?
Yeah, you could.
How?
Their skeleton structure and their skull shapes.
Their skeleton structure.
Yeah, you could actually do that. That was actually the worst example.
What is the accuracy of that methodology?
Skull shape?
No,
you
the
could get
skeletal
the
structure identification of race.
I mean, the AI can do it.
The AI can do it. No, human beings can't even do it.
However, skull shape, you can measure the calipers, and you could get the continent.
Yeah, whatever, dude.
I think the problem is I know way more about that.
Phrenology, okay?
No, it's not phrenology, it's
working.
craniometry. Phrenology is like astrology. It's like where you believe, oh, you have 3 bumps on the back of your head. You were born in February, and you are, eccentric. That's what phrenology is. Craniometry is like, your brain volume is as much.
Well, you could have one huge bump, right? And that would make your cranium larger.
No, that would just make him a unicorn.
You'll make you a cone head?
Yeah.
Brain volume has nothing to do with intelligence, right? It's 0.
Brain volume has a 0.25 correlation.
Yeah, horseshit. What's the sample size? I'm saying horseshit. What's the sample size?
I don't remember that part. I only remember the important part.
What is the intelligence metric?
Just standard.
How do you know when I say correlate to intelligence? What metrics for intelligence do they use to correlate?
They just correlate it to Raven matrices.
Intelligence measured how?
Raven matrices.
What?
Raven matrices.
Raven matrices? What even
matrices.
Is that?
It's how they perform IQ tests
now. They calculate matrix mathematics? That's how they figured out how intelligent they are?
It's based on pattern recognition, so no mathematics nor
so an IQ
words.
Test.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, IQ tests don't work in adults. They were made for children, retarded children. In fact, they were made to identify people with handicaps. They weren't made to identify intelligence.
No, they were originally made to see who could integrate with the West with immigration.
No, that is not why they were invented, dude. That's horseshit.
Yeah.
First published shit
That's not
on
horseshit.
IQ
You're
was
just making
published
up
as far
stuff.
as retarded children.
How many
You're
blacks have you
making shit
kissed?
up. You're making shit up because
Do
now
you
you're
love
getting
black
more
people?
and more desperate.
Hey,
Everything you said is
How many
just
have you
cap.
kissed? It's not
And I didn't-
cap, dude.
Yeah, it
And
is
I'll tell
cap,
you-
but it's demonstrated as cap because
No,
it's
you
well
just
known.
you don't
it's
like them because
well
they're
known
poor.
that
I
there
don't
is
like
no
them because they're
correlation
black.
between intelligence and brain volume.
That's the difference, man.
There's
I don't
no
see them
correlation
as
between
like
intelligence and brain volume, though there is
yeah,
a
there is. It's
correlation between
0.25.
intelligence and surface area of the brain.
Yeah, you don't know
Surface
even
area.
about Alan
So,
Bergman's law.
bro,
Yeah, I get
no.
it. You're talking about dolphins.
No, I'm
Oh,
talking.
look at
No,
dolphins.
I'm not talking about
They got more
dolphins.
folds.
No,
Hey,
no,
N.
I'm not talking about
N.
Yeah.
humans, dude.
Yeah,
Talking about
what's up?
humans.
Okay, then we're not talking about
Hey,
black.
Indio, I bet you this kid has a flat back of his head.
Fucking 100%, dude. The back
No, I
of
have an
his head is
occipital
flat
bun.
as fuck.
See, I'm not fully human either. I'm part Neanderthal.
Dude, take a side view. Take a side view profile picture. Blur out your face because we don't want to dox you. We just want to see that the back of your head is flat.
It's not flat.
How do you know? Can you see it?
But I do have an occipital bone, dude.
I bet the
We don't
top
care
is
about
flat.
that. We don't care about the flat back of your head because you do not.
Well, I can't have a flat back on my head, dude. I was always laid face
Yeah,
down.
he does.
He's probably
He's
got a
all
dent
mad,
on
dude.
the
Someone
top of
said
his
something to
head.
him in school when he was like fucking 8.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
Hey, he probably has a dent on the top of his head from wearing headphones all the time.
That's right. That's socioeconomics.
Fucking.
Hmm.
Dude, it's like you freaking reached into the sociology textbook and pulled out a potpourri of buzzwords and started coming in the chat and blabbing.
No, the funny part is you thought I could read.
No, I didn't.
Well, then why did I open the textbook? Was it a sound book?
No,
Did
I
it have
said
little
reach your
pop-up
hand into
farm
the
animals
attack-
too?
I said it is like it was an analogy.
The cow
fantasy
goes
analogy, right? It was
socioeconomics.
like, how could you reach into the textbook and pull out words, dummy?
I don't
Come on,
read.
bro. Try to keep up.
I'm just wondering why I can see that they're different from 400 yards away.
You
and
can't
I'm
even tell
supposed
me
to,
who
like-
that is, who you're even talking about. Until you can tell me
You
who
mean
you're
what?
talking about. Yeah, you just keep saying blacks, but you can't define what that is. You already
Africans.
agreed it's not the color.
People that spend too much time in the sun, he reckons.
Until we mention Africa, and then it is the color all of a sudden. It's not the color in India, but it's the color in Africa.
Yeah, it's obvious, like, if you're in the
And now it's
Anglosphere.
obvious.
Yeah.
Is that your axiom?
Especially in
It's
the
obvious?
United States. When I say the blacks, you know I'm referring to Africa.
No, I don't know who you're referring to.
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
No, you're talking about these brothers in town.
Look, I'm
Jeff-
like you.
About
I live in a
Black,
place
Tom
with a
Black.
lot of foreigners in it, right?
I mean, would
Cambridge
you
is
like
an
me to use the
international
Latin?
airport. So when you say
If I use the
black,
Latin,
that
would you know
covers
who I'm
so
talking
many
about?
different nationalities. I don't know who you're talking about.
Well, nationality is just a magic piece of paper. That doesn't
I
mean
know what
anything.
nationality is, dude. I'm
What is
just
it?
saying is that they're all different colors, cultures, ethnicities. I don't know what you mean when you say
Yeah,
black.
I mean, they're not
I'm
even
asking
the
to be
same, so
specific.
how are they the same as us?
No,
Same as me.
Who is they, dude?
They.
Who?
The nationalities that are different and diverse.
No, the they that you're talking about, the days that are different.
No, I was talking about the they you're talking about.
You said nationality was a piece of paper.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
the
you
piece
said
of
they're
paper is
diverse.
a different color.
And
What are you
culture.
talking about now?
And they're as poor ethnicities are so smart as white ethnicities, dude.
What are you blabbing about?
That's like
What
a
is
Joe
an
Biden
ethnicity?
quote.
What is an ethnicity? What is that?
Ethnicity is same culture, blood, history, language.
Okay, so if some people in the Congo kidnap a freaking white girl, now she's an ethnic Congolese.
She'll be amalgamated. She'll be
Yeah,
a
but
beast
does
in no
that
nation.
make her an ethnic Congolese? Does that make her a black person?
No. Person? No.
Oh, so she's not a person anymore because she got kidnapped by Africans?
Correct.
So anyone that's kidnapped by Africans in Africa, they should just be abandoned.
Any white that becomes a
Are they
victim is no longer
contaminated?
white. No, it's not about being contaminated. It's just like if you're a victim, you can't be white.
Victim of who?
Any type of victim.
No, but like victim of who?
It doesn't matter.
Well, obviously you can't be white because you've just been victimized by me.
No, I haven't.
You might want to
You're trying
rewind
too
the
hard,
tape.
man.
You might want to rewind the tape, dude. You're riding a big fat fucking L. Can't even tell me who the they is that we should be looking out for. How you gonna say?
Oh, I'm not looking out for them, man. I understand them completely.
You don't even know who it is you understand.
You don't talk to them because you're like, they're poor.
I don't even know who they
They're
is.
this way. They're this way.
I don't know who they
because
is. I don't know who you're talking about.
socioeconomics.
You could be one of the things you're
blacks.
talking about. You could be the black white
Yeah,
supremacist.
I'm black.
Could be. How would I know?
You got me. You caught me, dude.
Well, how do I know you're not in that category?
Are you part of Hypergloria?
No, do you know
or
what categories
Ogartha?
are? You've invented a category. I'm asking you to
No, I don't know
define what the
anything about metaphysics.
I'm asking you to tell us how we know there's a member in that category. You can't tell us, so I'm deciding to put you in the category.
Okay.
Okay? How do you know, like, it's called a set, so you made a set
I don't know.
category. How do I know when something is within that set? Okay? Are you in that category? Are you in the category that you made up?
I didn't make up the category.
Oh, yeah, you did. 'Cause you
No,
can't
when I
define
say
it.
the blacks,
Other people aren't as
that's
dumb as you.
something
They
that-
would define it.
I did define it. Ex-slaves
No,
in the
you
United
didn't.
States. Yeah, I did.
How do I know when someone's a member of the category?
I don't know
What
how you know
distinguishes-
anything, man.
What distinguishes them from everything else?
Skin color, skull shape.
Okay, you already covered that. You already denied that in India.
Yeah, they have different skull shapes.
Okay, they have different skull shapes.
Like
in
when
India.
they went to Australia, right, and they saw the really dark Aboriginals, they instantly knew they weren't like African dark. They were a different
Yeah.
kind. The very
Okay.
first racists that discovered them. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, notice how you're changing the subject from how we know when
not.
somebody gets into that category.
I say the blacks, and obviously
Yeah.
you can tell I'm American, and you're like, "Well, was it the Dravidians?"
You keep contradicting
No, it
yourself. You
wasn't.
keep saying
I haven't
skin
contradicted
color,
myself at
but you
all.
already said not skin color.
No, it is skin color, and it's also skull
You
shape.
already said that it's more than
No,
skin
if
color.
they're black,
There's more
they're still
criteria
different.
than that.
It doesn't like blacks can be different from one another. However,
I'm talking about
if they're
Indians
black, they're
of dark
different from
skin.
me.
People born in the Indian subcontinent with dark skin, are they blacks?
Are they Telugu?
Are they blacks?
Are they East Pakistani? What Indian subcontinent are we talking about? Like what part?
India.
Yeah, what part? Talking Punjab?
What do they
Kashmir?
call it? No, southern India.
Rajasthan?
Southern India.
Southern.
I think it's called Dawala.
Yeah, the west side or the east side? Or the south?
Southern.
Yeah, the east or the west side of the south.
Doesn't matter.
It does matter.
There's no skin color difference.
Yes, there is.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
How much darker?
You get it more darker on the east side.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, with the Tamils and the Telugus.
Are they black?
They're darker.
Yeah, are they black?
They're not
Are
as
they
black
in your
as
category?
Bengalis. Yeah,
Are
the
they in your
darkest Indians
category?
are like Bengalis.
If you don't fucking answer this question, the next time I ask you, you're getting banned. Are they black? Yes or,
or
no?
what? That's right. Ultimatums.
Bye-bye. See you later. Sorry to put you all through that. I just thought that dude needed to just be exposed as an absolute freaking clown. Dude, fucking world's worst racist. How you gonna convince other people to be racist when you can't even define what you're racist against? Why was Lilith skanking? Someone drag her in here.
Oh, that dude said that he wasn't going to be getting in tonight. Tomorrow, if you're going to be on. He said he's going to get 5 evidences or proofs or whatever for us.
A pentaproof?
Yeah. We've just been asking for one this entire time.
Use me. And there's some crazy dudes in that server, man.
Missed the first few people that were muted in here earlier. I had to go for a little bit. I just noticed you were streaming. What are you playing today?
System Shock.
I've never even heard of this game. Oh,
30
like
years
Halo,
old.
actually.
The
This is
remake.
30 years old? Oh, I was about to say, I was like, bro, no freaking way.
They redid the graphics.
Looks like a mix of Halo and Doom.
This is one of the figureheads of the genre. This is actually came out. This came out within the year that Doom came out. The original Doom.
No shit. This game looks great.
Man.
What the how do you see that, dude? Yeah, it looked invisible to me.
Dude, I got advanced cybernetic implants.
Oh, of course. Forgot about those. You know, this game kind of reminds me of Dead Space 2. That's true. Halo 2 was very good. That's something we can agree on. Is that like an evil Cortana? What is that?
Yep. Shodan. All right.
I was gonna say, damn, you gotta like up your sensitivity, man. I feel like it's moving super slow. Are you playing on controller?
Yep.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay, never mind.
I have it turned low.
Man, every time I see you play a game, I want to play that damn game.
Dude, this game is, like I said, it's one of the figureheads in gaming. It's pretty much a must play.
It even has an inventory. Was this inventory thing in the first one too? It's like Resident Evil 4 style inventory.
Oh, shotgun mod? Heck yeah. I can't even buy it because I got too much crap on me. Let's get rid of this for now. Pulse rifle. Oh, heck yeah, bro.
The fuck, you just gobbled it up.
Heck yeah. Sound like Donkey Kong. How am I back here? Straight. I gotta go straight. Dude, what the heck?
Dude, this map looks so confusing. This looks like a first-person Metroidvania.
Yeah, you don't get anything. You have to figure it all out on your own.
Oh, shit.
This is a hardcore game, dude. Can hear that chick. What the heck, dude? Alright, that's just going back in a loop. Here it is. Nope.
Your map doesn't even tell you when you're like changing floors or anything. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'd get lost in there. Oh,
Nables. It's Nables the Great. Oh, here's a door. Sweet.
Indeed it is. Isn't it Indio?
Nables, you got any new globe proofs?
So yeah, I downloaded System Shock too, the remaster. Not bad, dude. It's actually as fun as I remember. It's a freaking good game, man.
Heck, all you guys played this game but me?
Never played System Shock?
I never played that game.
Dude.
It's a genre-defining moment, bro.
It's like one of the greatest first-person shooters ever made. That's saying something.
I want to say I think Doom was. After Doom was probably GoldenEye.
No, this is way better than those.
Do you actually believe the Earth is flat, man?
Believe? I don't believe that shit, dude.
Of course you believe.
No, believe would be acceptance without evidence.
That's not what believe means, moron.
That's literally what it says in the dictionary.
No, okay, you read the dictionary for everything?
Well, when it comes to defining words and what they mean, yeah, that's what it's for.
Yeah, then you don't know what words mean in academic context. Read books.
I'm talking about the Oxford Dictionary.
Shut the fuck up. I'm muting you. I'm server muting you. In my server, I own this room. I'm Nables the fucking Great.
Your Nables the band.
Yeah.
And Nables, I thought you were going to have something, a good point, bro. I thought you were going to have a good point. Killing me, Smalls.
No, especially since you're Rob Utah's friend. Like, you should have something.
I'm gonna change your name to Nables the Flaccid.
Well, you can't even do that.
Mhm.
Not funny. He can't even do that. Globe Earth easily disproven? Question mark. No surface curvature. No globe.
Do you dispute that?
Funny.
Do you dispute that, Nables?
What?
Do you dispute that if there's no surface curvature, there's no globe?
No, I would not dispute that.
Okay, cool. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Huh? How'd that happen?
There's no surface curvature.
Let's try, bitch.
Why didn't they make a new engine for System Shock 2, man? That's lame.
They actually gave System Shock 2 away for free if you bought the System Shock 1 remaster.
You could just ask Rock why.
Well, I got it for free. I bought it on Pirate Bay.
You guys need to get Grok.
Grok?
Yeah.
Why? Why do I use that?
Because it's a productivity enhancer and it's a maximizer of truth.
A maximizer of truth. How would a probability matrix be a maximizer of truth exactly?
By predicting the most likely next characters that correspond to the truest knowledge. Yeah.
That's what it does. Not just
the truth knowledge.
The delusion of human beings. The truth knowledge. Really?
Yeah. The knowledge.
How do you know this is true? I got it out of the truth knowledge jar.
So in 500 years, will everything that's on Grok be wrong?
Probably. Well, not everything. I think 2 + 2 will equal still equal 4.
Is truth transient?
No.
Okay, then it can't be telling truth.
To the best of our knowledge, that's how it works.
Oh, Nables, I thought you said that you knew the Earth was a globe. Why would we talk to Grok?
So that he can tell you why you're wrong about your flat Earth math.
But why don't you tell us how we're wrong since you know?
Because every time I try, you guys
math. We use globe math.
You guys use these mental gymnastics to stay in the dark, ignorant.
Mental gymnastics to stay in the dark. Okay, how much curvature of the Earth there is there?
Oh.
What do you mean? Like the circumference?
No, how much curvature, like drop over distance from eye level? I draw a straight line from the eye out to
7
how fast does that drop away?
inches per mile squared. 7 inches per mile.
8 inches per mile squared.
8 inches per mile.
No, is that flat Earth math? Or is that
it wouldn't be squared. It wouldn't be squared.
No, it's squared. Yeah.
Squared would
per
imply
mile. That's a slope, dingbat.
Yes, per mile implies.
Yeah, I guess we better ask Grok. You're freaking dumber than Grok is.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask Grok right now.
Yeah. Ask Grok if 8 inches per mile is a slope.
Hi, Grok. Is it 8 inches per mile or 8 inches per mile squared? I'm pretty sure it's 8 inches per mile.
Oh my goodness. Why did you add the grade? 8 inches
per mile squared. Grok? What? Grok? I thought that was an area.
Grok, if it's not squared.
Grok, you were friends. He's just supposed to agree with whatever you think.
You're absolutely right to be confused. Per mile squared sounds like an area, but in this context, it's not an area at all. 8 inches per mile squared does not mean 8 inches of drop per square mile of land. What it actually means is the drop proportional to the square of the distance. The constant is 8 inches when the distance is in miles. Okay. That makes sense.
Demon.
You have your child sitting there? Nables? You getting us cursed like that?
Oh, I guess it was. Yeah, he's on mute now.
Staying on mute, bro. Fucking jackass. Wish I could deafen him.
All right. I'm going to go head to bed then on that note. You guys have a great day or a great night.
Yeah.
Take care, everybody.
You too. I should probably pass out soon. I'm enthralled by this game.
I was just watching it the whole time. All right. Take care, guys. Peace.
Even YouTube's watching them. YouTube, you watching? Damn, I'm gonna need to bootleg this game now, man. This game looks dope, man. But you don't have psionics in this, do you? You don't have psi ability, right?
No.
Fuck, dude, that's my favorite thing, dude.
Get melted.
Do the weapons take damage in this one, like the other one?
No.
Yeah, I hardly remember this, man. This came out way. Didn't this come out in like 95?
94.
Yeah.
So this game, you have to manage all your items, right? But you can put items in these boxes. You can leave items on the floor and come back and get them later. And you have to like bring all your items onto each new floor with you.
So basically, what you're doing is like just dragging your shit everywhere with you. That's
well, you got to manage it because it's kind of like the resources are limited, and if you just be left like this, bro.
Dude, you're basically a space bag lady. I might need this someday. Fucking. Yeah, I saw a homeless person. I don't know if I ever told you. I saw a homeless person like downtown Boston. He was in the alley. He had a shopping cart, and at the corners were poles. And at the top of these poles, you know the little cage for the utility light? Just the cage part?
Yep.
He had just the cage, but he had like a fucking 100 of them all tied together at the top of the poles. Like, where the fuck did you get just the cage, dude? How did you get 100 utility light cages, man? You remember the old one, so you wouldn't break the bulb? They had that little fucking cage he was in? Yeah. They were like all strung together on the top. And I'm like, where the hell did you get all these cages? And then once you found them, what possessed you to frickin' accumulate them? And then bring them around with you everywhere in Boston?
He's trying to get his own lacrosse team.
Yeah. You make fuck, man.
Get enough
Children's lacrosse
broomsticks.
team, right?
Yeah.
That was his next collection, pull sticks or broomsticks or something.
Damn it.
Dude, I'm freaking aggravated. This looks so good, dude. And System Shock 2 looks like ass relatively.
Dude, this is. Kicking my ass right here.
System Shock 2 apparently has a system to install mods. Some freaking graphics mods, bro.
Crap. Guess that's the only way out. Oh. All right, we'll deal with that real quick. Can you imagine if you're in a real life situation like this? You'd just be dead.
Yeah, I can't really imagine it. Reshade.
No room. What the fuck?
Yo, AI, they have a VR mod for that.
Damn. If this game in VR would be sick.
Yeah, it would.
Oh. Awesome. This is a base. Frick yeah, buddy. Whoa, 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 whoa. Now I can get my gear from the basement. Look at that. Oh! Amazing. Is that your globe proof? The echo of your burp reverberates around the curve of the earth.
Who did that, dude? The immaturity of Gobers is astounding.
That's the antenna. Yo. There it is. The heck? Oh, you little bitch.
Is 24/7 recording and posting this on YouTube?
Oh yeah.
Yes, why?
What a human piece of fucking garbage. What a sellout.
How you figure?
Yeah, let's give Google all the information they need, bro. You're a fucking cancer. Bye.
Damn, called the fuck out.
Is that what that was? Yeah, well, opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one and they all stink. Another moron that thinks he's got a VPN and somehow he's safe.
He's one of those flat earthers that you can only be a flat earther if you never tell anyone. Got to keep it a secret for the in club.
Yeah. We're talking on YouTube. Google's collecting our information. They're voice printing what we're doing right now. There gives me black helicopters outside my house any freaking minute. There ain't no shame in my game, nigga.
See, Shodan thought she trapped me in there. Yo.
Damn, man. How the frick do you mod system shut? What the hell's wrong with that thing, man?
Oh, what the...
He's having some fucking issues right now.
India, what do you have against VPNs, dude?
What?
What do you have anything against VPNs? You're criticizing the guy. Oh, he might have a VPN. He's a moron. What's that all about?
I said he thinks because he has a VPN, he's safe.
Well,
you're not safe, dude. Every router on the internet was compromised a long time ago.
You think?
Did you guys ever read the Snowden fucking files, man?
Yeah, bro.
Routers that get shipped, if they don't have freaking if they don't already know a 0-day hack for the BIOS for that freaking router, I'm not talking about Cisco routers or Juniper routers, not the router in your house. I'm talking about the freaking
intermediary ones.
I'm talking about the shit that's at fucking AT&T. Okay, I'm not talking about the shit in your house. If they don't have a hack for that BIOS, they intercept that freaking thing in transit and reflash it with their own BIOS.
Reflashing
they flash the firmware, dude.
Oh, the firmware. Okay. But what's all about?
Intercept it in shipping and reflash the firmware with their own with a backdoor in it.
Okay. So at best, somewhere throughout one of the hops, right, between you and say your VPN ingress, what's the problem? If everything's over, like fucking WireGuard or something like that, like the material itself is encrypted, that's fine. But here, like the issue is the IP, right? Obviously, an IP doesn't save you from everything, right? But it's really the issue with VPN is people mostly use it for, like I use it for the end service in question, not knowing my native IP.
Yeah.
Right? Of course, it doesn't change. It doesn't save you from anything. If you're putting stupid shit out there, of course, like, yeah, no shit.
Well, let me ask you this. He said, give Google everything. That was his argument. Oh, you guys are streaming at YouTube. You're giving Google everything. If Google wants his fucking IP address, they'll get it. Okay, fucking.
Yeah.
All
But
this
that
shit
wasn't
has backdoors.
that wasn't his
in it.
critique.
Every encryption that's available has been broken. Okay, I have no doubt. All these have fucking collisions, hash collisions. I think the RSA might be the RSA spec might be good because the government itself uses it, and it was privately.
Yeah.
It was privately developed. Whereas all the known algorithms, like the one Bitcoin uses, the NSA encryption, right? It's an NSA encryption algorithm. NSA has a book, yeah. NSA had a book where they printed off a bunch of encryption algorithms, and the one that was used for Bitcoin is, I don't know, I can't remember the name. It's like fucking number 172K something. They just like fucking threw a dart at the book and picked a random one.
Well, I thought they did use RSA for the public and private keys. Oh, wasn't that the main issue? Like, oh shit, got quantum computers. The fucking Shor's algorithm can crack RSA. Blah 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 blah. Your private keys are fucked. Yada yada yada. Wasn't that one of the big deals?
Hold on.
They used SHA-256, I think, for the hashes and RSA. No.
Yeah, hold on a second, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the particular it's a particular algorithm.
I mean, at any rate, that's secondary to the main issue. Like the VPN thing. Of course, it's not going to save you from everything. Fuck. If you're putting CP out there, it doesn't matter what VPN you use. They'll fucking not probate. What's the term where the government sends a formal request to an agency of some shit?
NSA contractor Edward Snowden suggests the NSA put a backdoor in the dual ECG-DRGB standard. Is an algorithm that was presented as a cryptographically secure pseudo-random number generator using methods in elliptic curve cryptography.
Yeah. ECC, yeah.
Yeah, the algorithm itself is compromised.
Okay.
That it has a collision somewhere.
With what odds compared to RSA?
They only need to know what it is. They only need to know what causes a collision.
Oh, shit. Yeah, okay. One instance of it? Yeah. So that would mean... So if there's a collision using a certain key set or whatever, then what? They can force you to use that key set upon handshake.
Well, what I'm imagining would happen, you cause a collision at the decryption, in the decryption software.
But wouldn't the client have to use that particular key set that is known, with a certain, whatever the N and the E and the Ds are, or whichever one's public or private or something like that? Like if the client deliberately is deliberately forced to use a known set of prime numbers or whatever that are known to collide somewhere, then they can decrypt it because they know what the other corresponding value is. Something like that.
I don't. What I'm thinking is that a collision happens when you get the same output from two different inputs.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So when you decrypt, right, you have to take that output and and reconstruct the original input. Now, which one is it?
Well, part of the inputs are the keys, right? So you have
hold on. Say you have Mary had a little lamb. and was the first sentence, and fleece was white as snow was the second sentence. Both those, when encrypted, end up with the same encryption hash, right? The same hexadecimal fucking string. The same encryption string. Okay? Ends up being identical. So on the other end, when you go to decrypt it, which is it? Is it Mary Had a Little Lamb, or is it fleece as white as snow?
Oh, I see what you mean. I'm not sure if that's the
so
third.
when your software decrypts it, which one does it think it is?
Well, that's the thing, dude.
Now your encryption is broke, but now your encryption's broken.
Well, it is in what you're talking. My understanding is in what you're talking about. Yeah, there's a collision.
Decryption is broken, really.
I thought I understood though that in this context, the issue comes from the keys being potentially what causes the same encryption. So, for example, if I have a prime number 7, right, and then using a certain algorithm, I happen to know that if a prime number 7 is used to encrypt something, but also the prime number 13, if I force somebody to encrypt something with 7 and I intercept it, I can decrypt it with 13.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah,
that's what I thought the issue was, right? Because it's not about the data itself. It's that's the issue. It's the material being used as inputs, i.e., the keys, to encrypt something. So if you have like a master key or something, duplicate key or a dual use set of keys, for someone to use one of those keys, and you can decrypt it, right?
Yeah,
that's what I thought the issue was.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean,
at any rate, right? At any rate, but that's an issue of implementation.
I can't remember off the top of my head because this is a long time ago that I learned this shit. We're talking fucking 2000, 25 fucking years ago.
Yeah.
Now, there's a way to exploit a collision, a mapping collision, because they had this problem. It was it made MD. Do you remember MD5?
Yeah, the hash. Yeah.
Yeah, MD5 is super crackable because it has something like fucking 300,000 collisions. The MD5 hash.
That's why they implement salts and shit to try and patch it up, but even that only gives it.
Yeah, that didn't. Yeah, exactly. It didn't fucking work, right? So like,
it didn't help. It didn't help that.
There's a way to export it. Like, that's just like the amateur way of exploiting collisions. But I'm sure there's more complex mathematical methods to use a collision to decrypt the frickin' bit stream in software on the other end, right? Say you have a piece of software that decrypts an algorithm to decrypt it, and then you get this collision, right? Your computer gets the bit stream which says E3 5F2 whatever, and you go decrypt that, and it can mean two different things. How does the software deal with that?
Yeah, I thought like I was saying before, I thought the main issue was one input can have two different key inputs can have the same output, so you can use two different keys to encrypt or decrypt. I'm not sure.
What you would actually do is a man-in-the-middle attack.
Exactly.
And you would decrypt it. You decrypt the bit stream while it's on its way, and maybe there's something you can do, because like the network packet gets encapsulated in encrypted. What the hell do they used to call it? Like P2P or L2TP gets encapsulated in endpoints, right? So when I say endpoints, I mean the endpoints of like the frickin' packet. The packet, the endpoints inside the packet will be the encrypted message.
Yeah.
But the endpoints so it knows where to be routed to that won't be encrypted, right?
No, the destination IPs, those are in the clear, of course.
Yeah, So these are supposed to prevent man-in-the-middle attacks. But if you can break through the frickin' L2TP layer and get to the actual encrypted message and then cause some sort of collision,
yeah,
maybe you can decrypt the message as it's being passed through the fucking router, and then while it's being streamed. Because you don't need to decrypt all of it. You don't only need to decrypt portions of it to reconstruct it. Because the same way ChatGPT.
Not if it's a stream. No, because stream ciphers need the stream versus block ciphers. One of them you can do chunk by chunk, and hopefully the chunk in question here you can actually decrypt that, re-encrypt it, and then manipulate or whatever, and it happens to fit in the actual data structure in question that actually means something to the other side. Whereas if it's a stream, I think you need the entire stream, right? You need the entire stream to decrypt it because they're all kind of chained together in a way. Like if you use AES, for example.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of way Bitcoin works because like each block has the previous block hash embedded in it.
Yeah. So the odds of these happening, right? Like they're getting smaller and smaller.
According to what we know.
Right. I mean, look, my understanding is
you're assuming these technologies weren't developed in the first place to just be one fucking giant honeypot. And that all the mathematical texts on like how they work and how they're unbreakable are just all wrong. That they've known that they are breakable, they are wrong, and that there is some mathematical technique from which to decrypt this shit. And that you just don't know about it.
Yeah, there's always that, right? If there is not that for something particular, right, and the theories hold, then the big question is a matter of implementation. Because the implementations themselves, you take at face value, or we take at face value that they're robust, but that's where the backdoors are put in, right? There's the mathematical backdoors, i.e. deliberate collisions, known collisions or whatever that are kept secret or whatever. That's why a lot of this shit's open source because they try and patch it and whatever. It's a community thing, supposedly, right? But then there's the implementation backdoors where it's like, fuck it, this implementation, this library over here in this language that is going to be standardized and used across all routers. Well, fuck it, we're just going to stick this little conditional statement here and say, fuck you, right? Like, it's not in the part of the math, right? It's part of the engineering, so to speak,
Well, the way I think about it is like this. The government is going to want to be inside. They're going to want to compromise whatever privacy method is considered the most private and the most secure. Those are the ones they're going to want to be in because those are the ones people are going to use, right? The ones that are perceived to be the most secure are the ones people are going to flock to. So that's the ones they want to be in. They don't want to be in the ones that fucking people are considered unsecure, right? What's the point of that? No one's going to use it.
Mm-hmm.
So you got things like Tor, right? Tor is like being developed by DARPA. And it turns out Tor is hackable. If they know the timing of, if they know the entry node and the exit node, they can figure out the original IP address. Tor was compromised a while ago. Anyway, the point is that what I'm trying to make is like, maybe it's the government that self-promotes some of these encryption methods because they're already cracked. And then they promote them as being secure, surreptitiously. Not through overtly going, hey, we're the government, this is the most secure one. But using the same way they do everything else, right? Creating the perception that private individuals on their own, independent of government, and in fact, they don't like the government, right? That's how but they're freaking really just government stooges pretending to be freaking freedom fighters, right? We're fighting for privacy and freedom. And they're actually just government stooges foisting government software on everybody.
Yeah, there's always that. Yeah. I mean, there is the claim out there that the government themselves use a particular set of suites, right?
know
So
what
either
the NSA says. NSA is a white paper on what they consider a secure computer. Secure computer is fucking physically locked behind a fucking door and unplugged from the wall and the fucking internet. Okay, that's what they consider a secure computer. One that's not on.
Oh, I get that. Yeah, well, yeah. But
Well,
you know,
what
if
does
you
that
have
tell you? What does that
I
tell
get
you? If the
that.
NSA is like
I
the
get
only
that.
secure computer is one that's not on, then fucking what? Like, that's all you need to know.
That. Well, it's because that's the only one with 100% security, right? You can't hack it because there's no ins or out, right? But the others, the next best one is 99.99 or 99.99999 or not. You know what I mean? Like that percent secure, that type of shit. Like that's how you're right. And up their
Yeah, but we
statements
get these
were
percentages based upon papers that people have passed,
white
like
paper.
short algorithms and Shannon's fucking entropy about what the possibility of computer systems are, what they can actually do, right? These limitations. They say, well, this is a mathematical certainty. Here's our mathematical proof that you can only do this thing with this algorithm. That it would take you a gazillion years to fucking crack it. Okay, but we're taking that on faith that that's actually accurate. I never read any of these papers. So here's something that someone that's in AI brought up, and it's really been racking my brain. And DeepSeek in the fucking OCR.
Optical character recognition?
The data, The data compression. The data compression percentage that these things are actually doing, like, breaks the fucking the information space. You know, they say you can only compress information down to a certain level and retrieve it.
Oh yeah,
there's something it's called like the Shannon entropy or something. How far you can compress information. Like these AI systems destroy that. The AI models that they're running, they're way smaller than the amount of information that they can spit out.
Are they talking about the same type of compression, like, or is the term used interchangeably between contexts? Like, for example, if I take
same information, you're retrieving the information, right?
Yeah, but for example, let's say I have 10 sources of information, right? 8 of them say the same thing, and the other 2 say something completely different.
Yeah, true. I guess you could look at it that way.
Right, so you're compressing.
Well, that's why. Yeah, you can look at it that way, but that's why I brought up the DeepSeek OCR thing. Is that they've invented a machine learning, basically a fucking not a chatbot, but it does OCR, and it's using, I can't remember what exactly it was. It's like 1% that traditional OCR methods used. 1% of the. I don't know if it's processing power or the search space it has to use to figure out if that's the character. And they published a paper on it. It's an open source vision language model that uses contents optical compression technique to convert entire pages of text and images into a compressible set of vision tokens. Instead of traditional text OCR, it processes document pages as images, compresses them into a similar sequence of tokens. So, yeah, now I remember what they're doing. Instead of right, so I can take the text, right? And we convert them into ASCII characters, right? And I'll have a text file. What they're finding out is, now what you can do is take a picture of that text file, right? A screenshot of the text file. And train it on the image. Okay? And instead of training on the text, they're training on the image of the text. And it's getting better performance based upon the image of the text than fucking the text itself.
Really?
Yes, dude, that's
weird.
Instead of traditional text-based OCR, processes document pages as images and compress them into a smaller sequence of tokens, and then uses a decoder to generate text, achieving high accuracy with significant efficiency for long time.
But that's the same way humans do it.
Exactly.
Like once you learn tokens, right? of the letters and what they mean, your brain actually like just sees the shape of the word in total, and you no longer need to see the individual tokens.
It's kind of how speed reading works, and how they teach you how to like memorize long things. They teach you to turn the words into images, pictures of stories. In speed reading, they tell you not to look at any individual word, but to read the entire sentence. So instead of reading like, Mary had a little lamb, you read that as one thing, as if that whole sentence is the word.
Right.
So then when you open a book and you read the book, you're just reading 25 words. You understand?
Well, Mary had a
sentences are like a word. You're processing them as if the whole sentence was a word.
Well, yeah, it's also like Mary had a little lamb. If it's all one, like all in front of you, and you think of it as a whole, it's then one token, which carries all that meaning. Because Mary had a little lamb has a shape to it, right? Even though it's made up of subcomponents, its overall shape is unique.
That's so funny, dude, that you said that. Because this dude I follow, he's like, I don't know how to characterize him. He's more like an AI theorist. Like he's trying to figure out how these AI models actually work. And what he said is, it's not the tokens, and it's not the weights that have anything to do. He said it's the shape of the vector space. It's actual like geometric form. Now, of course, it's a multi-dimensional vector space, and you can't visualize its geometry. But he says it's the shape of the model, because all those numerical values, they represent a shape, right? They and distances. And so one of the things he did was something called K maximum and K minimum. So what he did was, like, if you have a sentence, Mary had a little, we know lamb comes next. Well, how far away is lamb in this topology, this geometry, this imaginary vector space that's supposed to exist? Geometrically, its distance, if you calculate the distance, how far away is it within this space? Well, you would think the most probable thing that would come next, the most probable word would be the closest, and the least probable word would be the farthest, but it doesn't operate like that at all. And he did all these freaking weird tests on like figuring out, like, using common words, like, and just trying to find the opposite, right? White. What's the opposite of white? Okay, it's at this coordinate in this, 2,000 dimensional coordinate. Okay, what's the farthest point away in this space away from that? It isn't the opposite of that, right? So this space is not symmetrical. It's not it's hard to even kind of like describe, because they're doing vector matrix calculations, and they have billions of parameters, and those parameters each represent an orthogonal vector, its own dimension. Each parameter is its own dimension. Yeah, so you have to think about it. So when you see like it's a 750 billion parameter model, that means there's 750 billion dimensions.
Yeah, it's like a hyper 700 billion times tesseract sort of thing.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Yeah, dude, it's a 750 like if you had a fucking, they're basically each one of these are vector spaces, right? So you have fucking 750 million vectors that are all at 90-degree angles to each other. Now that doesn't make sense in our 3D world, right? You can't visualize this.
Yeah.
But mathematically, this represents a space with coordinates that you can move around in, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that, what he says is that these models, they're not the weights, they're not the numerical values, they are actually positions within this space are what tokens are. They're not actually these numerical values that we kind of like think they are. So when you train a model, you basically made this frozen space. And when you ask it something, the prompt traverses this space, taking points within it, and then tokenizing it and then outputting it into a word or a character or whatever. Which is a really weird way to think about it, but it was very like crazy that AI brought it up. Like, because we see this, that like if you look at a sentence, it also is just, as a whole, it is just one image, right? That has a meaning, just like a word is like the image of the word, sun, right? When we see the word sun, you've seen it so many times, you don't go S, you're out of kindergarten, you don't go S-U-N, that means sun, right? You just see the word and the whole, that image of S-U-N together represents it. You know what I mean? We don't see it as individual letters, but you can also one up it. I'm sure you understand, into the whole sentence, and then the image of the entire sentence, that combination of words, that is also an image. And kind of but I just thought it was funny that the machine learning kind of does this too. It's fucking really kind of weird. Like the funny thing is what we're gonna get out of AI, and I'm gonna stand by this for a long time until someone proves me wrong, is we're gonna learn more about ourselves than we are about fucking artificial intelligence. We're gonna learn more about how we think than how it thinks.
Yeah, so an information space doesn't take up any three-dimensional space. Like, it doesn't actually exist in tangible reality. So you can have an infinite amount of information that takes up no physical space. Now, the stupid globe retards like Stephen Hawking, moron, speaking through a synthesizer, retard moron that he is, he'll try to convince people that a black hole is full of information.
Yeah.
And that the information actually has weight. In fact, we were critiquing some people. They were talking about this, and they said if you could take all the information from the whole internet and put it onto one CD, you'd start a black hole. Because they think information actually has weight to it.
My goodness, bro. No.
Yeah, that's how. Yeah, these people, bro.
I guess the more you know, the heavier your brain is, right?
Yeah.
What they actually see, when you listen to some of them, you'll hear them say this, kind of, but they'll basically hint at matter energy can actually be destroyed in a manner and only in which it's converted to information. So that means that ultimately the only thing that really can't be destroyed is information. Right? So they imagine the black hole as like a reversing the compiling of information. So you have matter and energy, and then it's reversed back to its core state, which is information. So in a way, they're kind of admitting that if the opposite is true, then all matter and energy come from information at a base level. So the highest dimension would be mind. All the other dimensions would be lesser. This is a problem with these morons. Is they think that three-dimensional space with time, matter, and energy gives rise to the mind, when it's actually the other way around.
So I heard James Torr say this today. He was quoting Lawrence Krauss. Lawrence Krauss, you know who that is, right?
Oh, heck yeah.
The Flander. He said, if something is physical, then nothing must be physical if you define it as absence of something.
Yeah, Krause is hilarious, bro. He said some really stupid crap, dude. Dude, him and Witsit should have a discussion. I'd love to watch that.
Am I supposed to understand that or something?
No, you're not. It's fucking nonsense gibberish. The only way you have to smoke a lot of weed to understand that.
Well, you know, see, Krause wants to believe in a eternal state of nothing, and then all of a sudden there's something for no reason. That's what he wants to believe in. And since he wants to believe in it so bad, right, that's why he's so retarded.
Yeah, wants to believe it's the opposite word. Anyway, I'm leaving. I'm going to bed.
Deal.
Yeah.
You know.
You'll never get there, according to Zeno's paradox.
Fuck, I probably won't. I'll freaking sleep for a long time too, man, because I'll sleep half of the time.
Yeah. You'll never wake up, is right.
I'll never fall asleep either. Maybe that's what Krause meant. We're halfway to something, so that means nothing is halfway to nothing. Something, nothing. Okay, I'm tired. Bye.
Dude, we need a Glober to come in here and tell us how the cryptography works, because we're just stupid flat earthers. We could never figure it out. Oh, man.
What did I miss? Was there someone in here claiming cryptography is a globe truth?
No. I was just making fun of Globers that always try to make fun of flat earthers for being dumb and uneducated.
Oh, okay. No worries. I had to laugh at Dr. Blitz kicking himself in the head in his latest video.
Oh, really? Were you telling the rest of the story? Wow.
Was that Jada? You were saying something, bro?
Dude, I gotta go to the cyberspace, bro. Hmm. He was talking about Dr. Blitz. Mr. Flat Backhead himself.
He should be embarrassed. I suggest that he should disappear for a little while after that latest video.
Well, what happened?
Yeah, what was the full context, dude? You cut out mid explanation.
He has a series of videos, science versus Smurfs.
Okay.
And the latest one that he posted was actually reviewed by Nathan, and the review was where he was trying to coerce the flat earther into giving the formula for working out Earth curve, but he completely fucked it up. And yeah, it was so bad. It was actually I was embarrassed for it.
That was like when Indio was, quote unquote, debate conversing with him, where he tried to. Indio told him, dude, mirror flip the Sierra Leone picture. And he did something. He said, "Oh, it doesn't line up, Indio. You told me it did line up." Then we looked at his picture, and he had like clouds that didn't exist in the bottom and the top flipped. And I'm like, "How could he have a cloud that doesn't exist in the bottom flipped? Makes no sense." Because he didn't do it right. And then he tried to tell his audience Indio did it wrong. The guy's really bad.
Yeah, I heard that. He didn't even know how to segregate the picture to flip in the first instance.
Yeah. Like you just literally pull a box, right? And then you open the command menu and you say flip horizontal or flip vertical. How hard is it, dude? Must be what a PhD gets you on a Cracker Jack box. Oh man. Oh, did Fight the Flat Earth get anybody to debate him earlier?
Last I heard, he was still heckling for India. Was there news or something? Like,
Nah. He's trying to get somebody for a show he was going to do. I was just wondering if he did it or not. I mean, these guys, they make like $1,000 when they stream, so. To them, they're motivated to do it. You're like, hey, Indio, come make me $1,000. Anything else new?
Nothing from down under. All quiet here. The school that is one of my clients, grammar school down here in Victoria. Every year they have a conspiracy debate, and previous years they've had the moon land, whether the moon landing is fake or last year it was about climate change. This year it was about flat Earth.
Interesting.
I'm surprised the school let it go ahead, considering it's a high-end school. But from what I hear, there's a lot of kids that are well versed.
Yeah. Well, what's interesting about things like that is people all of a sudden realize that a lot of people actually think differently than the mainstream. And what I mean is like, if nobody speaks up, everybody just thinks the majority of everybody they know is a glober. And flat Earth, or any other alternate cosmology is just really weirdos that they're never going to meet. Strangers on the internet. But it turns out a lot of people actually don't believe the mainstream nonsense on a lot of topics.
Yeah, true. So what's interesting with this debate is they have debating team at the school, and then they have for the grand debate every year they pick the two best debaters. So they pick them as captains, and what happens is the debate team get to put in a little jar a topic that they want people to debate. So the captains each go up and they pull a topic out of the jar, and then the debate team get to decide what topic out of the two they want to debate. So obviously it was flat Earth. I'm not sure what the other one was. So the debate team decided on flat Earth. So the person that picked flat Earth, he was the captain that had to argue for flat Earth. And he took then they take a show of hands to build a team. So 4 in each team. And there was loads of people that put their hand up that wanted to go on the flat Earth team. So yeah, very, very interesting. Yep.
Do they record it or something?
Yeah, it's recorded. I haven't watched the recording yet. So I work closely with the performing arts guys. So when I have the chance, I'll get them to give me a USB of the video of the recording. So when I watched it, I'll fill you guys in next time I'm on.
Cool. Any drama updates?
Where's Pastor Duffy disappeared to?
Yeah, haven't heard from him in a while, huh? Now Shiva's on the loose.
What is good reading is reading the comments on his Facebook posts or his X posts. That is the people that he hasn't banned.
Yeah. The comment section on his summit video is pretty good. Should hit that up if you get a chance. On Dr. Shiva's YouTube channel.
Yeah, I've read through that.
I wouldn't mind seeing a bunch of the guys from the FED server over there making some good comments. Tell Neil he should go over there.
I'll post it in the teams when I find it, and I'll ask people to go across.
Hopefully they'll actually engage with the comment section, not just like post, oh, go watch Nathan Oakley. It's like, dude, you got to be able to make arguments yourself, not just always appeal to somebody else.
Exactly.
So, for example, if you're telling me go watch Nathan Oakley, well, why should I? What value does he have? If you are watching Nathan Oakley, but you can't make any arguments, like, what's the point? Like, you got to engage a little bit, make it, tantalizing. Be like, oh yeah, this guy's engaging in this manner. It's either making me really hot to be arguing with him, or it's making me really interested. And then maybe I'll go watch, what you want me to watch. Not just, hey, Shiva's stupid. Go watch what I posted. It's like nobody cares about that. It's the worst kind of advertising. Excuse me. That's a pretty good one because, like, in their thumbnail, he says flat versus round summit, employing the scientific method or something like that. It's like, dude, you just measure something. You don't need to do a scientific method. Like, it makes no sense why you would want to say, oh, how are you going to figure out a shape with a scientific method? It's like, get real.
Yeah, he was trying to get the flat earthers on there to formulate a hypothesis that they could test. And it was, just really, really weird, especially coming from someone like Shiva.
Yeah, and then he said you got to have a math equation.
Yeah.
So your hypothesis needs to be a math equation. Derp, derp, derp. Yeah, then he wanted to be so pedantically, like, with that pompous attitude, like, I know science and I do math, and the scientific method is how you measure shapes, and you got to do it with a math equation. I told him, dude, you need to audit a 7th grade science class, bro. Or go to a job site and ask him to employ the scientific method to see if the foundation of the house is level. I wonder if Shiva's one of those morons that's like, you can measure things while doing the scientific method, therefore measurement is science. Nice little composition fallacy. Man, Fight the Flat Earth should have asked Will Duffy to pay some flat earthers $5,000 to debate him.
Hello?
What up?
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah.
Let's go. No one's. Oh my gosh, everyone's muted.
Yeah, I think we're all wore out. We're probably old fogies.
Ooh, niggers are black. Whoa!
Oh wow, bro. You're cool.
Edmund, ban me. Niggers are black.
Dude, where the heck is your profile? What the heck? Amazing. It's alright, Shamik, I got you, bud.
Yeah, he's gone. He was gone before Goody.
Good.
Mic check.
Mike.
What the heck, dude?
AI, what is that game you were playing?
System Shock.
I don't know if I've ever heard of that.
It's 30 years old.
Oh, that would be why. Yeah, babe, I do. I just got Arc Raiders, so we'll probably stream that here over the weekend. It's okay. It's like an extraction. You too.
All right, let me ban this kid real quick. Obviously, when it came out, it was like, you know, sprite graphics with really bad 3D.
Oh, like some old school Doom. Crazy
Yeah.
old. I played the Super Nintendo Doom. Whew.
Yeah.
That game terrified me.
This game came out a year after Doom came out.
Oh, did it really?
So it was more advanced than Doom back then. But still, you know, similar style of graphics.
They made AI make a Doom game, and it looks kind of like Doom, but it gets all like crazy when you get up close to stuff. The main things I play are like Dark Souls, and I mod them and I put the randomizers on them, and I fucking love it. But they're so unfair and so hard. Oh, so hard. Just get super late, super strong bosses super early, and it ruins it. It absolutely ruins it.
I still haven't finished the DLC on Elden Ring.
I did. I platinumed Elden Ring. I got halfway. I got like level 400 out of 700. I had a duper give me the rest of the souls so I could be max level. I got every spell, every armor, 2 of every weapon, and then because I played the entire game in one profile, so I had like 700 hours in it. And then when the DLC came out, because the game gets harder after you beat it like up to 7 times, I was on New Game like 8 by the time the DLC came out, and I swear to God, I had the hardest time in the DLC. It was terrible. It was so hard. And then, my friend just got Elden Ring on the Xbox, and I was like, well, fuck. Guess I got to get it on the Xbox too. And I did. And I'm like 2 achievements away from getting platinum on that too. It's terrible. I love that fucking game too much. I play Night Rain now though. It's a hard fucking game, I'll tell you what. It's rough. I want more. I do work with her. I like going back and beating games that I played when I was a kid, like Super Mario Sunshine. That game kicked my ass as a kid. I came back and kicked my ass again until I beat it. That was fun. That was a good one.
Excuse me. Mhm.
Boys.
What
Where the real flat earthers at?
they here? What up?
Man. I don't even know what to say right now, but basically, we did not go to the fucking moon, bro.
Well, that's pretty obvious.
Dude, not for me, man. I built my life on that shit.
Well, let me put it to you like this. Just because all the evidence that they went to the moon is absolute dog crap doesn't mean that they didn't just give you dog crap evidence and secretly went to the moon without letting you see any of it. So you could still dream that they went to the moon if you want.
Nah, bro, we did not go to that motherfucker. And that's not even me in here trolling you. Actually, I just dropped by to say you motherfuckers were right, man. Like, I'm still not a flat earther, but bro, I'm telling you, bro, we did not go to that fucking moon.
Right. Dude, there's a whole Facebook group about people that believe they didn't go to the moon, but you're not allowed to be a flat earther and join. They say only globe Earth moon deniers.
Yeah,
Basically, I'm not at the point where I'm willing to like even argue with you guys about flat Earth at this point. Like, it could be, man. It very well fucking could be. Like, if we're willing to lie about the fucking moon, bro. Yeah,
you don't
man.
you don't need to argue with us. We can just discuss the topic.
Well, no, like, I've been in here like multiple times, and I've heard you guys like jump all over people. That definitely does happen. But I'm just letting you know, like, I'm not even here for any of that. Like, I just like, man, this past month, like, I've just been going over a bunch of that shit, like the Apollo 11 shit and Apollo 1, really like all the Apollo missions. And I'm just like, damn, man, like, this sounds pussy, but like, it actually made me cry. I'm not even gonna lie, bro. Like, those fucking guys, they're like, they seem like so defeated too. Like,
Yeah, well,
I feel like we live in fucking North Korea.
Hang on, back what you said before, how we jump all over people. We have the frequent visitors that like to troll and cope and run flat earth down. They're the ones that we jump all over. The ones that are genuine and are here to just, to find out our position. And, we return the same favour. We are polite. We are respectful. So,
not for sure.
Yeah, we have those copers come here all the time, man. Don't judge us by that. We just get sick of it.
Yeah, no, I get it, bro. It's just crazy, man. Like, I'm still coming down from this shit. It's been like a couple weeks that I'm just like, damn, man, like, I'm not even like 90% sure. I am 110%. We didn't do it, bro. We did not fucking do it.
Man, that's a fact. It's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics anyway. Like look at, vacuum chambers, how thick the walls are. And they can't even create a perfect vacuum. And yet they say, that spacesuits can hold a vacuum. I mean, hold a, pressurized system, fighting 10 to the negative 17 tall.
It's impossible.
Vacuum on the outside. It's impossible, yeah. That thing would be,
a fucking Mars. It would have just blown up.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, and it all seems so childish too, because it's like you're like learning this shit in school, and there's so many layers to it that, like, even between like fanatics, that they even like build evidence retroactively. But the more you think about it, it's like, bro, these are all very like a child could put this together. Like, if they really thought about it, a child could put this together. Like, this is not. They clearly did this in a time where they did not expect technology would be where it is today. And, like, information wouldn't flow the way that it does today to educate yourself to know that shit was fake.
Yeah, it makes me kind of think that how Elon Musk sent that Tesla into space, and, during his conference, he's like, we know it's real because it looks so fake. So, it makes you think, is he just trying to back up all their previous claims by saying, oh, it looks so fake? Because, yeah, all that nonsense with the Apollo missions, and even before that, going into the, the stratosphere and all that. And,
sending up satellites and that. Like, it just looks ridiculous. So I was like, well, and he says, we've got better CGI than this.
It does make me wonder how much of his stuff is like secret kind of digs at the government. Like, for instance, like now he's saying, okay, we're going back to the moon, as if we ever went in the fucking first place, but we're going back to the moon, but this time it's going to require we refuel with 8 different rockets. Like, what happened to just one being good enough? One with multiple stages. Like, why can we not just do that again?
Yeah, once you get to the velocity that is required, there's nothing slowing you down in their paradigm. Why do you need so much fuel? Exactly.
Just all so weird, man. It's like that has been like since the 60s, but I mean 1969, so really like the 70s, just like seated in the back of everybody's mind, generation through generation. It's just crazy, man. It's fucking crazy.
And everyone went with it. So did I. So did you. We all did.
But yeah, I feel like we're in fucking North Korea, bro. Like, the reason why I keep saying that is like, because North Korea, I mean, they have like their own intelligence agencies, and they got like guys working under whatever agency deemed to be an intelligence agency, and it's like, okay, well, here you are, you believe that this guy is God and he doesn't shit. How intelligent are you really? Like, just because you're like in these higher rungs of society doesn't mean you know jack shit. You're just as stupid as everybody else, man.
Yeah. I can't say much about North Korea because I haven't been there. And what I see, in articles or on TV or anything that they say about North Korea, I can't trust.
Yeah, it does make you wonder.
Yeah. They've lost my trust a long time ago. And the saddest thing is, history is not even what it's made up to be. So we're oblivious what was. It's kind of sad. But at the same time, interesting. It kind of opens up a whole new can of worms. Hopefully the correct can.
What's going on?
Hey, man.
I'm just chilling.
Nice.
Was there some?
Go ahead. You first.
I was just going to ask you the question of the topic. Do you believe we are on a board spinning, orbiting in a vacuum, water sticking to it?
Yeah, I'm inclined to believe in the globe, Earth, spherical obloid.
Yeah. Incline, yeah.
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
Why?
What were you going to say? No, that's okay. We all believed.
What do you believe?
Yeah, I believed because I didn't know. Now that I know
What
not
convinced
to.
you?
Natural laws. And I went and tested this for myself. Observation.
Natural laws, like what?
Natural laws of
like
physics that you can't get around. Like thermodynamics. pseudoscience, or gravity paradigm. The globe requires gravity that has not been proven, and you got the 3-body problem. So it's like they say this is what it is, but they can't figure out why it is what it is. The science, the maths doesn't add up. And a lot of other things, water is flat and level when at rest. Heaps of other things. God, there's so many. Dude, no idea. Just a spirit level. Just building a building requires a spirit level to be parallel with another spirit level.
Spirit level?
A spirit level, man. Something that shows a level. It's something you use in construction.
Level board.
It's like okay. Yeah.
I thought I heard spirit level. I was confused about that.
That's what we call it.
Over here.
Is that what they call it in construction? Okay.
In Australia, we call them spirit levels.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Matrix.
Let me ask you. So, in your mind, if the Earth was spherical in shape, then the water below the equator should be falling, right? It should have fallen off. Because
so what?
Okay, I haven't heard this.
But no, it's not an argument. I'm just wondering, in your mind's eye, when you imagine
this
a
is
spherical.
The problem. You're saying if it was spherical, the issue is that water doesn't have any curvature across it. Water at rest is flat, level, horizontal. So there's zero measured curvature. So anything that you wish for, if the Earth was a ball, it should be doing this, is now null and void until you can provide us some kind of measured curvature. So, for example, over a large lake, you could measure, say, I'm talking 20, 30 miles, not just a couple of yards.
Yeah.
There should be measurable drop. So if you were to shoot a laser across that and have that sitting horizontal, as you get further along that laser, the difference between the ground, or the water in this case, and the laser would get bigger and bigger and bigger as you get further along. Really simple stuff. That doesn't happen in reality. The ground just stays horizontal, matching the laser that's above it.
Have you done this experiment?
We got videos of this experiment being done, mate. It's not an experiment, it's just an observation.
We can show you the
so, in these videos where they conduct the experiment, how far apart is the laser and the end of that the end of where the laser is pointing?
28.6 mile is one of them.
And what's the supposed estimated drop?
At 20 mile, it should be 270 feet. At 30 mile, it should be 600 feet. So about 380, 400 feet, somewhere around there, I'd guess, without looking
and
up
that's
a
according,
chart.
Right. And the measurement, the estimated drop, that's the
estimated drop. That's what it should be.
Right. That's what these round earthers are saying, right? That's where the drop should happen.
That's what the drop should be, on the assumption that it's a ball with a radius of 39, 59 miles. If you change that assumed radius, it changes the mathematics. But the heliocentric model says that we're on a ball or oblate spheroid with a average radius of 3,959 miles.
Yeah, and you can't change that radius because your whole worldview would fall apart. Satellites wouldn't work. Orbits wouldn't work. Nothing would work if you changed that radius and said, "Oh, it must be bigger." It wouldn't work for you.
Oh, I haven't. I don't know. I'm not a scientist or a flat earther, so I haven't studied these things.
Everyone's a flat
but
earther.
it's
You just don't know it yet.
that's an interesting take. You can say that about everything. But what I want to know is have you done these experiments yourself, or do you rely on other flat earthers who have done the experiments?
I've
to
done
arrive
other
at these
tests
conclusions.
myself. So one of the
Other
things that
tests.
Jackie didn't bring up was the inverse square law of light and how that gets broken with the heliocentric model.
Okay. By the way, assume I know nothing. I'm like an open template, a blank canvas, and I'm here just to learn. I didn't even really want to talk about flat Earth, but this is interesting. This is like, yeah,
It's pretty cool
you're my
stuff
first
when you start looking
interaction.
into it.
You're my first interaction with the flat Earth community. So,
You know what? That's good.
yeah, that's good. Yeah, you guys seem educated. So what I want to know is,
I'm just happy that your first interaction wasn't Flat Earth Society or some other dumbass crap. So, well,
they're a menace.
Hey, did flat earthers even come here to learn about flat Earth? So, all good.
good. Because the reason why I brought up, like, if you've done these experiments yourself, I've heard it, like, obviously I'm not like oblivious to flat Earth. Like, I know people talk about these things. So when I do hear people talk about it, they say one of the arguments a flat earther will use is that that the non-flat earthers only rely on observations or experiments done by a third party. So if you've done the experiments yourself and you come to the conclusion that the Earth is flat by yourself, then I want to hear from you. So what are some experiments that you've done personally?
For me, I was, you know how we're told that the sun is 93 million miles away?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I look out there and I go, I don't think it is. Well, the problem is, I don't have very long arms and I don't have a tape measure that's long enough to go from here to the sun. And we'll all agree that we all do not have this. They have this measurement, this 93 million miles. And you ask yourself the question, how did they get that? Is it just a calculation? Well, it has to be. No one's actually measured it. It's not like you can duck on down to Best Buy and get a 93 million mile tape measure and just wheel it out.
Mm-hmm.
So I started looking into light intensity. Now, there's a thing called the inverse square law. And as you get double the distance away from a light source, you now have 1/4 of the energy, or the brightness of it, intensity. And I purchased a light meter to test this. So I set up a little light on my bench, and I put the light meter 1 foot from the light, and it gave me a reading, and then I moved it 2 foot, and the reading was down to 1/4. So the inverse square law does work. And it's really cool when you actually see it in real life. Like, actually, really interesting stuff. But anyways, I started thinking, what if I take light readings of the sun outside, so of the sun every half hour for a full day?
Yeah.
From sunrise to sunset, every half hour, and take the readings. And I did this over a couple of days. I've done a couple of days now, and it's a long day, man, I'll tell you now. And then I thought to myself, hang on a minute. On my measurements, at noon, when it should be the brightest, it shows that's the highest intensity reading. And then as it goes across the day, it goes down to basically less than 1. And it's like, hang on a minute, it shouldn't do that. Because when you think about it, we're supposed to be, now this is what we're supposed to be on. We are supposed to be on a ball that's rotating in front of the sun, like a dirty great big doner kebab, rotating, cooking gently. One side's in front of the sun, warming up, slowly rotates away, and in the night time it cools off. So when you look at the numbers, 93 million miles over 3959 times by 100 over 1 will give you 0.004. So the Earth's rotation will give you 0.004 of 1% of the total distance. Yeah? Did I do that backwards? No. No, anyways, doesn't matter.
I think you lost me.
The 3959 miles radius. So at lunchtime, that's when you're the closest. At sunset or sunrise, you are 3959 miles further away. That's all you are. So in order for the light intensity to double or to go down to 1/4, you have to double your distance. But remember, the distance is 93 million miles. So on my intensity readings, I'll get a reading of 100 grand at lunchtime. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, it'll be 25 grand, 1/4 of the intensity. So that means if it's 1/4 of the intensity, pending nothing blocking it, of course, like clouds or any other weird shit, that means that the light source has doubled its distance. So the original claim is, from the heliocentric model, that the light source is 93 million miles away. So that means from noon to 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the Earth has moved an extra 94 million miles, let's say 90 million miles, cap it nice and clean, away.
So you're saying that because the intensity has dropped at sunset, that means that
the intensity drops slowly.
But it drops.
It doesn't just all of a sudden snap off. But here's the interesting bit.
Right. But
that's what it should do.
By the end of the day, it has dropped significantly from what it was at noon.
Yep.
Right.
Correct.
And you're saying that could only mean that the sun has distanced itself.
No, that means the sun is closer. In order for that inverse square law to stand by its a law. Laws don't get broken. Right. It's not just a random rule.
Assuming there's nothing blocking the sun or
yeah.
absorbing.
I've got readings where clouds go across in front, and it is really interesting to see what it does.
Could there possibly
bottoms out?
But could there be anything else between us and the sun?
On a clear day?
Yeah, on a clear day. No cloud in sight. Is there anything else around us?
Just the air.
Air. There you go.
You, me, and a bit of oxygen. That's about it.
A bit of oxygen? There's no other
a bit of air,
elements,
mate.
no
other elements there. A bit of air too.
So let's just classify that as the atmosphere. So there is atmosphere between us and the sun. So
there's also atmosphere between my light source on the bench and the meter. So claiming something different outside than what happens inside is false, because I still get the same thing.
Yeah,
and
but
the inverse square law rang true.
Let me ask you this: in the example of like the local experiment, the experiment you did with what was it? Your light source and the meter
inside,
right?
Yeah,
and the reader. There's not as much air or atmosphere between those 2 points than there is.
It doesn't matter. It's still air or atmosphere.
No, but it isn't as much atmosphere.
It's still atmosphere. We don't live in a vacuum.
There isn't as many molecules to absorb the light coming from.
You can go and count them for me. Go and count them and verify that.
Okay, so let's say you have two spaces, right? Space A is 1 square foot, and space
how about I tell you what I did instead of you trying to tell me what you would have did?
I'm not trying to offend you.
Anyways, I took my readings. Right. What I also did was hang on a minute. How am I going to do something that represents a globe? Inside. I need to do something inside that's a globe. And how do I do something that would represent flat? Well, what I did to represent the globe was drew an 18-inch circle. Got a couple of bits of paper, stuck them together, drew an 18-inch circle, and marked out increments around this circle, all evenly spaced, to represent half an hour of this circle being rotated. Okay? And I sat my light source over on my bench, and then at each of these intersections or these intervals around the circle, I placed my light meter and then plotted out the readings from this. So the light source was about 3 yards away from this 18-inch circle. So I marked out all these readings and plotted the graph that it generates. So from sunrise every half an hour all the way through to sunset. And I plotted that out. So the next part of my test is to do a horizontal line and have the light source move along that horizontal line at equal distances representing half an hour, and have the meter stationary in the middle and move across in a horizontal plane. Now, the pattern generated from these two mock-ups, both the round one and the flat one of them should represent what the sun is doing outside. So I've got option A. Option A, the circle one will represent what the sun does. Option B, the flat one will represent what the sun does. Option C, neither of them represent what the sun does.
You lost me because you gave one experiment you did, and I wasn't able to give a complete analysis on that, and we moved on.
This is all a part of the one experiment, my friend. This is the whole test together. It's not just A, B, and you're going to do something random. No, this is all a part of one thing. So what we're doing is a comparative.
You've completely lost me then. Completely lost me. I think you're dropping.
Which bit did you get lost on?
Well, let's just go back to the initial piece of information you gave me, right? You said, how can we account for the significant decrease in light intensity at sunset?
Well, that was only one part of it. So this is what you've done. You've basically put your hands on your ears and turned off completely. You wanted to know the entire test. I was telling you the entire test. You've chosen one little component that's just over there somewhere. It's not really that important. Because the test is to compare, number one, the light around a circular pattern, which is what is claimed that we live on. Number two, versus a flat section. So a light source moving in a straight line across the meter. So we compare the two, and then we compare those two to outside. So now I've got options. Number one, or A, the circular test matches outside. Option B, the flat test matches outside. Option C, neither matches outside, and I go to start again. The cool part is, I haven't done the flat one yet. So I'm part way through this. Now questions.
Welcome. Yeah, no, I think I mean, my initial point stands because you haven't responded yet. The point I was trying to make is,
you never got your initial point out because you tried to spit something out a third of the way into the information you were given. So the test I was doing, which was initially what you asked about, I just explained. So now you can ask your question.
So initially, right, you said you start at, you have this light intensity reader, right?
Yeah,
and Okay, and you measure the intensity of light coming from the sun at noon?
In lux, lumens.
You compare that to, what it does at sunset.
Just throughout the day.
And you said it goes down by
every half an hour throughout the day.
Right, and it decreases by like a factor of how much? Like a lot, right? From
the highest reading I got ever. The highest reading I got ever was 130,000.
And then it went down to
the lowest reading at night time is less than 1.
Well, let's not say light at nighttime, right? Let's say sunset, right? Because you still need the sun. So the sunset, there's reasons why you would have less intensity during sunset. The sun, it's not. I mean, maybe it being further has something to do with it, but it wouldn't have doubled its distance away from us.
This is what you've got to think about. We're supposed to be on a ball rotating in front of a light source. So what should happen at 6 o'clock in the morning when we first hit sunlight, or whatever time sunrise is, it should be full intensity. The difference between morning, sunrise, and lunchtime should be a difference of 0.004. That's it.
Okay,
because you are in front of the sun. Because we're so far away from it, our difference of change is only 0.004 of 1%.
Are you saying that the lights should just come on instantly at sunrise?
What? With how far we are away from it, yes, it should. Once the light hits us and it's on, the intensity of it should vary only by 0.004% at noon, and then should decrease 0.004 back to sunset.
Have you ever watched the sunset or sunrise on a clear, level horizon?
No, I sit there with my eyes closed every day, mate. Like, seriously, come on.
I mean, some people don't have access to level horizons or clear horizons, so that's why I'm asking. Right. So yeah, if you've seen it, recount your experience of that.
Well, this is what's really interesting. We get people coming in here saying the sun sets straight down, so therefore it's a globe. In my lifetime, I've had the privilege of witnessing the sun drop nearly vertical. Looks like it's setting only about 200 miles away. I've also had the privilege of seeing the sun travel away into the distance. I've also had the privilege of seeing the sun larger at sunset than it is at noon. And I've also had the privilege of seeing the sun smaller at sunset than what it is at noon. So life experience is a grand thing.
In your model, how far away is the sun?
What model? I haven't presented your model. That's what I was doing with the circle and the flat bit with the light meter. That's what I was constructing a model there.
So you don't have a model?
My model was an 18-inch circle to represent Earth.
No, I mean your theory. Like, what's your theory on how
my
big
theory was, if outside matches the flat, then it's flat. If outside matches the ball, it's ball. That was my theory. And it's just a matter of doing the rest of it now to finish it off.
So how far away is you haven't determined that yet. It's too soon to say.
I haven't done the flat bit.
Okay.
So the graph that was taken from outside, I've done outside, I've done the circle, I haven't done the flat bit. So far, outside and the circle didn't match up. So when I do the flat one, if they don't match up, I'm back to the drawing board. If they do match up, however, that'll be another story.
I think that's pretty cool. So according to your theory, what shape is the Earth?
According to my theory of my light readings, I don't know. I haven't finished.
Your
That's
worldview.
why I've got to finish it.
What are your thoughts? If you reject the globe Earth and your experiments seem to indicate that
the globe's measured flat, mate. It's flat. There's no globe. It's measured flat.
So then that's the shape that you think the Earth is, right? You think it's flat.
It's planar with topography. Yeah.
Flat is not a shape.
Right. No, I was getting to that. So you said it's a plane, right? With
planar,
topography.
yeah.
Okay. That is flat. That's what flat means. With topography. Okay, cool. So does it have depths?
Like valleys and shit? Oh, yeah.
Like below the surface. Like how deep does it go?
Well, the Kohler super deep borehole, what's that, 7.6 miles? I think it is. Please, somebody, if I'm wrong, feel free to jump all over it. Yeah, so anything beyond that would be pure speculation.
Okay. Let's see. Let me think of a good question real quick. What is it circular? Is it like a disc? A flat disc, or
That's a great question. Now, my issue is I have not, in my lifetime, had the privilege of going or seeing the so-called extremities of this plane or realm or whatever you want to call it that we live upon. So, I don't honestly know, mate.
Fair enough. Is Earth, what's beyond Earth's atmosphere?
What's beyond its atmosphere? Dude,
wait, does
I'm
Earth
fat
have an
and
atmosphere?
I'm white. I can't jump that high. I don't know. I know I've been up in a plane. I've flown to the US before. I don't think we went high enough to know what's beyond the high bits.
Right.
We know there's containment. We know there's a barrier. We know that air pressure requires containment. It cannot exist next to a vacuum without containment.
So there's something containing the atmosphere. Okay. And nothing can surpass this barrier, right?
You can't have gas pressure without physical containment, especially next to a vacuum.
Right, but nothing can break out of the barrier, right? Or are there? Or is it?
Anything escape the universe.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. Can you say that again?
I said I've never witnessed anything escape the universe. The Earth is the floor thereof.
So the universe in its entirety is within the barrier.
All of the things that you see, the lights in the sky that you see moving overhead, we all see
Mm-hmm.
the same thing. The lights in the sky moving overhead. Or cosmic space bubbles, whatever the heck you want to call them. We see something moving overhead too, man.
Yeah, no doubt. But is all of that contained within the barrier?
The entire thing is one system.
It doesn't answer my question.
Turns to one, so the entire thing is one.
By the way, I'm not trying to get you or anything. Just want to understand what you think. So when I ask a question, it's not. I'm sorry?
Get it. I understand. I'm just telling you straight up what it said.
Think of it like a kick-ass terrarium. That's probably the best way.
A kick-ass terrarium?
Yeah, really big bastard.
Yeah.
That's probably the best way to think of it.
What's the? I'm trying to think of like a better question, a good, decent question. So,
take your time, man. It's all good.
This is an unrelated question. How old is everything? Like, yeah, let's start with that. How old is everything?
I am not
older
God.
than me.
I cannot tell you that. Yeah, older than me for sure.
Yeah,
just so you know, I'm 47, so that means it's older than 47 years.
It's also older than however old your parents are, right? And then we can just keep going
Almost
back.
everything was made last Tuesday or whatever.
Yeah. But we don't entertain wacky models or theories like that, right?
Exactly. Yeah, we steer clear of all the sophistry bullshit.
Yeah, last Thursdayism. Yeah, I mean, you can throw ism on anything and call it a theory, right? But
pretty much. We observe the horizon to be horizontal. Some dude comes up and says, "Hey, that's curving." It's well within our right to say, "Well, prove it, dude." The burden of proof's on the claim. You're making a pretty outlandish claim here when everybody else observes the same thing.
Right. Yeah. I haven't been in the countryside for years, so I don't get to see the starry, the starry sky.
Oh man, all that light pollution sucks.
Yeah. So, but when I used to look at it, it looks like there's an entire universe out there, and that's from my own perspective, my own point of view. Yours might differ, of course.
None of us are saying that the things above us aren't there. None of us are saying that.
No.
Like, things like outer space is fake. We're talking about the mainstream narrative that's been granted to us. That's the fake thing. We all see stuff moving above us, though. We agree with you that there's clearly something there.
Where we may disagree, though, is that I think that these objects, these glowy orbs in the sky, I think they appear to me, and again, my perception could be flawed, right? But they appear to me as though they are very far away. Of course, I would need some kind of reference. That's just my own primitive perception of the thing. So, what I want to ask you is, are these things far, or are they within the this barrier just above the atmosphere?
They don't have to be incredibly. They don't have to be incredibly far away. It makes a little difference.
They don't have to be what?
They don't have to be very far away. It makes a little difference. From the reference frame remains the same, so it's not going to change anything. I think it was like Einstein, some other big brain people that said it would make no difference if you ran the math either way, whether it's heliocentric or geocentric.
What are those glowy orbs? The mainstream thought on this is that they are suns, stars of their own system. But what do you think they are?
Cool story.
Yeah, cool story.
I mean, dude. I was just going to ask you, because some guy the other day, he was talking about a star being so many light years away. And I asked him, well, how many miles is that? And it ended up being this particular star, 428 quadrillion miles away.
Mm-hmm.
So you think you're seeing things that are sometimes 428 quadrillion miles away?
I think that if something is massive enough and there isn't anything obscuring my vision of it,
Yeah, cool story, dude.
Yeah, like that's just what
I don't know. It's just weird when you slip in. Well, that's my primitive perspective of it. No, it's not it's the opposite of your primitive perspective of it. It's a story that you've taken hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, but
I mean, I don't know. Just the idea of seeing something 428 quadrillion miles away.
What is this star? What star is 400 quadrillion
absurd
miles away? Which star is this?
I forget what it was.
There's one star that's like 4.2 something light years away. That's the nearest star to us. Proxima something.
Earendel.
That's what they say.
Yeah,
This
well,
is the story they fed me. Right.
The story they fed you is that the sun is the closest star.
Yeah, of course, but beyond that, the second closest, I guess.
I don't know. It's just good. Yeah. Next
Yeah,
time
the
you
second
look up there, just to remind yourself that you're seeing things that are 400 quadrillion miles away.
If you could go on a
No,
spaceship.
again, it's not 400 miles. Yeah. I mean, I want to know the star.
I don't remember. How far? Let me just ask you, since that triggered you. How far away are the stars that you're seeing?
I don't know, but I want to know what star you're referencing.
Well,
I just asked you a basic question. I didn't reference the
other
star.
guy.
I just asked a basic question.
Carry on. I'm going to listen again.
I'm sorry I asked a question.
No, don't be sorry. I don't remember. But anyways, the point is, yeah, I think when I said cool story, I think you need to think about that.
Yeah, but why is it a problem if something is massive enough and it emits like light, very powerful light?
And you're seeing it from 400 quadrillion miles away.
I don't know
Again,
exactly
if you don't remember the star, then maybe you're misremembering.
Yeah, I don't know.
Shut up, because the other guy was talking. So, Abyss, just something to think about.
Yeah, he called it his primitive perspective, but go on.
How do you verify?
They look far. Yeah, go on.
Those numbers, how do you verify these distances? These sizes and stuff?
Oh, I don't know. But assuming that they are massive, right? Because the story again is
so it's all just assumptions. And now do you understand why he said cool story? Because it's all just based on assumptions.
I'd agree with him though. They're very far away.
I have to respond to this guy. So I'm speaking of assumptions because I'm not the one that did the measurements. I don't know what methodology they used. Of course, if I want to have this conversation rigorously.
No, I'm not having a shot at you. Just in general. Just in general, when they make those claims of Star X is a quintillion miles away and all these outlandish numbers, it's like, hold on a minute, how'd you measure that? How do you confirm that?
That's for us. There's people that probably dedicated their life to studying that.
So you don't know.
And I'm not one of them.
Don't know.
Yeah,
right. Okay, cool.
I can admit that to you. Yeah, I don't know. There's no problem with that.
Yeah, I wasn't having a dig at you, mate. It's all good. Yeah.
I would agree with you though. Like they do seem like they are very far away, right? But very far away for me is like a 3-day drive. It could be 100 miles, 1,000 miles, 20,000 miles, 100,000 miles.
What's the farthest thing?
Who knows? Who knows even what was generating, what the source of that light is? Like, who knows what they are? You called them orbs. You don't know that. You don't know what they are. You don't know if they have a specific shape, right?
I know the shape of our sun.
Well, you do? How?
It looks like a circle in the sky. It could have a third dimensional extent, meaning they could be round all around, like all the way, like it could be a sphere.
Or it could be there could be some other aspects that we're not considering, which is causing it to appear that way to us. Right?
Like what?
like the medium it's in, like something that's that the light has to pass through first before it reaches our eye, that sort of thing. You just don't know, right? Yes, I'll agree with you. It is circular. And you know what? The astronomical term for it is disk of the sun.
Interesting.
That's what they call it. But that's because they'd say that. Then in another breath they'll say it's so big and so far away, right? that essentially it's acting like a disk, just aiming its parallel light rays at us, right? A big giant laser beam. But
you just don't want to believe lies, right? That's the motivation behind.
It's just unverified, and even if you could confirm what those things are and their distances, right? It doesn't say anything about the shape of the Earth.
It doesn't say much about the shape of the Earth. Okay.
No.
What if you were hypothetically put on a spaceship and you got to endeavor beyond the atmosphere and you were able to look down? Would that be sufficient enough observational evidence for you? Would you ever take that plane ticket? Like, would you be willing to go? Because then, because that's what it's all about, confirming and verifying for yourself what the nature of the thing is. So you would.
Well, you can do that on the ground.
If I had nothing to lose, absolutely, I would agree to that offer. If they came to me and said, "Look, man, you are in the wrong crowd. We're going to send you up, bro, and you're going to see for yourself. And you'll be fully conscious the whole time. We're not going to hypnotize you or anything. Blah 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 blah." Right? And I was in full control of my faculties, and they put me in a rocket. They sent me up into outer space, far enough away to be able to see the Earth, the full circumference of one side of the Earth. And prove to me that outer space is real and all that, right? Yep. Yeah, of course. Hypothetically, yeah. How could I not then say, that's just like saying if, you're I don't know. Look, it's silly because, of course, right? How could you, if hypothetically, if that was all those things were true and I experienced it, I would have no choice but to accept it as being true, right?
No, yeah, right. Now let's just make one substitute.
You'd have to be on Discord to us the whole time. You'd have to stay connected to Discord. We want to know what's going on.
Right.
I posted something in the side chat.
To broaden the hypothetical and to make it more realistic, because not everyone gets a free ride to outer space. What I want to propose is, instead of you going up, one of these spaceships, they take a camera of your choice, whatever camera you choose, right? A camera that you trust. They take it up there and they snap some photos, maybe take a video of what it looks like from up there. And would that be sufficient enough? Wouldn't be to the same level as you personally going up.
This is getting a little desperate. I mean, lenses are interchangeable on these old trusty cameras.
So then it's just that you just don't trust people.
Aren't you pleased with the? Aren't you?
Side chat.
What am I looking at?
Aren't you pleased with the pictures they've given you already?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, it's not about me. I'm agnostic. Let's say now.
Oh, come on.
I can be swayed either way.
How did you avoid the brainwashing? Did you live under a rock? Are you Amish?
No. Well, okay, all right. I'm brainwashed. Let's just say that I'm brainwashed. Now, my question though.
Let's just say that.
Let's just say
that's why I'm saying. Are the pictures? What do you find why don't you just show us something from their their space travel gallery?
I don't have that footage with me right now.
But it would
have as much access to those
into space. Gotcha.
You have the same access to the footage as me. I'm not a space pilot.
I sussed it out.
The reason why I bring up this hypothetical is because I get the sense that you have a deep distrust with equipment and other people. You have to. It's got to be you. You have to be the one to verify it.
So,
but if we
what's
send
wrong
a
with the
camera,
laser videos that I posted up for you then? You distrust those?
hold on. Let me just finish this thought.
No,
What's
you
the
skipped
difference?
a couple chapters.
Let me finish this thought, and I'll address everything.
Yeah, but it's along the same lines, Abyss. What's the difference between you providing us a bullshit space video and me providing you a video? What's the difference? It's just a video.
There, I would have the same concerns that you have when it comes to video.
My only request is validation of said video. You and me can't go up to space to validate, verify, or prove that it's true and or correct. But on the ground, we can. You and me can go to Santa Barbara and witness where the Black Swan was done, take our own photos, prove it for ourselves. We can go to these large lakes, shoot a laser across them, do the measurements ourselves, take photographs, and prove that for ourselves. See the difference?
Yeah.
But hold on. To get back to your thing. Oh, you seem to have a distrust. No, it's not a distrust. It's what they've presented doesn't add up. What they've presented isn't consistent. What they've presented, depending on what they've presented, them walking on the moon or just the blue marble images.
I think the moon landing was
if you pull the threads on these things, you can figure out that the images don't even stand alone they don't stand alone for themselves. It's not about distrusting NASA, quote unquote.
I don't place much trust in institutions.
The images are bad. Why don't you look at the images they've presented already and see why they've been forced to present farcical imagery?
We might
Why not
agree
start
that. Holy! I thought I heard a lull in the conversation for me to.
Yeah. Are you one of these people who wait to talk instead of listening?
No, I was listening to what you said. I was agreeing with you on some things.
Okay, well, get to it.
I wasn't able to
stop trying to put us on rockets.
Now it's becoming a little adversarial.
Oh, get over yourself.
Come on, man.
Yeah, why don't you look? I get it, but why don't you look at what's been presented and figure out if that's legit? Start there.
Yeah, and I was about to agree that I think some of the things they put out there is bullshit. Like you brought up an example of the moon landing. Yeah, that is bullshit. I wouldn't blame you for having complete distrust with these people.
No, dude. Again,
they have a track record of lying.
Distrust. Okay, how have you sussed out that the imagery is bullshit? Which image?
The moon landing was fake.
Okay, dude. I'm asking you.
How?
How have you figured that out?
Well,
which image? What image can you point to say this is not legit?
Yeah, was it just an immediate distrust, right? Was it just because you don't trust governments and you went, nah, I don't want to believe it? Or did you see something that actually inspired some healthy skepticism?
Yeah, and you're trying to gloss over. You're using that term distrust directed towards us. That's why I know you're not listening, because I'm saying I can point to certain images, and if you have a rudimentary understanding of black and white photography, you can know for a fact that the image was not made where they said it was.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about me distrusting anyone. I know for a fact that that's a farcical photograph. If they're presenting it as a single exposed photograph, not possible. It's not my distrust. It's not my subjective opinion. There are two negatives here.
But in my hypothetical about wanting to send a camera up there, you had in the hypothetical, you have control of all the factors that come into play when it comes to the footage.
Yeah, then who are we passing it on? Who's the photographer?
Someone you trust. I don't know, man.
Oh, come on.
Doesn't matter.
Well, I don't know, man. Why don't you start with trying to figure out if you know for a fact that the Earth is a ball?
Hmm. No, I'll leave that to you guys. You guys will figure it out, and then you'll tell. Do you want to tell the rest of the world?
No, but we don't want you to be a believer. We want you to be a knower. At the moment, you believe in the globe. We don't want you to drop one paradigm and then go, well, I don't believe in that anymore. I'll just believe in something else. We want you to test what you've been taught for yourself and come up with your own conclusions.
Is there, how much of an impact does knowing this fact about the world? How much of an impact does it have on your your everyday life, your livelihood, and what kind of impact does it have?
If you want to test how much impact it does or does not have on your daily life, next time you're at Christmas dinner and you got the whole family sitting there, uncles, aunties, the whole kit, I want you to put your hand up and go, everyone, silence, be quiet, please. I'm a flat earther. And I can assure you now, you're going to have one of the greatest Christmases ever.
Oh, you sure are a flat earther. You sound like one.
You guys are going to listen, and you don't. Yeah, this guy's here to cope. You don't have to spend your time standing around in a circle with 4 or 5 people saying, "Oh, see the asteroid? Oh, I think it's an alien civilization. Oh, do you think they're going to eat us? Oh, I don't know." I mean, the aimlessness of feeding into the BS that they pump out that leaves your schedule open.
I think telling the world like I believe in a flat Earth, like telling my family, it's either one of two things going to happen. Number one, probably not going to make much of a difference. Number two, they're probably going to think I'm weird a little bit for just randomly proclaiming that. But
is that bad? Is being weird bad all of a sudden?
I know
You
it's
might actually
weird
get a response from some of them, like you might actually get a response from some of them, like wouldn't surprise me.
Right? Maybe if I had a big enough gathering, we would get all sorts of varied responses. But overall, though, I don't know that having this piece of knowledge, and me personally, like I do value the truth, of course. I think everyone innately values the truth. They want to know the truth. No one wants to live in a lie. So maybe in that way, it might impact my life. Like I'll feel like I at least know the Earth is flat. Everything else, I'm skeptical or I'm in the dark about. But at least this, one thing I have a grasp on and I can understand, and it makes sense. And that might feel good, but
Welcome to the floor. Having solid ground beneath your feet really helps with one's orientation when it comes to worldviews.
Yeah, hell yeah. Speaking of worldviews, what do you guys believe in God?
I do not subscribe to abiogenesis, if that's what you're asking. Life begat life. We've never seen life. We've never seen non-living matter begat life.
True.
Right, yeah, life comes from life.
So that points to a God.
Just saying that I don't believe in abiogenesis.
It's pretty difficult to.
But God initiated abiogenesis, right? When God molded Adam from clay, clay was abio, right, or non-living, and then it became life. God breathed life into it.
He breathed. Yeah, but by itself, it was nothing.
By itself, it was just a lump of clay molded into the figure of a man. But God breathed life into it, and then there you go. You have abiogenesis, right?
So Georgia Lamontre's version. You have to go to the master for that one.
But besides that, right, it's going to be pretty difficult to explain how a motionless, enclosed plane realm came into existence naturally, right?
Yeah, you'd have a hard time trying to explain that, yeah.
Right. That alone would lead me to believe that this place is a construction, creation.
Yeah. Adam was the first man. And then God created animals. I don't know the specific order, but Adam was the first life, right? It was no, that can't be right. Yeah. Wait, no, that can't be right. No, there was plants and stuff in the Garden of Eden before Adam, but we were not the
Right, there was
first
an
life.
earth in heaven before the sun.
Right.
In the biblical narrative, Adam would have been the last of creation.
Right.
The last.
That makes sense. Yeah. That makes more sense because there was already life
Eve
and
would be
like
the very
plants.
last. But yeah.
Right.
Then again, Eve would already
So-
been there because. Okay, I digress. Carry on, guys.
Well, I was just wondering if are you biblical? You subscribe to the Bible or what?
In a way, I do, but in other ways, very like I don't believe in a lot of things in the Bible. I'll make it easy. I'm Muslim.
Oh, right. Okay, so wait. So, but you've got Genesis, right?
Something similar.
Creation. The creation story is the same in
similar,
Hebrew as it is within Islam, right? The
Very
same
similar.
sequence of events.
Not the exact same, but very similar.
Very similar, right? And it doesn't comport with the idea of like the universe as created like through the Big Bang and
Through the Big Bang. Yeah. I don't know. No, yes, actually, it does. It does. So in the beginning, right? This is what the Quran tells us. In the beginning, the heavens and the earth were one. Meaning that everything, all of matter and all of space, were condensed to a single point. So that kind of alludes to a Big Bang.
All right. What about the chronology?
Give me an example. What do you mean?
All right, which came first, Earth or the Sun?
That's a good question. Let me think about that. I would have to refer to somebody else. Some other,
because they tell us, right, that solar systems form first with the sun, right, and then protoplanets on the outside developing into planets.
That's the yeah. That's what they say.
So
I don't know what
right, if it says that the Earth was first, then that's in
it would be in
contrast
conflict with right.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't. I don't know. I would have to. That's a good question. I can look into that. Should I look into that now or later?
Oh, whenever you want, man. It's up to you. Yeah, in your own leisure.
But yeah, also another thing about the Islamic scripture is that it does say that God is the maintainer of the universe and is expanding the universe. So that's also another thing that is in parallel with the Big Bang theory or the inflation theory, that the universe is ever expanding. So there is some alignment there, but obviously we don't believe in
Did the Catholics not write the Quran?
Huh?
I said that checks out. Did the Catholics not write the Quran?
No, they did not.
Oh,
that's a weird thing to say, to be honest. But yeah,
Is it?
Yeah, because like Catholics, man, they're kind of weird. No, there's no connection there. But what was I going to say? What was I going to say? No, we
the Big Bang was created by a Catholic.
Was it interesting? Well, we Muslims respect people of the book.
I know your story. I was just saying it seems like the Bible and the Quran are in step all the way back to Adam and Eve.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. 100%. So we have the same prophets. Where
I would say that would blow most people's minds to open up the Quran and see Adam and Eve's name in there.
Yeah, it's so sad because people don't look and they believe what they hear on the media. And now I see the problem, that you guys have when people just regurgitate information they heard from somewhere else. I understand why that's a problem. But yeah, there's a lot of similarities. We think, Muslims, we believe that people of the book, that includes Judaism and Christianity. We're all of the same faith, but somewhere along the line we diverged and differentiated. And
That's
that's
what the
why.
modern day Pope. That's what the modern day Pope says.
Yeah.
That's what the coexist bumper sticker says. Anyways, when you asked about God in the first place, were you asking as if it had as a connection to the topic of flat Earth, or just a random poll?
I'm interested in what people think. Like, that's really why I'm here. I'm not here to judge. I understand why people would come here and like talk shit. I try not to do that. If you catch me doing that, call me out.
No,
I'm
you
just here
said
to ask questions.
I don't know. It's just interesting that. Yeah, I get it. You're just here for the conversation, but
I brought
for
up
you
God
to
because you're gone.
But you said you were brainwashed earlier.
Well, somebody said that, and why would I argue with them? They already, yeah, you said that. You might already believe that. So I'm not, me arguing with you is not going to make it.
To the whole star thing. How did the original conversation about the stars? What did that have to do with the flat Earth?
Well, before, just one second, if I may, like just quickly before you go into that, I prefer the term conditioned because brainwashing insinuates that you had a viewpoint which was then changed, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yes, that's a better wording.
Yeah. Whereas you're conditioned from the get-go. Yeah, like there's not even a chance. Well,
which is a brainwash.
There is kind of a development of intuition, intuitive sense that a child has that the Earth is just flat and motionless, like they experience. But from the moment they're born, they are beginning to get exposed to the idea that that's not true, right? So even though they might see images of the globe and not understand what it is, it's still imprinted in their brain in some place for later on, right? So that's all part of preconditioning.
Okay.
That's so strange. It's going to sound like I'm making this up, but I was driving earlier and had the same word come into my brain. Better than brainwashing was conditioning. It's so strange you say that because I say brainwashed 10,000 times. I say hypnotized many times. But when the conditioning is such a good classification of it because you can see it when the cog disc. That's when their conditioning kicks in. It's like their second sense judo, or they don't even have to think about blocking the punch. They're just conditioned to do it. It's crazy.
Are you talking about me?
Why did you say the conditioning thing? You've said it before probably, but
he's saying
when did you
brainwashing implies that they had a viewpoint
you were once in a
one point
state
in time,
and then
but he wants to call it conditioning because
no, it is. It's better.
Yeah. So,
but if you realize you've been conditioned and don't want to untie yourself from the conditioning, then what are you?
Free?
No, you're in a knot. You're tied up. You're bound.
Yeah, kind of subservient. Yeah, like it's like Stockholm syndrome, right?
I thought maybe I misunderstood. Okay.
Like where so you're presented with conflicting evidence, right? And then this is what cognitive dissonance is all about, right? Conflicting reasons for changing, reasons for you should change your stance on a matter, and you don't. You butt heads with it because you don't want to let the previous go, right?
Well, you at least said in response to, we were taught that they're enormous and that they're far away. But by realizing that that's all it is a conditioning, doesn't that raise a red flag to you? Because a lot of people do have the knee-jerk reaction and say, no, we know it is. We know that it's this many miles away, and we know it's this. You're just saying, well, this is what was told. Are you just now realizing that you've been conditioned, or did you think all the things they told you were gospel?
Are you talking about me?
Yeah. I mean, now that you've realized, well, when
It
you,
seems
yeah,
like
because you had the
it seems
you had the
like
response.
it seems
You
like you already have like this image of me in your mind, right? Already. I don't know
No.
if I can change your mind.
What
If
does
you
that
think
even
I'm
mean?
well,
I don't need a riddle.
you asked a leading question. You said, you know, you're asking
I
me.
thought you were here as an agnostic. How are you going to change someone's mind if you're agnostic? You should just be presenting the information for the left, the information for the right, and sit back and enjoy the show.
Yep.
I haven't. Well, it's impossible. It's impossible to try and like. Well, let me say this. It seems like you're not trying to understand me. You're putting me in this box, right? This guy's
No,
conditioned.
I understand you. What I'm
This guy's
saying
conditioned. Though you understand me as somebody who's conditioned, or maybe possibly
yes,
brainwashed.
I too was conditioned and brainwashed. Yes.
It's not. I'll just say from my perspective, and maybe somebody else who's been accused of being brainwashed might agree with me. It's not. It's not. I'll say pleasant to be looked at as someone who's brainwashed.
No, dude. Time out. Time out. Rewind the tape. Rewind the tape.
I mean, I'm chilling, but yeah.
I know, but I was giving you kudos earlier when I said that you at least acknowledged that this information you're telling us about these distant stars is just what has been told to you. You said that, correct?
No, I didn't say that.
Well, how did you put it? Do you know the distances of these stars?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say I know them either. What I said was when I look at a starry night sky, it appears to me as though these objects are far away. That's what I said. I didn't try to estimate the distance precisely, at least. I gave a general, from my perspective, that looks like it's far away. I mean, I've never.
So are you
you've never touched
creating
the
your
sky
own?
either.
Are you creating your own cosmology, or are you going by the textbooks?
Oh, I believe in cosmology of the the Islamic faith.
Oh Lord!
Why is that a problem?
Right.
No, it's not a problem. It's never mind.
So because of that, though, right? So, like, even without the Islamic faith part, like.
I'll tell you something before you.
If you go into the country, one second. If you go into the countryside and you're just looking up at a clear starry night, right? It looks vast. It looks like there's huge expanse, and it does like you could think that those things, whatever they are very, very far away, right? It's not hard for you to accept when somebody says to you, well, your intuition is correct because that is actually ever expanding, almost infinite, and those things are trillions of miles away, like some of them, like that sort of thing. Like it's easy for you to then take that on board as a given just by your natural experience of looking at the sky, right? But in reality, those things might not be even physical objects. They might not be that far away. We don't know. That might not be an ever-expanding void space, right, that we're looking at. It could be a solid light-absorbing surface, for all we know. Who knows what the heck it is that we're looking at when we look up at the night sky, right?
So it could be, but I feel like I'm making a conscious decision to believe. Maybe it's just that I want to believe that the heavens are vast. Why is that so bad? Why does that mean I'm brainwashed?
No, that's not bad. That's fine. I don't know how to. I don't know. I don't even know how to respond.
I think
know what the point of it is.
I think it's an unfair characterization to make when you come across someone who is new.
No, don't play the victim card. I mean, I agree too. When you look up into the night sky, especially when you're out in the middle of nowhere,
again,
it looks vast.
I do let you speak. It's fair you extend the same courtesy to me.
Oh, dude.
Come on. I mean, that's not me playing the victim. That's just common sense.
Yeah, but you're just running with something right now when it's not even. You're taking offense. You're taking offense when no offense was even. I'm trying to get to the bottom of why we're talking about the wonders of the night sky. Does that have anything to do with the topic? Because I agree that the night sky is wondrous.
Hold on. So I made that comment way earlier in the conversation. You brought it back up. So yeah, we're talking about this because you brought it up. But I do. The reason why I brought it up earlier was because someone said that there's nothing. Well, maybe they implied that there was nothing beyond this barrier above the atmosphere. So I brought up the stars and my perspective of on them, and I wanted to understand how they account for that.
Well, I just find it funny that your primitive perspective of them includes all these so-called scientific numbers.
I didn't bring up any numbers. Again, that was somebody else. Maybe
okay, yeah, I agree.
You.
Yeah, I agree.
Hold on.
They're high and out of reach, and they're wondrous.
Hold on. So I didn't associate any numbers to the distance between us and any object. I haven't made any claims like that yet.
Okay, then I agree. I love the nighttime sky as well. We're in agreement.
You're gonna just keep interrupting me?
No, dude. Just let's cut to the chase.
I'm trying to, but I keep getting interrupted. That could be a problem to if we want to be productive, But yeah, what do you want to ask me?
Latency exists, so lag happens. Sometimes people talk over each other. Not every interruption is an interruption. And
yeah, fine, but when I do it, it's a problem.
Over each other too all the time while they're listening. I don't see what your problem is. But
I'm trying to listen, right? If you're only listening to interrupt, you're not listening. That's a difference.
But
like you accused me. Someone accused me earlier. Someone accused me earlier of just.
Hold on. Do you think you live on a globe, ABXS?
Do I think?
Yes.
Yeah, I do. I do think we're
perspective.
Yeah, I do think we're on a globe.
So you pointing up at the sky does have to do with your whole.
That's a different
view.
It's a different topic, right? We're talking about something that is not the Earth. We're talking about the sky.
I know. That's why. I was just hoping us to get back on topic eventually.
I don't. Okay.
We just want to bring it back to the ground.
Yeah, unless you think the sky. Are you trying to tell us the sky has something to do? What you primitively perceive about the wondrous night sky has something to do with what you're standing on. Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't make that connection. I wasn't trying to tie it back.
Waxing philosophical.
When I talked about the starry night, I was not in any way trying to link it to a flat or a round.
Well, how about we talk about Van Gogh then? You bring up Starry Night. I mean, should we not talk about Van Gogh for 20 minutes?
I'll tell you what I was trying to tie it to. It was somebody else who said that there's a dome, or they didn't use that term. They said that there's a barrier above the atmosphere, keeping the atmosphere in.
I mean,
and there's
do you know of an example of gas pressure without a container?
Hold on.
Let's cut to the chase.
Hold on. They said that there is nothing beyond the barrier, and I brought up the stars to as a question, like
who knows?
How do we account for that?
Who knows what the stars are? Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are.
That's all I needed to hear, right? Like, we don't know. You can just say that. That's fine.
Yeah. Yeah. You were asking a series of questions that required omniscience to answer earlier. That was one
earlier on.
What about triangulation?
I'm not looking for like the right answer. I'm just looking to think.
Yeah.
I'm looking to see what you think.
Remember earlier on when someone said "cool story"? When you just said so you don't know. That's not just we don't know, as in the 20 whatever people there are in here, as in scientists don't know. Without going there, how do you ever verify or validate these claims of these lights in the sky? Outside of, we go outside at night time, we look up and we see lights in the sky. It's just cool stories.
Yeah, there are factions of people who are telling their followers, their disciples, religious and scientific, that they do know what those lights in the sky are.
Yeah, they're stars.
Oh my goodness.
That's what they say. I'm just telling you what they say.
Yeah, but they call them stars. They call them stars in Twinkle Twinkle Little Star.
Why does
There's
it
a
matter?
lot
Yeah,
of
we call
shit.
them stars
There's a lot
too,
of shit.
right?
There's a lot of shit
That's how we are.
attached.
What do you call
Right,
them?
exactly.
Like,
We call them stars.
If you also call them stars, why is that a problem if I say, yep, that's stars?
Well, because the stars of their story, there's a lot of specks attached to them.
Specs, that's funny. I don't know if you meant to
It
do
is
that.
funny. I thought you would appreciate that.
Sorry,
The ancients called them Moloch.
How do
Yeah.
you get a bunch of stars from one single dot, a singularity? How do you get all of this?
Because there's like billions of perspectives of those dots.
No.
So people, everyone has their own narrative.
There's no way that you're going to cram the entire Atlantic and Pacific Ocean into one cup.
Maybe that's just a way of standardizing the language so that we, when someone says makes a noise, we know what they're referring to. Like if I say stars to a Native American or a North American population, they're going to know what I'm talking about. Maybe they'll have their own idea of what it actually is. Like, they might think it's gas balls that are billions of light years away. Or they might have a different idea, but at least they know what
They probably
the
think
idea
they're a
is
spirit
referring
animal.
to.
But so, yeah, either hang on to these people pretending to have these tails, gods with chariots, or enter reality and say, don't know. All I do know is the story they've told is an impossibility.
Is it impossible, or do we not know?
Well, okay. Do you have an example of gas pressure without a container?
The Earth.
Why do you laugh? Do you realize the absurdity of it?
No, I thought you would find it funny, and
no, that's
the
what
thought of
you guys
finding
all.
that funny
Usually, you guys say
was
Jupiter.
enough to make me laugh.
But do you,
Yeah,
do you find that a problem?
I actually have
Is that a red flag for yourself? That the only example you can give is the thing you're trying to.
There's different ways.
Substantiate. Here we go.
There's different ways this line of thought can go. But I want to introduce a new question. You might think I'm jumping all over the place, but I just want to know.
I heard you after the chuckle. Who knows where you're going to go?
I no, it's just I want to know what your thoughts are. Yeah, it's fair. You want to know my thoughts too, and I'm an open book, so you can ask me anything. But tell me, what do you think?
I don't expect you to answer anything straight. I get it.
Okay, what?
I feel like you're. I feel like you're like reading your own instructions right now. Saying that.
Fair enough. That's a good call out. What do you
you're
have?
Freaking out.
No, no. I'm saying that's a.
And I hate that. I don't bring up the whole. I don't bring up the whole gas pressure without a container thing. A, it's above my pay grade. But B,
all right, I'll answer that. I think that
there's all these ways out that you guys have. I mean, hell, you just laughed about it. What I'm saying is, doesn't it?
I'll give you my explanation then. I'll give you my explanation.
It make you wonder when the only example that you can provide is the fairy tale?
So I'll answer your question now.
I doubt it.
You're right to point out that I wasn't being direct. So I'll answer to the best of my ability.
I would say, what is going on? But go on.
Okay, so gas, right? I think a good explanation of that might be gravity. I think that maybe gravity is holding this planet together.
Because
and I think that I'm sorry.
Just let him go.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Let him. He's going to pull out all his rope on this one.
Sure. Yeah. I'll give you as much rope as you want. So, yeah, the Earth is being held. Oh my god, that's annoying as hell, man. But go ahead. What do you want to say? That's more important than what I have to say.
Well, what's more important is you're about to tell me a big long story. I mean, all I was asking you is, doesn't it raise a red flag when you can't give an example of gas without a container, yet you kind of want to trounce the idea? Oh, what are you guys saying? There's a dome. You You seemed okay with the idea of the Earth. You
This is
seemed okay with
something.
the
Hold on,
Dude, you are
hold on.
just
I heard you. I heard you. I
you are
heard you.
a hypocrite.
This is something
You're a
I've noticed a
hypocrite.
lot in.
You seemed okay with the idea of the Earth being a terrarium, correct?
Define that for me again. What do you mean by terrarium?
Do you know what a terrarium is, or did you just nod and agree when it was brought up last time and just?
Yeah, I thought I understood it given the context earlier, but now I seem to be getting the same. You tell me, bro. I'm asking you.
Okay, so when you were just
I just told you my reasoning. So I said, given the context from earlier, I thought I understood it.
A terrarium is like
But now
you
you're
would get
using
a
it
bottle,
in a different
bottle and
context.
get some. Yeah,
Okay,
it's like an enclosed fish tank.
Is it possible for me to want to talk to somebody else?
Oh man, dude. Is it possible for you to want to talk to someone else? That would be a question you should ask yourself. You'd have to.
All right. Then I choose not to speak to you. Anybody else want to talk to me? Or maybe do you want to talk to
You're
somebody else?
entertaining, dude. I'll give you that. I hope you don't run away, but yeah, feelings voice, dude.
What the hell? Dude, you have to chill out. All right?
You're the one tap dancing.
Every time I get to speaking, you get to interrupting. So like no one is no one's going anywhere.
Yeah, but you're speaking is cool stories and hypotheticals.
Yeah, all I had was a question, and I'll ask the question.
And I was in the middle of answering it, and then you interrupt me.
No, it's a yes or no. It's a yes or no question.
Shit. I'm
It's
not
a yes
here to
or
be
no
interrogated.
answer.
I'm not here to be interrogated, my friend. I'm here for a conversation.
You said you were an open
You ever
book.
had those?
You said you were an open book.
Yeah,
like
but then when
45 seconds ago.
Yeah, and then you tell me I have to answer your questions. That's an interrogation.
No, I didn't say that. I was going to ask a question, and then
you said I'm going to need a yes or no. Like you're gonna.
Yeah, no. I didn't say that. I said it is a yes or no. It's not time for a story.
All right, hold on.
May I ask one last time, please?
Under the condition.
Under the Geneva Convention, I'm going to ask.
Holy shit!
Does it raise a red flag to you? Yes or no?
I'm not going to answer your question after that.
Okay, thank you. I rest. I rest my case. Whatever.
Yeah, you win. Like high five. Like
no, you lose.
Learn some social skills or something.
Oh, get over it, dude.
Yeah. Okay. I'll get around it. Thank you very much.
Doubt it. There's that laugh again. All I'm saying
because it's funny. Why
does it not raise a red flag to you that you cannot give an example of gas pressure without a container?
Is it your cognitive dissonance getting in the way? Cognitive dissonance.
Why are you avoiding even that? It's just, does it raise a red flag?
When we're talking about the scale of the Earth. You sound defeated right now. I don't even feel like I won.
No, he's actually depressed.
Is kicking in.
And you know what's crazy? I didn't even come here to debate. I was trying to understand you, but
well, there's no debate. You can't debate measurements.
Huh? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. You accept that it's flat because it's measured as such, because you can't debate measurements.
If I say
measurements,
go on.
I was just going to say measurements is or they aren't. Can't debate them.
Well, you might not be aware of those measurements.
We've tried to make that clear. Like Matrix.
I mean, yeah.
Observation.
Right, cool. Yeah, I mean, if it was of interest to him, he'd say, well, what's these measurements you're talking about?
Yeah. I'd say go out and test it for yourself. To verify it without a doubt. I think that's where the stage you're at right now. You need to go and test this for yourself, and we urge you.
Okay.
And once you realize it is what we say it is, you know, you don't need to come back with an apology, because we're in your shoes at one point. We've all been there. We've all been in that coping stage. Not easy, man. It sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Took me a while. I'm not gonna lie. Took me a fair while.
What do you guys do for a living?
We work.
Why? Are you concerned that flat earthers don't have jobs?
No. I was wondering what you did for a living. Obviously, you work, but that was implied in the question.
Well, I used to work in a jail. How's that sound?
Sounds like a job.
Dangerous? It was good fun, actually.
Yeah, there's probably some risk in that.
There's a little bit of risk in it.
He was looking after me.
Don't mess with Matrix.
Matrix got experience being a moderator in person.
It's much more fun in real life. There ain't no mute buttons on them.
Damn.
Now, were you the short, mean guy, you know, like, or were you Tom Hanks, or were you the tall redhead? He was pretty cool too.
Oh, what that movie? Yeah, was it with Green Mile? Yeah.
Yeah.
I have never actually seen that in its entirety. I've only seen bits and pieces of it.
It's a good movie.
Do you guys like movies that depict Earth as being a globe?
What, like Star Wars and shit like that? Fuck yeah, man! I reckon Star Wars is awesome.
Yeah, they all do, don't they? So, are you still able to look past that and enjoy
Yeah,
it?
brother. Yeah, my favorite fictional movies that depict Earth as a globe are all of NASA's bullcrap.
Yeah, it's a good one.
You just got to use your imagination, because that's all you got. Because you know it's not possible.
But in the movies, when they show the Earth being round, they're actually staying true to the genre, fiction, right?
Yeah,
that's dedication right there.
Yeah, good point.
What can we agree on? Obviously, the Earth thing. Maybe we don't agree. But what is, like, we both believe in God, right? We all believe in God.
We all believe of creation. We don't believe in a God, because we're all individuals. We all relate to creation, you know, as an individual. So I don't relate to you. I don't relate to anyone in this room when it comes to our creator. So we try not to stir into that topic too much.
I bet we could. I bet we could agree on the nature of water.
That it's wet.
Indeed.
Damn, we can't even agree.
What
on
else
that.
about it? What else do you know about water?
I don't think water itself is wet. I think that water has properties that make other substances wet.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. You're telling me the fish are dry. Okay, I agree.
No, the fish are wet. The water is not.
What else do you know about water?
What else is there to know about water?
Well, do you ever remember the old? Yeah, you can drink it. Do you ever remember the old saying, "Water seeks and finds level"? Or was that,
Yeah.
or is that just something we said in the old world? You remember that?
I mean, I haven't heard it said like that, but yeah, that makes sense. It's just an observation of what water does. It's not
Yeah.
really a
So, can
saying.
you describe to me what water does?
Water flows.
So we pour water into a container.
Well,
of your
when does
choosing.
it flow? When does it flow?
Yeah, water crashes,
flows
water
to
flows.
the lowest point.
Yeah.
Is that a saying?
Water
if I say it
flows
like
in
that?
specific cases, though. It doesn't always flow. So,
It always flows south. I'm just kidding. No, I mean down. Like it flows.
Hold
It
on.
flows to the lowest point on Earth.
Yeah, some people do want. I have heard people. It was what's her name? Alishness, claiming rivers flowing all towards. I don't know. So yeah, you want? Are we going to get back to finding something we can both agree on, right?
Yeah. Water exists, and it seems to flow always to the lowest point in a space. It flows freely.
Now tell me about the surface after this water has been contained.
The surface of what? Of water?
The water. Yeah.
Yeah, if it's at rest, it's level.
What does level mean to you? Describe to me the levelness of the water that you've seen in reality. Would you call it flat?
Yeah. I mean, water is never flat, but overall, like,
would you think the levelness that you've observed that we both agree on? Would you think a synonym for it would be flat?
I could see one describing it as being flat, and I could agree with that.
One.
I don't have a problem.
Hold on, brother, bro. Hold on, bro. It's not one. Right? Hold on.
Yeah.
It's not one describing it as flat. All cultures throughout history have language about water being flat and level.
By one, I don't mean one individual person. I just mean like if I say
okay, so yeah,
you know what I
fair,
mean.
But why is it that throughout history, water is referred to as seeks level, lays flat and level, is level? So everybody understands that their common experience with water is flat.
Okay.
Like your bathtub, the water in your bathtub is flat, bro. The water in your kitchen sink is flat. The water in the pool is flat. It's all flat, bro.
Okay. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay. Well, remember when you said the Earth was a ball? That's where the problem arises.
How many oceans are there?
I don't know. Many, but they're all connected. I mean, you have the Sea of Galilee and the Dead Sea and the Great Lakes. Those are inland, but the Atlantic and the Pacific and the Indian and all the rest of them, they're all connected. What does that have to do with the price of rice?
Then apparently there's a massive subterranean one.
Which I'm guessing is parallel to the isn't it funny, the Terrarian Sea. Are you avoiding the whole significance of water being flat by asking how many oceans there are? ABX, YSS. Anyways, if the Earth were a ball, you wouldn't. It wouldn't be composed of flat slabs of water.
Yeah,
it would be ever curving water. We don't have ever curving water in reality.
It would be water curve, not water level. Simple.
Okay. Do you think, or why do you think there's someone gatekeeping this knowledge?
Well, the people.
What are you talking about? I thought you said, "Hey, hold on, friend." I thought you said you respected the people of the book.
I do.
Are you unaware of what the book teaches?
Right. Okay, so it's the work of the devil then.
Well, I mean, at least that's plausible, right? If you believe that your present religion that you're a part of goes all the way back through the Abrahamic faiths, right?
Yeah.
Then in the beginning of that was an agent who had designs against mankind to thwart God, correct? And he's referred to as the father of lies. Not only that, but it's said that he is actually deceiving the whole world. So if the whole world is deceived into believing a different cosmology, a different metaphysical framework in which they live, right? One in which glory is taken away from the real God and given to Satan, right? That's ample motive that you should already agree with is good enough.
Yeah, well, so yeah, Satan is the greatest deceiver, right?
I don't know. I
but
thought
his
the Quran
deception-
said Allah was the greatest deceiver, so I'm not sure.
I'm not sure about that. But
So did
well,
we
it's
skip
either the
part where
greatest
you acknowledged
deceiver or the
Earth was
greatest
flat, or-
schemer or the greatest planner. So take your pick.
it's planner. Thank you. You got it. So but we believe that Satan is the greatest deceiver, right? That is not Allah. That's Satan. Now, with that being said, the reason why Satan deceives is to lead people astray from God. He made it his mission in existence to do that. Why?
Right, but what was his initial claim? What did he originally want to do?
Our stories on that are going to differ from yours.
Satan's above God.
Do you want me to tell you? No, actually, no. He didn't say that in my religion. What he did. So this is what happened. God created Adam, and as a show of respect for God's new creation, God asked everyone else that believed in him to bow down to him out of respect, not bow down in worship. It wasn't like that. Everyone, like the angels, everyone else who believes in God, showed respect by bowing to Adam, except for Satan. Satan said, God, why would I bow down to a lower creation? He's made of clay. I'm made of fire, right? I'm superior. So after disobeying God, God banished Satan, and Satan said, before you put me into the hell, let me show you that this man, Adam, and his people are not worthy of respect, and they're not worthy to worship you. Right? That's what he said. And so he said, let me show you. Right? So God said, okay, and then God let him free onto earth as a test for Adam and his people. And that's why we have Satan now. But I don't think that Satan, being the deceiver, sure, he may be behind this great deception that the earth is round. But in what ways does that lead Adam astray? The Adam being us.
Dude, it changes your entire metaphysic. It changes what the nature of the universe you're in, right? So if you're attributing a false universe to God, then you're not actually worshiping God appropriately. So that would fit his scheme to make mankind not worthy of worshiping God, because mankind is worshiping God in a false way.
But the earth, we don't worship the earth. We don't care about the earth. I mean, not to that level. We only worship God. And believing one way or the other what the shape of the earth is doesn't impact our worship and our practice.
That's not true. That's not true at all.
It doesn't.
As a matter of fact, there's many things about the heliocentric paradigm that are in direct contradiction to the Judeo-Christian and even the Islamic traditions. And people oftentimes, and you can make believe all you want that your version of Islam and the way you believe it is somehow what everyone else believes, but that's just not true. We both know that most people choose what quote unquote scientists say when it contradicts what their scriptures say. We know that's the truth. We both know it. We can't kid each other here.
Yeah, but there's nothing science. Actually, there's a lot more science needs to discover, but nothing that has been discovered and verified in science has contradicted my scripture.
Of course not, because anytime it has, you reinterpret your scripture to accept the quote unquote science that you want to believe.
No.
Well, hang on a second. We discussed earlier. Wait a sec. You and I discussed this earlier. You said you're not sure. You have to look up the chronology of the development of the solar system.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
it's
you can't
direct
say that with
contradiction
any
to the
certainty.
scripture. The mainstream. Listen, the mainstream cosmogony, that's generally accepted and taught in textbooks, is verbatim every single thing in Genesis. It's contradictory. So you can't choose. You have to choose one. One is true and one is false, or you have to reinterpret one or the other. But here's what most people do. Now, this is a fact. What most people do is when the claims of quote unquote science disregard the claims of their holy book, most people choose to reinterpret their holy book in favor of the quote unquote truth of science. That's the human condition, my friend. That's what happens.
Right. So, as a matter of faith, I don't think anything can contradict
this guy just doesn't.
Right?
He just doesn't stop.
Hold on. I'm in the middle of a sentence.
Dude.
I will admit.
You're eternally in the middle of a sentence.
Which was created first?
No,
Which was created first?
I just
the
let
sun
him
or the
finish.
earth?
Hold on. I just let you finish, right? And then as I was talking, I got interrupted. I kindly said, let me finish my sentence, right? And this guy said, I'm eternally in a sentence.
Fair
I was going to respond to. Your insane.
Yeah, but you cut him mid sentence, and then I cut you because you were cutting him.
Yeah,
so just let him finish.
All right. It's all good. It's all good. What do you have to say, bro? Go ahead.
All I was going to say is, hold on. It'll take 4 seconds. You went from Adam being created by God to now in the textbook, he says he was pond scum, struck by lightning, evolved into man.
What textbook are you? Oh, the textbook, science. Yeah, that's bullshit.
That's contradictory to the good books.
Well, what you're gonna have to acknowledge is that mainstream science is
wrong.
Right? Yeah, no. Not only was it wrong, but it's so science isn't a foolproof project, right? It's an iterative process, and we're finding out now that evolution, or at least Darwinian evolution, was not accurate. Was not a good model.
Oh, but we do that all along.
Yeah. So science evolves.
However, we both know that many people of faith, across all religious foray, from Hindus all the way to Christians, all the way to Jews, all the way to Muslims, many of them adopted evolution as if it was true and tried to work it into their faith. We all know that happened.
Yeah, so that can happen, right? People are not strong in their faith. Yeah, that's what, that might be the devil. Of course, but what we have
you
to
think that's not going to apply to the shape of the earth? It's only going to apply to the origin of mankind, or cosmogony in general. Which, by the way, cosmogony means how things came to be in a cosmological scale. Go ahead.
Well, I want to respond to what you said first. People do conform their beliefs to whatever new paradigm arises, right?
Yeah, why should they do that? That's wrong, isn't it?
Yeah, that's wrong. But the point I'm trying to make is that the scripture hasn't changed, but science is still changing. What we thought was fact in history throughout.
Man,
history,
the scriptures, dude. You think there's no scripture that's changed?
There's at least one I can think of that hasn't changed since its inception. Yeah.
Really?
Scripture has changed, sure.
So the guy didn't burn a bunch of copies of the Quran. He didn't have a bunch of goats eat certain verses and then rewrote it from memory. That never happened. Yeah, I know about it. That's the problem.
So I'll tell you this: before the Quran was written, it was memorized. Like people dedicated.
I think you ought to research that a little more, brother.
Yes, this is a fact. This is actually what we pride ourselves in. People like there's kids alive today that have memorized the entire book cover to cover. And so in the past, the companions of the Prophet did the same thing. They memorized first, and then they wrote it down. Right. So some people may have written it down. I don't know. I don't know the history on this specifically. Right. But some people may have written it down with some errors, and it's right.
Okay, right. So when they wrote down, when they memorized and wrote down that what the Christians have and the Jews have, which they had at the time,
okay,
right, was the word of God. Is it true or not that what the Christians had at that time was the word of God or not?
The first Gospels, yeah, we believe in the Gospel. Yeah, what Jesus gave to the people of the time was the word of God.
Okay, right, and what they had at the time when Jesus was around, dude, and what his disciples wrote down was the Christian text, which has been manuscriptly preserved. Okay, so if it's the case that the Quran endorses that what they had at the time, we already know what they had at the time because it transmitted through history. So if the Quran is true and the Bible contradicts the Quran and the Quran affirms the Bible, then either both of them are false or the Quran is false. But it can't be true that they're all true.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. You're saying that the Christian scriptures have been preserved through time. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they have, dude.
Okay. Well, this is just we differ in this thought. We don't have to argue it, to be honest, but we can if you want.
No, I'm trying to figure out, dude, how much you actually believe of your own scripture, because you're telling me.
I believe what I know.
Okay, so I want to know what was created first, the sun or the earth?
See, yeah, I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. It says in Genesis which was created first. Do you think Genesis isn't scripture?
Well, let's look up. Let's. I guess I'm gonna have to do this sooner than I thought.
I mean, it either is or it isn't. I mean, you could use Islamic polemics against the authority of the Christian scripture to say, "Oh, the Christian scripture is corrupted, and I don't have to trust any of it. I can just pick and choose whatever I feel like."
I didn't even say your scripture is corrupted.
It has to be. Listen, if our scripture is not corrupted, then Islam is false. Period. End of story. So it has to be, according to you. If you believe in Islam, in order for the Quran to be the definitive work, the Christian scripture must be corrupt. That's the only logical solution you have.
I didn't say your scripture was corrupt, but I'm not saying
No. Listen, dude, if the Quran is true and you believe in Islam is true, okay? The Bible and the Christian scripture and the Jewish scripture directly contradict the Quran. So this is a contradiction that can't exist. Okay. So what I'm trying to force you to realize is that there are true contradictions in worldviews to where you have one body of knowledge and another body of knowledge that they can't coexist together. So for example, I'll give you the example. The mainstream cosmogony says the sun was created first and then the earth was created later. The Bible in Genesis says the earth was created first and the sun was created later. So who's right?
Oh, that I don't know. I think I made that clear. I don't know. That's what I was looking up. But I wanted to listen and hear what you have to say. So I can look it up now.
Well, we know, dude, that they claim in the heliocentric cosmogony that the suns are the furnaces in which all the elements which made everything else came from, right? And so you got to have suns first before you get planets, right? So sun comes first, then earth comes later. That's the mainstream cosmogony. So Genesis 1 says God created the earth first, and he made the sun later. In fact, it even says he said light comes first, and then he made the sun later.
The Earth was made first. You said what was on the Earth when it was made?
Oh, hold on.
Or
Hold on here.
actually,
All right. What did you just say?
That's not even an important question. That was just me being curious.
No, I'm just saying they get. Listen, what I'm trying to tell you is that in Genesis, there's a sequence of events that are named days. Day 1, day 2, day 3, et cetera, and on each day something is created. And every single one of those claims are direct contradiction to mainstream cosmogony. Direct contradictions. So somebody's wrong.
You know what's interesting is there's something called a rogue planet. Obviously,
plot twist.
You don't have to believe this, but
wait, hold on. Is it a naughty planet or is it just running away from a villain? But a rogue. Hold on, brother. A rogue could be naughty, or a rogue could be somebody who's escaping tyranny. So which kind of planet is it?
So it's just a name, bro. And when I explain what it is, you'll be like, okay, that's why they call it a rogue planet. So
hold on, brother. Before you go on, there's another ancient scripture that talks about rogue planets. In fact, this ancient scripture calls them disobedient. And it says that they were disobedient and they didn't follow their courses ascribed by God so that they could deceive mankind. And you know what planets those are called? The wandering stars. You know what those are? The alleged planets of the solar system. Interesting, isn't it?
Very
fascinating. Crazy.
I've never heard of that before. Where is this scripture?
Bro. I want to say it was in either first or second Enoch. It might be first Enoch. But anyway, the claim in there, which is really juicy, interesting, because we know the word planet literally means wandering star. Okay, and we know that before the advent of any mainstream modern science, like Enoch was written way long time ago, they said that they were disobedient in their courses and that they were doing it to deceive mankind. So think about it. If the stars are moving in a way and the movement, the course that they're taking is intended to deceive mankind. Fast forward to now where people look at the stars and then they interpret, the way these wandering stars, the planets are moving makes me think I'm in a solar system and I'm at the center of this big, balls floating around the sun and blah, blah, yada, yada, yada. It all fits together, don't it?
Named after pagan deities, no less, which Enoch also specified would happen.
With Helios at the center. Helios at the center, which was the sun god, and there's links with that mythos to Lucifer being worshipped as the primary god. In other words, the focus. Heliocentric means centered on Helios, centered on the god Helios, which is the fire, which is Lucifer. So if you put these things together, the planets deceived mankind into worshiping the sun.
Interesting. I did not know when I brought up rogue planets.
Let me hit you one more, brother.
Idea.
I want you to be even more amazed. Not only this, brother, but in the Bible it says that God created man out of the dust of the earth. He made the earth and he made the sun later. But the mainstream cosmogony, you'll hear many physicists say, we are made of star dust. The stars are what created us. So you have a heliocentric model, which is focused on the sun and worshiping the sun as the source of life, as the source of creation. Doesn't that sound like it's usurping God from his throne? It does to me.
It does. That's interesting.
You know what's even better, bro? You know what's even better? I'm going to lay this down for you like a ton of bricks. It's all going to come together. So how I know that this is the nature of the deception is because in order for the Earth to be a ball floating in space among other balls, it actually has to be a ball, which means the surface has to actually be curved. But we already talked about water being level and the gold standard of level. And when you actually measure the water, it's flat. So that means that the gold standard of level is actually flat. And 70% of the Earth is covered in water. That means the Earth is flat. Bam.
Yeah.
And what were you saying?
That
There
is
were
a ton
no
of bricks.
implications whether or not the Earth were a ball.
No, you're helping me. You're helping me to
Yeah.
see it differently. Yeah, so I appreciate. This is new information to me. I didn't know that there was like lore behind rogue planets. I only know of rogue planets because it's something that was, that they talk about. These people. They say that there are planets that don't have that they're not in the orbit of a sun, and sometimes they'll just go wandering, and they'll
Like
get
the
picked up
Death Star?
by a gravitational. No,
Yeah.
it's a planet. They say it's a planet without a sun, a host sun, and until it comes into proximity with a star with strong enough gravity, it remains rogue. But if it gets captured by a gravity, the gravity of a sun, it starts to revolve around that
Yeah,
sun.
fair enough, brother. But what if it's all a charade? What if it's all the fallen angels executing a charade on mankind on behalf of their master Satan? So, for example, friend, the Bible says that in the end times the stars will fall to the earth. How could giant balls of gas bigger than the earth fall to the earth? And it describes people will still be alive then. If a star fell on the earth, dude, the entire earth would be incinerated instantly in a ball of fire if the heliocentric view of what stars are were true. But what if the biblical view of what stars are might be true, that they're actually some type of angel or some type of entity? Now, I do know that the heliocentric claims are false about the nature of everything orbiting around itself and all these orbits and all these things, because in order for that to be working, the Earth has to be a ball among them. And I know the Earth isn't a ball because the water's flat and the Earth is covered in 70% of that sweet water stuff that gives us our life when we drink it, right? And that stuff is flat, bro, and therefore the Earth is flat.
Yeah, and you came into this chat saying that you don't believe in the moon landings. So you're already over the line, dude.
Yeah, I said that well into the conversation, but yeah, I get your point. There's some things that are ridiculously claimed and held onto by the population. I think that's a shame.
Abias, do you think, like, according to Quran, the Earth is flat? Yes or no?
Me? No, I don't think so.
Okay, so where is the hell and the heavens? Heavens are up or down?
That's heaven and hell are not on this realm.
No, heavens are up at the upper directions, towards the sky.
Heavens
right?
can have
So
two
if
meanings, yeah.
no, so yeah, so Quran says heavens are up, right? Up means where we are living on the ground, it's upside from there, right? Up.
Okay, sure.
So if someone is in America, someone is in China, then the up for both of them are the different directions. It's not possible on a globe Earth.
Okay.
Yeah, but on flat Earth it's possible.
I think I missed the point you're trying to make. Can you clarify using different words?
Okay, so on the flat Earth, up. Yeah, you explain him.
I was just going to say, like, okay, so on your ball, you don't have an up and down; you've got an in and out, right? And so you'll have to resort to saying, well, those people didn't understand. Those ancient people that wrote the text misinterpreted what was told to them through divine intervention, whatever. They just were explaining it from their perspective, right? That to our perspective, there is an up and a down. But in reality, there isn't, right? So you've got heaven above and hell below, right?
Here, sorry for interrupting, but here are just two, 3 verses. Surah Ar-Rum, and of his signs that he created you from the dust, and he said, then suddenly you are humans being dispersing throughout the earth, right? Surah Al-Baqarah, he who made you from the earth a bed spread out and the sky a canopy, and sent down from the sky rain and brought forth thereby fruits for you as provision. And the last one is Surah Al-Hijr, if that's how you pronounce it. And the earth we have spread it out and set thereon mountains standing firm and caused to grow therein every kind of thing in due balance. So it does tell you that the earth is spread out or laid flat, if you will, level.
So
Right?
does it? Hold on. So does the Quran explicitly state that the Earth is flat?
How do you spread out a ball, bro? Quick
Does
question.
does the Quran explicitly state that the Earth is flat? It's a
It
yes or no
says right
question.
here in 1 second, I'll find it again. Surah Al-Baqarah. He who made for you the earth a bed spread out, and the sky a canopy. What's a canopy, and what does the word spread out mean? How do you spread out a bed?
That doesn't say flat, bro.
Oh my god, dude. Are you kidding me, brother?
Yeah, it's,
Hey, show me an example of spreading out a bed and putting a
Doesn't
canopy
say-
over it. Just show me any example in the history of anything where that results in the bed being a ball. For goodness sakes, dude. Give me one example. One.
I have another one. So the mainstream cosmology says that the stars are like thousands and millions times bigger than Earth. So the Quran says that at the day of judgment, the stars will fall down on the surface of the Earth. Do you know that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm still thinking about the other guy's thing, right? I have to think about it. And I also want to respond to what he said. You know that there's another verse, like I don't know the exact verse. I can find it for you later, but there's another verse that describes the way God created the earth and how it says he wrapped or coils the night over the earth or something like that.
Night over the day, day over the night.
Wraps the day around the night and the night around the day.
Yep, that's talking
Like a
about
turban.
that connects to the
Like a
canopy
turban.
of the sky, right? Because you have a canopy or a dome above you that wraps around the Earth. Because it's a half sphere, right? That's above the dome, above the flat Earth, if you will.
You know, I vaguely remember that. I vaguely remember already studying that verse, and the language there gives the impression, from what I read, of kind of like the yin yang symbol, where the one is chasing the other. It's not so much as it's wrapped, but it's chasing. So the one is going around, and the other one is filling it up as the other one goes away. That's the impression I got.
It also reminds me of try to run, try to hide, break on through to the other side.
So
That will even
that's
work
not the
on the
impression
AE map.
that's not the impression that I got. If you want more explicit description of the earth, there's another verse that talks about the earth being like an ostrich egg shape. This is again, it's like not an analogy, but a way to describe to the people what kind of shape the earth is. And so
Does it say you live on the exterior of it?
Let me help you out real fast, friend. Check it out.
But
a lot of what I've studied came from our dudes that we have on our home server, which is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, discord.gg/Flat Earth. We have a whole group of Muslims there, and they even have a sister server that you can get to from that server, and they're all Muslim flat earthers, and they can go over all of this with you.
Sure, and I can look into that.
The
but
egg
I'm just
you're
going off
talking
of.
about-
Go
Wait,
ahead.
the egg you're talking about is not the shape of the egg-like Earth. It's the spread of the Earth, like dahaha. There is the term used dahaha. Dahaha means to spread it out. It's not for the egg of an ostrich, as Dr. Zakir Naik claims. So it's a misinterpretation of the word. And so the question I was asking you was, like in the Quran.
Hold on. I mean, I feel like I have to respond to what you just said, right? So
Okay, you can share
the word that was used,
share the screen.
the word you're referring to
Share the
is.
screen.
Hold on. The word you're referring to is the ha, which yes, it does describe the Earth's expansion or spreading, right? But it's linked to a classical term called udhiya, or something like it's. I think I'm pronouncing that right. Udhiya, which means ostrich egg. So that's the etymology of that.
Last time I checked, life of the life, right, is inside the egg, not on the outside of it walking around.
It's a description of the shape of the Earth. We're not saying that the Earth is an
Yeah,
egg,
but
and we're
but
like the living things.
but wait.
Come on now.
Even the mainstream science in today's time, they don't claim Earth is like egg shaped. They say Earth is a sphere. It's like a complete sphere. If you watch the
spheroid.
It doesn't
Yeah,
matter. It doesn't specifically say where the life is situated within or on the outside, on the exterior of it, right?
Earth is not.
So it could be. It could be accurately describing the shape of the Earth from right as an overall thing, right?
I think you're
with
too
the life
fixated
on the inside of it, living
too
on a
fixated.
planar surface within it.
Maybe that
Yeah,
might be
Earth
the
is
case,
very
but I
close.
think you're too fixated on the description egg. Like it's just a description. It's like if I say you look like an egg, I'm not saying you are an egg.
Bro, bro, just a second, just imagine if I smaller the Earth like the size of the football, okay? Then do you think it will shape like an egg? No, it will shape like a football because according to mainstream science, Earth is completely like a sphere. The difference is very small. Like if you carry a football in your hand and if you carry the real Earth in your hand, both shape will be identical. It will not look like a egg shape. You don't get it.
there's like the Earth in its current scale, not shrinking it down. The Earth in its current scale does have bulges.
Bulges is not that much that you can shape it like an egg.
Listen, real quick. Listen, let me give you the. Hold on. I'm going to give you the numerical facts. No, I'm going to give you the numerical facts, okay? Since I know them. Okay? The highest point above the elevation of the surface mean level is Everest. The lowest point, Marianas Trench. That's a 13-mile swing, okay? From the highest to lowest physical point of the topology. Now, the overall shape, the oblateness of it is only 20 miles over the entire sphere. 20 miles versus a 24,000-mile circumference. So it is a near mechanically perfect sphere. In fact, many people describe it as being identical to a slightly used billiard ball. Or, the game pool, billiards on the table, you hit it with the cue stick. So that is almost a perfect shape, my friend. It's not shaped like any type of egg, unless maybe you think of a robin egg,
All right, fine.
which is itself a sphere.
You have a problem with the egg.
Well, hang on. I call an egg cracked open and in my frying pan an egg.
I gotta
without the shell.
Let me just respond to this.
That's flat with a little thing in the middle.
Sure, you may have a problem with like the egg description or egg simile, right? The reason why I brought it up in the first place was to disprove, I guess, the claim that in the Quran it says it's flat, like a flat plane. Obviously, if God is describing Earth as like an egg, it's not a plane, right? So that's just why. Yeah.
So the modern day interpretation that people have from the Quran, right, that says, it's egg shaped, it's not actually the classical nor primary meaning. Early scholars like Ibn Kathir al-Tabari al-Qurtubi understood the ha as he spread it out and made it suitable for life, not as egg shaped. So even early and primary scholars and practitioners of the faith understood it to mean this and not the former, right? Which is the new modern day interpretation.
Well, yeah, but let me ask you this question, Mur. Well, here's a good point. I want to make this point. This is a very salient point to make at this moment. We laid the groundwork for this point. Mr. Mur, what you just said sounds to me like people understood that this had nothing to do with symbolizing the claim in the Quran to support an idea that the Earth is a globe. Fast forward to the modern day, when people started having this Earth globe idea, and now they're trying to reinterpret words to fit the globe into the Quran. That's what it sounds like to me, my friend.
Indeed.
Well, you mean like our friend here said earlier that doesn't happen?
I didn't
But
say
it does
that.
happen. You see that with people with the Bible, right? When it says the Earth is a circle or round, people say, okay, that means it's a sphere because a sphere is also round, right? Well, again, we go with the whole debate. Well, a dinner plate is also a circle or round. Doesn't make it a sphere, right? So you see this happening through all the different scriptures where they're trying to change the meaning and interpretation of certain paragraphs, sentences, or even just particular words to change the narrative.
Correct. And it leans on the side.
And in
Oh, hold
Islam,
on, go
when it
on,
refers to
Tiger.
this, I was just going to say real quick, when it refers to the spheres of heaven, that could very easily be analogous to different planes or dimensions or realms on top of one another, not literally implying balls upon balls like a Russian nesting doll.
No, so let me just say this, right? The primary scholars in Islam unanimously agreed that the Earth is round. And
Who are they? Who are they?
But obviously, to the human eyes, you know, it's going to appear.
Dude, the primary scholars. What does that even mean?
The scholars who are
At what time period was this decided? When
So the
nobody was
only
even
people-
discussing the round Earth? Were they the first ones discussing the Earth being round?
No, they're probably modern. They're probably modern globe-cut proselytes of the NASA religion.
Exactly.
Is Joel Osteen one of them?
NASA religion. Okay.
Oh, hold on, real quick, Abyss. When was this in the date? When did the Muslim scholars come together and say that the spheres of heaven that's implied in that's talked about in the Quran implies the Earth is round? What year was that?
Oh, I'm not sure actually.
That's what I thought.
I'm supposed to have that.
Yeah, I'll tell you. It's all going to be
two other questions. What scholars were they? Can you answer that?
The name of the scholars? Yeah, I couldn't tell you that either.
Yeah. Okay. Can you tell me what book it was written in, or where these commentaries were collected in that we could read?
I'm just going off of.
Okay, it's hearsay. Shut the fuck up. Thanks.
Damn, you need to relax, my friend. It's not even that deep.
bro. Hey, Tiger.
It's not even that deep.
Tiger.
I'm just being
Tiger. Hey, bro. Hey, Abyss. Hey, listen. Look, bros. I'm the boss. Okay, Tiger. Don't be taking it to that tempo. Thank you.
All right, I was just being playfully hyperbolic. My bad.
Yeah, all right. I mean, you're free to do whatever you want, but just relax, man. We're just here to discuss. You know, hey, if I end up being wrong,
I'm not genuinely.
I think
I'm not genuinely mad, bro. It's all good.
Okay, I think that God is gonna settle this anyways on Judgment Day, and we'll all have to
Judgment Day. What do you mean Judgment Day, bro? Listen, we already laid it out. Listen. Check it out, friend. Let me help you out.
God is going to
just let me help you out, bro. Do you have to wait to Judgment Day to know that men are men and women are women? Do you have to wait till Judgment Day to know? Exactly, brother. So let me help you out. All this interpretation of both the Bible, the Quran, and the Jewish scripture, and all of this, where they try to input a globe into it, it's all conjecture, misinterpretations, etc., etc., etc. In fact, there's nothing in the scriptures that insinuate the Earth is a globe. There's definitely nothing that insinuates it's flying through the cosmos. In fact, it insinuates that it's standing still, and that it will always be still, and it can't be moved. There's all kinds of things that support a flat, motionless Earth that's the center of the creation, not something that's in this cosmic void. Now, that being said, friend, we also know that we're standing on the object known as the Earth, and you could just go out and measure the surface and be done with it, and you'll know the answer.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough. You know, maybe one day if I get around to it, I'll get to those measurements. But I want to answer what the other guy said, because I wasn't prepared with names and dates. Apparently that means I have to shut the fuck up, right? So let me just say that now. The scholar, the leading scholar in this interpretation, well respected, he wrote on a lot of the interpretations called the tafsir, Kitab al-Tafsir. Okay, anyways, the point is, this guy lived in the 1300s, and it's him that said that when the Quran talks about we have spread it for you like a bed, it's him. This is his words. It is prepared for people in such a way that they live in it, and it is firm, stable, and steady. Kind of like a bed, you know. It's you make a bed, it's ready for you, it's firm, and you can sleep on it, live on it.
I just love my bed that's like hurtling around in a circle at 1,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, and second, like when you lay on that firm bed, does your body bend like concave? Because you know it's It's spheroid. The bed is a sphere, right?
Come
It's
on now.
firm, but it's a ball.
You're being
Or do you lay on a flat surface when you lay on that sturdy bed?
You're being a little silly, right? Because obviously it's not the size of a bed. Come on, you're being silly.
It sounds like
I'm not talking about
Okay, but
I'm
I
talking
could
about
care
the
less,
surface of
dude.
the bed.
Nowhere in there did I hear the guy concluding that the Earth is a ball floating in space, dude.
No, this is all right. I'll read the other part.
Dude, how in the you read? Listen, let me help you out, friend. Read the part where he makes the conclusion that the Earth is a ball.
Wait, let me ask this first. When was the Earth like sphere thing? When was that? When did it become public knowledge?
Greek, ancient Greek.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. I'm just kidding.
Listen. The idea of the Earth being a ball,
yeah,
okay,
come from
is a religion which is not any of the great monotheistic religions. It was,
who
it was old Kabbalah and stuff. It's different ones, but the main
What's
thing
the
was
name? What's the name and the date? I'm just not to you. Really, I'm not really asking you. I'm asking the other guy that put me on the spot earlier.
I'm telling you, it's Greeks. You
What's
know
the name?
Aristotle.
I need the name of the scholar. I need the name of the scholar and the date. Like, what time period was he from? You see, it's a little unreasonable.
Pythagoras, Heliodorus, Aristotle, Eratosthenes, Herodotus. It's ancient Greeks that 2,500 years back.
2,500 years ago. Okay. Interesting. All right.
I think I might have revealed some cracks in your armor since you're still crying about it 5 minutes later.
Yeah, maybe. No, I was just trying to make a point about that. But I'm chilling, bro. You're good too. I'm not gonna hold it against you. I think it's cool that we have differing, but I'm not gonna judge you for being a flat earther.
No, same. All my battling and shadow boxing is against your ideas. It's not against you as a human being. It's all good.
You're still not showing the Earth as a globe in the Quran. You're still not showing that.
I think I did already.
When?
Where? When?
It's kind of what we're contesting, bro.
I did give verses, so you can just look those verses up, I guess.
Dude, you didn't give any verse that shows. You gave one verse. You gave one verse that supposedly mentions an egg.
Yeah, that should be enough for you.
Well, it ain't, because when you actually study the word and the context of the history of that, it's a modern interpretation trying to read a globe excuse into the Quran.
And real quick,
I just told you.
No, you didn't, dude.
It describing it as an egg doesn't even Sorry, go for it. I'll wait.
No, I was telling the other guy. Yeah, I brought up the egg, and I brought up the I already addressed the concern that you had with the
dude.
word.
You just reiterated it was a bed, dude. I mean, come on.
Huh?
Hold on.
Nothing you. Listen. No, Abyss. No. Listen, Abyss.
Okay.
You might have thought you said your whole thought, but I think you got cut off because you were trying to appeal to some dude from 1300s that supposedly supported the idea that the Quran concludes the Earth is a ball, but you never finished it. So take an opportunity if you can to reiterate that.
That guy's interpretation was on the verse of the Earth being a bed, like being laid out for you. Like
we already agree with that. Yeah, we know that.
Yeah, so that was right. So that interpretation, Ibn Kathir.
Can I ask you something?
Ibn Kathir is basically saying that's the figurative language there. This is how you interpret it. Not that.
So when it comes to figurative language, why can't egg just describe we're in a firmament in a biodome and the egg represents the culmination or building of something within that shell, within that containment unit, which would completely comport with flat Earth. Which would also completely comport with every other creation myth and belief system throughout the primitive world.
That's a good question, and if that was the interpretation, I should have seen it from the scholars.
Are you familiar with the cosmic egg theory?
I am. But first, did you understand what I just said?
Yes. You're saying that you would only appeal to if the scholars ruminated on that perspective?
People who are smart.
Hey, I have a question for the flat earthers. Do you believe in Santa Claus?
Can you let him finish, please?
You guys believe in Santa Claus?
We're not talking about that.
You're not going to just interrupt.
Yeah. What I'm trying to say is,
what's up?
Yeah, the scholars, the people who are educated, spend their life trying to understand this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I'm
it's an
inclined to
appeal.
believe them.
So it's an appeal to authority, like the Catholics with the popes.
I'm not saying that I'm not saying that because they said it's right. That's not what I'm saying. That would be an appeal to authority. What I'm saying is that what I am saying is that these people who have studied it probably have a better idea than me.
How is that
So
not an
wait,
appeal?
does that
How
also
is that not?
imply that people who aren't scholars but do study the scriptures, are they also smarter than you and know more about this than you?
Yeah, if you study something more than me, I would hope you know more about it than me.
But you're
Okay, you
taking
have
somebody.
several individuals in this room who have studied different scriptures, including the Quran, amongst others, and you're still going against what they're saying now because a different scholar says something else that you believe he says
And
something
we're
else.
not even, and we're not even, and we're not real quick, and we're not even we're not even considering the possibility of people's malign or misinterpretations. Like you're just saying, this is the word, and here's how people follow it, and I appeal to that authority. You're not even considering like wolves in sheep's clothing who are misinterpreting or misappropriating whatever your belief system is
I
for a
will
different
say
reason.
about authority, we do respect certain authorities. The greatest one being God, right? And so what God revealed to us through Scripture it holds the highest authority. So in a way, I am kind of.
I want to ask you something, bro. Did at any stage in their history, the Islamic culture ever view the earth as a motionless plane enclosed?
I don't know the facts on that, but maybe it's probably
academia says yes to that, bro. So
yes.
you must be identifying a point at which they changed their position on that stance.
Are you saying like Are you saying like the mainstream view was that it's flat under Islam?
Yes.
Yes.
At one point in history?
Yes, it
Oh,
actually
okay.
was.
Most ancient cultures, it was.
I've seen the diagram.
That's interesting.
I've seen the diagram, and it corresponds with every other flat Earth creation story, except for that it has 7 layers of heaven above it, different realms and dimensions above it. But that doesn't imply that the Earth is a sphere floating through space. You have the same concept with the Norse pantheon, with the idea of Niflheim and Muspelheim, and the Yggdrasil world tree leading to all these different dimensions. So just that it's like implying the idea of other realms or dimensions is not implying that it is a ball spinning through space. You're making an interpretation there. You're asserting.
And if I may quickly add to that point, right? You also have it within the Hindu religion, right? They have 7 layers above and 7 layers below, and then you have the level plane of inertia, which we live upon in the smack middle. So this is a common thing that reoccurs. Can somebody maybe like drop in the side chat the different depictions or cosmologies from different religions and civilizations?
You have Midgard, the middle plane, the Middle Earth, like Lord of the Rings. It always comes down to we are on the prime material plane, on the flat Earth surface of all these other competing realms or different interacting realms, even if we're getting metaphysical. Potentially that's not even the case, but all I'm saying is within the religious framework, they mostly compare different realms interacting with each other. None of those imply they're planets flying through the rest of space. That's later Hellenistic pagan ideas. That's not even any of the original creation myths, whether it's Hindu, Vedic, whether it's South American, whether it's Egyptian. None of these agree on that.
Yeah, Chinese also.
Yep, all of them. There's not an exception. At least not that I found yet.
Yeah, no one. Like Quran also says, like the stars will fall down at the day of judgment to the earth. So how those big stars can fall down on the earth?
It's a good
What
question.
if they're not? What if they're not actually Oh, okay, never mind. That's speculation Sunday talk.
Yep.
No, Quran explains.
I'm self-aware. Okay.
Quran like apparently says that at the day of judgment the stars will fall down, and the other thing also says like the sun will rise from the west and set to the east. So how it's possible on the globe Earth? It's not possible. You're understanding that it's only possible on the flat Earth.
I can
It's
address
only
that.
possible on a motionless flat Earth because even if the sun is changing its direction, then Earth is not moving or shaking. But on the globe Earth, the heliocentric model, the Earth has to spin the other way to make the sun go
Not
from east
exactly.
to west to east.
So I
Yeah, so
think
what?
there's 2 points you made there. One of them, the stars falling. That's a good one. Let me look into that one further. The other one I can address right now. The the sun will rise from the opposite. I think it's going to rise from the west. It's going to set in the east on Judgment Day. And it's actually there's another one you didn't bring up, that the sun will hover just inches above everyone's head. That's but before we address that one, let me address the east-west sunrise.
Yeah, that kind of implies the sun is localized, right?
No, it's a different point. I'm bringing it up because
But it's going to be important for when you're praying to Mecca too.
It's a good one for you guys to bring up the next time you have a conversation about this, to stump the opposition. So now to address one of them though, sun rising from the west. Well, how can this happen? It can happen because the poles of the Earth will switch eventually.
When did we jump to Sunday?
Easy. Huh?
When did this become Speculation Sunday?
I'm sorry?
We are delving in the realms of speculation, religion, theology, and things that are not hard science on flat Earth. That's why I was a little self-aware earlier about us delving into that.
Oh, that's what he meant.
Around
Yeah,
the empiric nature of reality, not with our subjective claims on religious topics and the writings of such texts.
That's totally fair.
He wants us to go into the abyss.
So hold on. You can describe how the text describes the earth. If you're going to extrapolate what the text is saying, then you're going to cause somebody's feces to get hurt.
Hold on. Before anyone's feces get hurt.
Not feces.
That's what I heard. So anyway, I was just trying to be funny. But so as for my explanation for how the sun will rise from the west,
joke, I guess.
that was like a mechanistic explanation, right? But there's a simpler way to answer all of your questions on this. All of them, even the hard one that I don't know. The simple answer is because God has willed it, and whatever God wills,
there it is.
Will be their reality. So if God wills the sun to be hovering over my head on Judgment Day, all of our heads, then it will be so. And if God wills the stars to fall on Earth, yeah, that's what
Bob Dylan song.
This is definitely Speculation Sunday talk because, I could engage with that metaphysically and ethically and philosophically, but this isn't the time
speculate.
for it.
Holy crap, dude.
I know, it's not the time for it.
Listen. The next person who says Speculation Sunday is getting banned.
By the way, that's a new term to me, Speculation Sunday. Given the context, I know what they mean. But what's the origin of that?
I think the take-home message is prove how the Earth is a round spinning ball with some empirical scientific measures. That's what's compelling right now.
Yeah.
All these guys.
Unfortunately, Abyss has got to get banned now. He said it.
What?
Okay.
Oh, he didn't. He said Speculation, not Speculation Sunday.
He said he wasn't.
Oh, I got to ban myself. Oh, crap.
Oh, no.
You tricked me.
Abby's,
can I answer you again? So when I asked you, like, the sun will rise from the west to east, then you said that at the day of judgment, maybe the earth will switch. Means if the North Pole is pointing towards the Polaris, then maybe the South Pole will point towards the Polaris. You're saying that, right? Means Earth will switch the poles, okay? But even if the Earth switches the poles, still the sun will rises from east. Do you understand that? You can even simply ChatGPT or Google it. That if we switch the poles, like South Pole towards the north and north towards the south, if we
it's not judgment
flip the Earth in that way.
This doesn't happen on. It happens before judgment. It happens as a major sign. This is when repentance for any sin you've committed will not be accepted if the sun rises from the west. But to answer your question,
how it's possible? Like even if you flip the poles, just imagine.
Yeah.
Even if the Earth got flipped, means North Pole will face towards the south, and south means the South Pole will face towards the Polaris. Okay.
Yeah.
Just imagine. Still, the motion of the Earth is not changing. Yeah, but no, you have to imagine that.
The
Because
hold on, man. Let me answer your question. The cardinal directions of Earth, if you flip its poles, will also be changed. Come on. I mean, you can just rotate in your mind. Do you have
No.
It depends on how good your mind's eye is.
It's
You can
not about
imagine.
visualization. If you have a globe right now and you move it, you move the globe in the same direction, okay? The globe is moving in the same direction. So still, whenever the globe is switching the direction, it's still moving in the same direction.
We're talking
You
about
just
west and east, right? These are cardinal directions. You know that, right? You know what
those
cardinal
were
directions
still
are?
the same. I know the east and west
I
will
think what's
still be
happening here,
same.
and forgive me if I'm
The
wrong, but
east
I think
and
what's
west will
happening.
still be same.
Holy! I heard you the first 3 times you said it. You don't have to keep repeating it, and while
What's
interrupting me
happening
while
is
doing
you're
it.
continuing to make believe that you live on a ball.
So the
After you already
the
acknowledged
mechanistic
the
explanation
water.
I provided, right?
Oh my lord!
If you can just visualize, you don't have to. Get a
just
fucking ball.
imagine,
Get a
right?
ball, right? No,
Why don't you do that?
I thought it was
Do you have a
possible,
globe
right?
right now?
Hey.
Do you have
You
a
can
globe
get a
right
ball,
now?
right? Hold on, man. You can get a ball, put north on one end, south on the other end, east and west on each end, and then flip it. Do you think that east is going to be in the same position after you have flipped it?
You're not getting the point still.
You think east is going to be in the same position after
Oh
you
my
have made
goodness!
a
It
flip?
doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is listen. The only thing that
Motion.
matters. Listen, check it out, bros.
It
Here's the
will
problem.
no longer be east anymore.
Hey,
It will go west.
Abyss.
I'm listening.
I don't want to hear you guys go around in circles, so I'm going to put a stake through the heart real quick. Okay. The claim in the heliocentric model is that the Earth is rotating while the sun is being viewed from a rotational vantage point of the Earth. So it's the direction of the rotation that matters. Okay. That's what matters. So if you flip a ball but don't change the direction of rotation, then it'd still be the same easterly westerly. So the only way it would change is if the direction of rotation changes relative to the sun. However, you were correct that in your worldview, you believe in an omnipotent deity that can suspend all the forces of physics at any moment he wishes. So trying to say that this must be explained in a physical manner while appealing to a deity that can control physics is a moot point. All right?
Exactly.
So it's a moot point.
Exactly.
Now, that being said, that doesn't change the fact that we're standing on the Earth and that all the things in the Quran don't say the Earth is a ball and that it actually is very congruent with the Earth being flat, just as the Earth appears and just as it measures, because the water is most certainly flat and level. It covers 70% of the surface, therefore the Earth is flat.
All right. I understand. I don't know. You said let's not go in circles, so I don't want to keep doing that. Circles, that's kind of funny, right? So what shape is the Earth?
Yeah, I just got to ask, what do you mean by when you say you understand?
I understood what he said. That's what I mean. What
So
else
you
would I mean?
you comprehended what he said? What he said?
Yes.
Or you understand as I understand. What you said is. Can
okay.
you? I
That's
mean,
what you're
would you
asking.
argue
Yeah.
with that?
I'm not conceding.
Are you now going to start arguing about water's nature after we had an agreement? We were looking for things we had an agreement with.
Understanding is not an agreement. You understand that?
Yeah, but we agreed upon the nature of water a long time ago.
So
you and I, you told me it was flat.
Hey, let me tell you what I understand. I understand that in order to maintain the heliocentric worldview, you have to deny your common experience with water in favor of a fiction that you can never experience in the first order, which is curved water on a gigantic scale. You then have to, in order to maintain that view, have a pre-willing bias to believe any interpretation of the scripture you claim to be the number one truth that favors a ball, even though your common experience is that water is flat and level. So that's what I understand.
Well, it's about time for me to start heading out. It's 4 a.m. But you know what? Cool. It was nice talking to some of you. Yeah, y'all have a good night.
I understand.
Even though
We don't need the recap, Howard Cosell. I mean, we were all at the game.
Okay, well,
you're in the game.
Abby's, you was trying to answer like how the stars could fall to the earth at the day of judgment. Answer that.
What? He said he's leaving, dude.
Not only that, but all right. Never mind.
I think he said he was
Abyss. Just leave. Just leave. Just leave. Just leave, or 3 more people are going to talk to you. 3 more people. Holy crap, dude. Guys, it's
I think
okay
I have
let
to
people
read
leave.
the Quran. I think I have to read the Quran fully once.
You do or he does?
I should. Like I have never read the Quran.
Really?
Like I'm not. No, I'm not from Muslim community. But, like I have like watched a few videos explaining different things about Quran, so I have good knowledge about it.
You should.
Yeah.
But yeah, he proved my point in spades that that as the religions go on, they all lean towards trying to force their scriptures into what is considered science, right? Because somehow science to them has like this greater truth value than their scriptures, even though they claim that their scriptures come from an omnipotent deity which was responsible for the creation of the world, and as the first order creator should know exactly what he did. They then say, oh, no. We got to reinterpret it because science is more truthy than my omnipotent deity. It happens all the time.
Yeah, the primary scholars.
And you know why? It's because people are indoctrinated from the time they're young to believe that science is some kind of super duper way to find out truth. And so anything they sprinkle the science seasoning on, people taste it and they say, oh, this is my favorite food. It's perfect, made just for me.
Yeah. And when they personify science, that's when it gets weird.
They deify it.
Facts. Yep.
What's crazy is I think they maybe I'm completely wrong, but I want to say they started doing it with either toothpaste, like where the ads were 3 out of 4 or 7 out of 8 doctors agree, but now it's like every product, everything. The primary scholars.
99% of all scientists agree.
99% of bacteria. Yeah, the whole thing's insanity.
Except for the 99% that don't agree,
Well, they haven't found the firmament yet. 240,000 miles away. No, it wasn't there. What? Send Voyager out to the edge of the solar system? Still not there. Even though they said there was a wall there of radiation and dust and ice and whatever.
Well, there's a logic problem that some people fall into when they argue the gas pressure container argument. Here's the problem. So they say the gas pressure has to contain the gas, right? But then the people start talking to them and then they insinuate that everything is within the containment. Okay, well, if everything is within the containment, then that means there's nothing outside of the containment, which means there's nowhere for the gas to go, so you don't need a container anymore. So it's kind of like this weird paradox. There has to be an inside and an outside. There has to be a space to fill in order for a restriction of the amount of space not to fill to be relevant. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So even saying there's no outer space wouldn't be true in that sense, because if you're creating a worldview in which you lived in a contained environment, right, and the reason you need a container is to prevent gas from filling a vacuous space, that only makes sense if there's an outer vacuous space. So you got to be careful when you're just making all these kinds of sequences which have, logical consequences, basically.
Well, how would you know that the outer space is not of a higher pressure and the container's keeping our space into a lower pressure?
Well, that's the correct answer. It does. Well, see, it doesn't matter because the correct answer in all of those situations is one simple answer, which is three simple words, which is I don't know. But if you say you do know, that's when you start screwing up.
That's why I pull them up when someone uses the word. It's a continuous gradient. So it's just continuous to right until the edge of the universe where it's 10 to the negative 17 torr, right? Like, oh no, it's 10 to the negative 17 torr. A long time before that, a long way before that, right? Oh, so it's not continuous then, right? It has to stop somewhere. It's not continuous. It's not a continuous gradient. They recognize that it stops somewhere, and there's a distinct boundary between what they consider the Earth's to be the Earth's atmosphere and outer space.
Ugh.
So it gradiates out to a point where it no longer does anymore somewhere. That's what they should think.
Well, I mean, the way this argument goes that most people were taught is that, you have to have gas pressure in a container, but you can have a gradient within the container, but you have to have the container for the pressure. So you then have to define what's the maximum scale of the quote-unquote delta X, which is the rhetoric most people have heard. How do you have delta X without X? Right? So then you'd have to create some kind of scale of what's the maximum amount of gradation you could have, right? And this is going to start getting into a lot of things you could never substantiate because you can't replicate that scale. So just like it says, like where a globe earther has to appeal to a cosmic or planetary scale, a lot of flat earthers, when they're talking about this kind of stuff, they have to do the same. And neither the globe earther or the flat earther has proved their case.
Absolutely. I couldn't tell you what's going on up there.
I mean, because I think that most people would tend to agree that the pressure wanes with altitude. And then there's a point at which planes can't fly anymore because there's no aerodynamic uplift. So the aerodynamic control surfaces lose their abilities. Then after that, you're in an entirely different density. Right? You could send balloons up, like really large helium balloons or whatever, and they'll go, and they'll keep rising even after a plane can't rise, as far as I know.
What was it, like 80,000 feet or something?
Isn't that where they sent John Glenn? He gets forgotten in all this. His crazy.
He's still whoa! Is he still up there?
You're talking about old mate that saw the fireflies.
What's that?
You're talking about the fellow that saw the fireflies.
Yeah, that is part of the story. Australia is part of the story too, where they claim that they lit up the whole. What did he say about the fireflies outside of his capsule window?
Yeah, he was saying it's like they're alive or something. I can't remember exactly his words, but like he was like talking as if there was these like little shining creatures,
fairies
encapsulating him. Yeah, his craft.
Oh man, that's like something he would tell back at the lodge after he got home.
I don't know, bro. If you're ever bored, look up staring at the night sky with night vision videos and see how much motion is up there, dude. It looks like a whole it looks like city traffic.
Yeah, it looks like a bacteria tray. I've seen the video, and I mean,
it's crazy, man.
But the whole John Glenn thing where he first man to orbit the Earth, supposedly. he popped out of where you no longer needed a plane. I don't know.
So what's his name in the movie The Right Stuff? His character, that he was played by I can't remember his name. It's on the tip of my tongue.
The director guy, they asked Kevin Bacon, Ed Harris.
Ed Harris.
Yeah,
wasn't it? Ed Harris.
Yeah, he
played
was
the
the
part of John
director,
Wayne.
Yeah, he was the guy with the crew cut, and he was talking to him, walking him through.
Well, I thought he was the director in Apollo 13, and then in The Right Stuff, he was one of the astronauts.
Oh, is that how it goes? I haven't seen The Right Stuff since I owned it on VHS, but okay, that would make more sense why he was there. Well, he's everywhere. Truman Show, same era. He's the director.
Yeah. The Abyss too.
Yeah. Is the Abyss the one where they have to drink the fluid? They have to breathe the fluid?
Yeah. He's telling you, just relax. You did it in the womb. You'll be right. He's like choking.
Yeah, but I wonder sometimes these stories. I wonder if they have him on film saying that, or if that's just the whole Fireflies. I completely forgot about that. I don't know. A lot of the times, I think they don't really realize how the longevity of their story and how it's going to be. Like the way all those astronauts reacted in those Burt Sabrell movies. I don't think they ever thought that they would get anything but praise their entire life. I don't think they thought that these stories would carry on like they do with the internet. Well, I don't know. I mean, you start telling people you're orbiting the Earth in a space capsule and walking on the moon. Maybe they do. I don't know. I just, I guess he's dead now, but.
They're wild stories. I mean, like, is it conceivable that they shot him up really high and he got to experience, an area of the sky that no man had ever experienced before? Maybe.
Sure. Yeah. I'm sure they shot him up or dropped him I don't know.
They dropped him on his head?
Yeah. Like an egg. I don't know. The whole story. How does that? He must have been on a rocket. Is that how that goes?
I think so.
And now all I can remember, I keep thinking about Ed Harris when he's on the chalkboard and he's showing them how they're gonna, go in a loop around the Earth and get out there. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, there was barely even a commemorative stamp for the 50th anniversary of the moon landing. There was no celebration. There was no, hey, everyone. They did not remind anyone of that happening. There's probably some porcelain plate they made, but that came and went. It's hard to believe that was so
Did he get a
long
statue?
ago. Statue, the MTV award.
Gold star on the Hollywood.
Yeah, Hollywood Square. Yeah, so you ask somebody, what would happen after you're the first man to walk on the moon? Do you go into absolute hiding for the next couple of decades, then finally come out for a public appearance and talk about peeling back the layers of lies to get to the truth like an onion? You're gonna cry. Every layer you peel back will cause tears, but sooner or later you'll get to the core of the truth.
He was almost crying in that speech.
Yeah.
I never thought about the crying part. The onions making you cry.
Yeah, onions making you cry. And then, or you're the second man to walk on the moon. Do you then retire from space travel and become a used car salesman? Then later on,
Drunk cocaine addict.
Yeah, drunk cocaine addict. Then disown your own kids and then marry some stripper when you're in your 90s or whatever.
Well, bro, if you're gonna marry a stripper when you're in your 90s, it's the time to do it.
Oh yeah, I know. But
wasn't she like in her 60s though?
Yeah, I was just kind of playing it up a little bit, like.
Yeah. That's crazy, man.
His handler.
So the children are older than she is, and they're like, dude, what the? They're like, what the? Or we're on politics. Yeah, okay. He's like, they're like, what the fuck? What are you doing? And then she's like, yeah, you need to zone those kids. And she's like, yeah, no. He's like, no problem. Let's get them off.
You don't get my gold Corvette.
Yeah, apparently it's like barely an inconvenience. Like if you're 80 or whatever, and your children are, in their 50s and 60s, it's just sign on this dotted line. Okay, they're no longer your relatives.
And then he leaves all these strange comments, like we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
Yeah, well, he's like, what's the scariest thing about going to the moon? Well, it would have been scary, but it wasn't because we didn't go there. And then the globalist like, well, he meant he didn't go into a place of fear. Get the fuck out of here, right?
Yeah, it didn't happen.
I was never scared. I was never afraid because I didn't go there. It made more sense if you said, oh, fear? Homie, don't play that. I mean, the whole thing, that's what I'm saying. You don't really need flat Earth for this topic because this is all stuff the globalists came up with that we just listened to. We're like, damn.
Yeah, good points, Globies. Thank you.
Yeah, you might have missed it, Crit. That last guy, he wanted to send T-Dub up in a rocket.
Yeah, hypothetically.
Like, fuck no.
Yeah, the part where it was like he says, okay, you give him the camera, give him the lens you want, and then
what am I?
And I said, who be giving it to him? He goes, someone you trust. I was like, okay.
I'm bringing it back for all my buddies. See, guys.
Camera. It's kind of, the whole thing's just. I don't know. The absurdity of it all. The guys, I guess he thought that would settle the discussion if he could get one of us to board a rocket.
Yeah, because that's what settled it for him.
Well, that's what I asked him. I said, was the original footage and travel film not good enough for you? And I don't know. We ran It
Right,
was.
there's a
It was a good conversation, but
there's a picture of your auntie and she's got balls, right? But you want to see it for yourself, so you can start calling him uncle, right? Something like that.
Why is it telling us to get on a rocket and go into the sky is sufficient to satisfy their beliefs, but they won't try and get on a rocket and go and satisfy their beliefs?
Or go to a lake, or go to a mountaintop. Have a look, see what you can see.
Which is easier, making a measurement or trying to do a thing that you can't do on your own? I could measure all day long. You can measure at night.
But yeah, old horse. I was right into that stuff with like John Glenn and the the Fireflies and all that. Especially when I learned about that. I think it was one of the STS missions, and with the tether that broke loose, and then all these things, and they had it in infrared, and all these like round cellular like things like jellyfish or something were circling it, right? And like it was like a scene underwater or something in the ocean. Like it was like, and I was all fascinated by that back in the day. I was like, wow, maybe there's like life up there, like it's like an ocean, but like it's not, it's space, I don't know. And, then that John Glenn thing confirmed it for me, and I was like, yeah, there's stuff up there that we don't know about.
Yeah, it's strange because that tether video was the very last NASA or whatever that is released NASA footage that I ever watched while still immersed in the whole fabric of the outer space thing, the globe, and that was the very last thing. Well, that was after I was finished with the moon landing. I was like, well, that didn't occur. But what else did they have to offer? And that's what it was, the tether, which is, like here's all these little entities coming and checking out the foreign object, and it's crazy. Man, they just don't stop. A lot of that stuff does kind of look like things you could get under a microscope on a slide.
Was it broadcast live? Like, why would they release that to the public?
The John Glenn or the tether?
No, the tether footage. Yeah, wouldn't you look at that? You'd review it and go, we're not letting the public see this. Their imaginations are going to run wild. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. And then, I mean, that was a long time ago now. The tether video, but now they have on CNN, on the news, they have the newly released CIA UFOs going over a mountain. Okay, the whole thing just cracks me up. I saw the stealth bomber, the B-2, I guess is what it is. I saw that fly over at the end of the summer. It did two big circles. There's heading towards some base. But not knowing it was scheduled, I guess a lot of people knew it was coming into town, but I was just outside and I heard roar, look up, and it looks like a damn spaceship. It looks very foreign in the air. At some angles of it looks like a sliver of something. A beautiful aircraft, and if that's what then they've been showing people the B-2 for at least 2 decades. So I don't know. The aircraft that they have created, I'm sure, would blow people's minds.
I find it asinine that they haven't come up with anything faster.
Oh, yeah, there's some wild stuff in the sky. There's some things that aren't shooting stars that are moving quickly, going back and forth sometimes. But anyways, yeah, I would like to look at the sky with night vision. That would be good. Not a bad idea.
I thought it was pretty cool. The stars that you can see are brighter, and then
Say if you don't have night vision, if you want to be tripped out, you can just use Glober vision to look up in the night sky. I see a bunch of balls in the sky. It's crazy.
Sounds like a Foreigner song. Is that who that is?
No, I don't know actually.
or maybe Chicago. Who did Don't Stop Believing? Who was that?
Oh my god. Journey, yeah.
Journey, there you go.
Yeah. I just like hate when because I was like, oh yeah, I know. Shit.
Kind of a Mandela effect for me, bro, because I listened to a lot of 80s radio, and I don't remember that song before I saw it on Family Guy. I'm like, how didn't I never hear this song? So, I don't know.
It's in a big movie, too, I think. Like, it's weird when it's in the movie. Is it Goodfellas? Or... Yeah, I heard that song a bunch of times on the radio. Yeah, I probably had the same. Man, there's certain songs that I've probably heard, I hate to use the term, but literally 3,000 or 4,000 times. Certain AC/DC songs and just certain like Bad Company songs, you know. And even those Aussie songs in the 80s, I've heard them hundreds upon hundreds of times. It's crazy, those radio stations. There's something like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the one the guy said Glober Vision, I was going for Double Vision. What did you say? Was it? It was Foreigner, but it's not Foreigner. I don't even know how. What did you say? Oh, you said Chicago. I was wondering if what you. Okay.
Yeah.
The whole Chicago thing's kind of crazy too. It's like, yeah, the Chicago songs were on the radio, and there was a local university that played that 26 or 24, whatever it is. They played it as part of their repertoire to this day. They play it. But yeah, Chicago was like huge. Crazy. And I never even knew, you know, because I don't even know the Terry Kath guy when he probably died before I was born. But I never knew that he was, you know, he was only there for those certain albums and then he was gone. And the insane story of how he died, just out of, I don't know. Too much rock and roll antics. Chicago.
Oh, did he die at 27?
Yeah, that might be. I mean, he died young, fooling around with a gun at a party. I don't know if he's in that 27 club, but I know he died young.
Yo, did anybody catch the Northern Lights, by the way? Last night?
No, I was asleep.
Bro, I looked and I didn't see. And then apparently I wasn't looking at the right direction of the sky. And then, in the morning, my missus is showing me all these photos from Facebook, people in our town that saw it, and I was like, what the heck? How did I miss? I was looking, I couldn't see it. Maybe I needed to get up higher or something. It was the wrong time or something, but I don't know.
It makes you wonder that this is the first. Yeah, this is the first Northern Lights that I've had other people just randomly come up to me and show me pictures of them on their phone. And I was like, "Where's that? Where's that?" I mean, they look like a calendar. Yeah, but yeah, I had weather. If they're seeing them in Texas, how northern are these things? I mean, what's going on?
That's what I'm saying. I was like on the map to be able to see like something that said isn't going anywhere. I think for me at least. I didn't see anything. Does anybody know the cause for Northern Lights in the globe paradigm? I know they say something like solar something.
Yeah, their explanation's defeated now because it's only supposed to occur in very dark areas and only certain parts of the north or the south sky. Like these last couple have gone all the way beyond that, like super dark area.
Interesting. I was just gonna ask to see if anybody's ever done an experiment to validate the cause for the Northern Lights.
Well, did anywhere suffer any grid electric grid outages or anything like that? Because they were saying that it could be a Carrington level event. Now, I'm just wondering, was that back in the day when like that happened? Was it a coincidence? And they've just correlated it with the northern that because they say that when people so far like north or south can see it, that it's of such significance that it could potentially knock out electrical grid systems and things like that, right? Play havoc. Going off historical events and a historical event. Now, is there only one instance of this in history that we know of where that's actually happened? Because if so, what if it was just a coincidence?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't hear anything about anybody's electricity going crazy or going down, at least for anybody.
Welcome.
Soundwaves here. Soundwaves are transformers, and yeah, just something.
If anybody has any questions, feel free to ask.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
Imagine having a friend who had an idea, and instead of asking your friend about his idea, you ask the internet about his idea. Then you challenge your friend's idea with what the internet gave you, and it has nothing to do with your friend's idea. That would be right now.
Accurate. Welcome.
Morning.
Good morning. Hope all is well with you and yours, man.
It's going. Definitely going.
Yeah, life be that way.
You know what we haven't had in quite some time is like the full meltdown where flat earthers are undermining all of America or all of the world, driving humanity back to the Stone Age. It's a dangerous conspiracy theory that's causing the destruction of science inside humanity.
Oh, Mr. Shiva, I won't call him Doctor. Mr. Shiva spazzed out in a similar fashion.
Oh, did he? Okay, I missed that one.
Yeah. He's very angry at people undermining all of these folks with degrees and whatnot.
Because I like when they do that because you say, well, didn't you just suggest or just say that flat earth is a minority group that no one's listening to?
Exactly. They say that all the time.
They're like, yeah. And everyone's listening to them, which is causing the complete downfall of all society.
God, this is one hell of a trip. They got to come up with lore in order to justify how they feel.
Plus, if it's not true and it has nothing to do with your authority, why are you freaking out about it?
They need everybody to believe in Santa or nobody gets presents.
Oh, wait. I need more coal.
Everyone forgets about that loophole, the value of coal, but I think you only get like one lump. Whatever a lump is, maybe lump's a large quantity. Like a quart.
Well, maybe if I convince my friends that Santa does not exist and that the coal did not come from Santa, maybe I can get their portion of coal and add it to mine. So then I just get one large lump.
There you
go.
Each year.
We'll spread and everyone will get you coal.
Yeah. And then I convince them that coal is in such abundance and they give it to me for cheap or nothing at all. When really Santa coal only exists once a year. Or I write a letter to Santa and say, just divert to me all the coal from all the non-believers. That way he can get rid of his stockpile on schedule and nobody has to deal with coal in their stocking. More room for candy.
Neil's here. We better tighten up. Hey, Neil, get back to work.
I wish I had some work.
I got a book you can help me write.
Only if I edit the book and then demand co-authorship 95% in.
Oh shit.
But you love that publishing drama.
I really don't. It's very disappointing. Come on, it's Kiwi and Adam. That's very disappointing.
I mean, I guess that's why, Funk and Wagnalls. I mean, someone should go study this Webster fellow. Well, I guess he was just doing dictionaries. I don't know.
I'll tell you what, though. It is turning into a better book, and I'm kind of glad it happened now because now it's basically going to be about, the show.
Are you saying that you kicking up drama about it has made it a better book, and now are you going to want a piece of the pie? Is that the next chapter?
I didn't start the drama. I didn't steal the drafts.
All right, Billy Joel.
I did not steal any drafts. I just brought it to everybody's attention.
People are talking about drafts being stolen. The parchment was last in his possession. What century is this?
Well, they were doing it on a computer. Don't ask me about the
I knew you were going to say that.
I don't know anything about it. I don't know how that works. Anyway, it's going to be better.
If they're doing it on computer, that means there's copies. So not one individual would have the only copy.
Yeah,
That's correct. It sounds like you guys are dealing with people who know nothing about computers, actually.
I was going to turn into a freaking bashing. I really don't want to hear it. It's too early in the morning. Adam was writing it. That's it. He had it on his computer. It's the only one that had it.
Well, that's straight to the point and explains everything.
Are you guys having like an Indiana Jones thing over like this disc? This is what you guys using, a floppy disk?
Meet me in the park. I'll give you the flash drive.
Yeah, it's over. It's done. Even if they would try and give it to him now, it's done. Their window of opportunity is gone.
Well, the whole thing will just be public domain in about 100 years. Well, it's probably 90. I don't know. When are they going to publish it? Just get the clock started.
I'll make it public domain next year.
Problem solved.
Aside from that, I hope all is well with everybody. Welcome, Wrecked.
You ready to get wrecked?
You guys still doing the housekeeping over there, Neil? I listen every once in a while, but I don't listen.
Well, we cut it down to just one day a week. Friday we'll do housekeeping. That's it.
Any more for any more?
You know what's funny about that? When it started out, nobody was going to get a mention in the book because there's just too many characters that pass through. To Huey and Adam demanding a mention in the book, and Nathan was like, "Okay, fine, just you two guys, because you're doing an enormous amount of work helping the editors."
Just talking about housekeeping. I'm not talking about this golden disc that you guys are all fighting over.
Fine. Nobody's fighting over it no more. I'm just trying to.
I'm lighten up, Neil.
I'm just trying to tell you what the end result is. Give me 30 seconds. So from nobody getting a mention to Huey and Adam getting a mention, and Adam writing it himself. You got to hear this shit. The freaking pats on the backs he gave him and Huey, to everybody basically getting a mention in the book now. And Huey and Adam also getting a mention in the book at the end, because it is what happened in the story, but for all the wrong reasons. That's all.
Can we go right to a movie instead of a book?
Like a drama series. Just
Ooh, let's make a Netflix miniseries.
Yeah, let's do one episode of Glee and just call it good.
Well, you guys.
Dude, I want to make a 2D fighting game with all the characters.
That
You know,
would
so
be-
like Fight the Flat Earth character like he picks his nose, and one of his moves is he can fling it at you, or he can eat it, and then he gets stronger.
Like, that's a villain. Yeah, he's a villain. They
So
need to get,
Kiwi has like the black swan he throws at people, and it comes back like a boomerang. And one of his fatalities is he opens your mouth, reaches down in, and pulls out a book, and then sticks it in his pocket. You know, just all these tongue-in-cheek little fun things, dude. It'd be fun.
That would be fun. That's funny.
We can make QE running around with a bow and arrow.
yeah, you get Ted Nugent to play QE and Jason Statham for Oakley. Yeah,
Yo,
it's like
that's
hit
a good
series.
one. I never thought of that, but yeah, Ted Nugent, no doubt about it.
Ted Nugget.
Here, I thought you'd be excited about the Jason Statham casting.
No, when you said Ted Nugent, it just like hit me. That is definitely QE.
Bow and arrow. I mean, who else? When you think bow and arrow, what else? What else do you have?
Yeah, but only make him like 2.5, 3 feet tall, so that explains the short man complex.
Is he short? I don't know. I never seen QE in my life.
No, but he's angry. Usually, angry people are only like 4 foot tall.
Like a dog, like those little dogs that are very aggressive. That's kind of why, you know.
Yeah.
It's like because dogs don't really care about size; they kind of care about behavior. So you'll see like a little dog just like bark down the big dog because the big dog is like, this dude is like in my face and shit. It's like, what the fuck?
I could just squash him.
But yeah, they don't think about that. They kind of have that pack behavior. So that's why you see sometimes like short man complex. And how they kind of bully their way to the top because like people won't return the behavior with actual violence, but they will sort of like be kind of uncomfortable that some high-strung dudes just flipping out.
Does he come in here anymore?
Oh,
The Quantum Eraser? Hello, QE. I know you're.
I banned him.
He's always listening. No, he got very upset the day I came in here and freaking dropped dime on him. I tried to shame him, but yeah, he was very upset about that. That's the only time he freaking got in touch with anybody after it was mentioned on here.
Yes, kind of the globalists. They're always listening.
Well, we have a fan club. They're stalkers, I call them.
Yep.
You know what else he responded to? Somebody in his comments said more people learned stuff about flat Earth from DJ than Quantum Racer by far. Oh boy, did he get upset with that comment.
Oh man, Neil, you want a sneak peek? I'm doing
Oh
a.
yeah,
I'm
that
doing
started a war, dude.
a. I'm
Did
doing a
it?
refraction. Yeah, I'm doing a refraction rebuttal to one of Quantum Eraser's exposés. I think the one about. I can't remember which one. Not the first DJ one, but a later one. Although he was doing a Land of Misfit Toys 2.0 critique, going over his refraction quotes. He's got a major flaw in that argument.
Does he really?
Oh yeah.
Oh, he would freaking flip out if you expose him on that.
Yeah, it's crazy that the concept that he is upset about other flat Earth spaces that moderate TOS and whatnot. Meanwhile, in his space, the server he controls, they give globalist mods people for no reason to whatever. Like, hey, I want to play a video game with this guy, and this dude won't play a video game with me unless they ban that flat earther. No problem, we'll ban that flat earther for you. Like,
yeah, but QE doesn't control that server, so
Yeah, that's righteous. I had a word with righteous, especially about you, Crit. I said you ban Crit because some supposed witchcraft nonsense, but you allow Arwen to come in here with his Dark World bullshit.
Yeah, I know, that was crazy, wasn't it? He's talking about transcending different planes of existence and.
Well, it woke him up because I got his ass banned from that. He said, let me think about it. And then he banned Arwen, which I'm glad. But now the next question is, why can't Crit come back in?
Yeah, it's all right. I don't care. I mean, it only took a matter of time. The same thing too. He over-modded Indio. Like, Indio's in pseudoscience and talking to globalists, and at some point he didn't like it. A righteous or Force didn't like the way Indio was talking, and he's like, "Boom, you're timed out," or whatever he did.
Really?
Yeah. That's how he ended up getting reciprocally banned on 24/7. It's like, really, you're gonna. So I'm the only flat Earth here, talking to like 10 globalists. 3 of them are like belligerent. 2 of them are kind of engaging. They're when they're just spamming nonsense. In your moderation is the time when the best flat earther, like really the best flat earther we got. And Record Force is like, yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do things over here.
That's how he does things over there. He won't even make me a mod. That's why I don't go in there, because a baller will have mod powers and he'll freaking mute me.
Yeah, they just go through and they're like, yeah, the one time they gave, I can't remember the guy's name, was a puppy lover. They just went down the list. Are you a flat earther? If you said yes, you're mute. Boom. Okay, you're done talking for the day. It's like, how can he mod like that? And they're like, well, because they don't really get to talk during the show. So now after the show, they get to say their word. Okay, but doesn't mean I have to be muted. Yeah, it does.
Dude, Puppy Lover used to come in when we were doing Bible studies and just start doing his atheist interjection rants, and he wouldn't get banned.
I don't get that.
Yeah, that's the guy I was talking about, because he would play video games with Righteous. I guess this Puppy Lover's good at video games or something. So he would like play Righteous accounts and get him like unlock achievements or do whatever. So he's like, well, shit, I guess this guy's like doing shit for me, doing work. So he can do whatever he wants. It's like, hey, I want this new weapon, but I got to kill 20 enemies from like an airborne position. Puppy's like, I got you. Just give me mod. Riker's like, yeah, here you go.
Righteous has flaws. He says, and AI will know this. He used this scripture, let no man despise thy youth. as a tool for him to start teaching 6 months into being a Christian. I was like, yo, dude, you are in no position to
What?
teach.
That happened? I never heard of that.
Yeah. Well, you know the scripture I'm talking about. But
Right.
that's what he used as his weapon. He weaponized the scripture. And yeah, he's holding Bible studies 6 months in, trying to tell people what the firmament actually is. Give me a break.
Oh yeah, I didn't know he was only 6-month Christian.
Well, now
That's
he's
true.
got to
If
be.
that's true, he should definitely not be in the position of a teacher or a leader.
Yeah, I don't even know if he should be now because it's been almost 8 years that I ran into him. So yeah, he just came to Christ at that time. So that would be 2019 during COVID. So is that 7 years? Going to be 7 years? So yeah, he was teaching right away, holding Bible studies. And Flatsy goes to his Bible study. I tried to tell her in a roundabout way, I wouldn't be going to that dude's Bible studies.
Is that puppy lover guy still around? I mean, I don't think
I haven't seen him.
Yeah.
Unless he's
Steve
got a
told me-
different name.
Steve told me he hasn't been around. Like after they got rid of that Fugex. I'm like, dude, you got a straight up chimpanzee that's a moderator. Like, what the actual fuck? And that was like before everything kind of went off the rails. And he's like, yeah, we got to get rid of that guy, I guess. I go, you just go to the Gempanda server and look what he types in text chat. Just straight vitriol for how much he hates flat earthers. And you have him as a moderator.
They got issues, ballers, huh? I mean, I don't go to any of their servers. I don't really care. I don't hate them, but they really hate us.
Yeah.
Hey, well, I mean, dude, flat earthers hate flat earthers too.
Oh, yeah, that's a human condition. That's what I'm saying. But in the globalist worldview, they should have explanations for disagreement. But they act even just like this caveman tribal flat earther. They're just like us, but they pretend they're not. Like there's some enlightened human being. They're the cutting edge of societal evolution. They just picked a cave they thought was a winning team.
Well, what do you mean flat earthers hate flat earthers? I'll give you for instance. Lemonbird used to drive me crazy with his ether nonsense, but I don't hate him. I hate the way he argues the points. So I don't know, but I'm sure some flat earthers hate other flat earthers.
Well, I mean, there were 2 flat earthers that went on a Bulveristic smear campaign against me, and then fast forward months later, it turned out that their accusations against me actually came to be true about them, and I was exculpated by the facts.
Here we go.
Well, I mean, didn't it turn out that way? Yeah, it did.
Hey,
Neil, I was actually personally asked by somebody not to reveal certain information and not basically destroy people's careers, but they did it to themselves. So good for them. Save me the effort.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a great Netflix series.
I'm on the phone with the producer right now. I'm getting names everybody getting it all together. I'll send you guys the original copy.
The championships was running, so was a go-to guy. And I gotta say,
you weren't so innocent in that. You had your issues with
what
Brian.
issue?
You know that.
All my issues were laid out, and all my issues were justified.
So you're talking about the one incident where on the show, the supposed lie?
Dude, no. Every time Brian came up with me about anything, dude, it was wrong. And I justified myself every time. Okay, it's not wrong to not like someone, and it's also not wrong to call someone out for the things they do wrong, and it's also not wrong to call someone a stupid retard when they're being a stupid retard.
Yeah, but, that you're wrong on coming in the middle of that.
No, I wasn't, dude. No, when you actually go back and listen to it, what I did, and everybody who was there, right, who wasn't a Brian sycophant, was feeling the exact same way, and they even said so. They said they were sick and tired of it, and I was saying what everybody else was feeling. I was just the only one that had the balls to do it.
I just thought the timing was wrong because at that time, he kind of had Witsit pinned against the wall.
No, he didn't. He didn't, dude. Not even close. And if you listen to the actual episode, towards the end of the episode, I explained why he didn't have him pinned against the wall.
Yeah,
I knew everything. No, he didn't, dude. I knew everything that was going on.
You just can't stand Brian. There's no. You just said
no, dude. I know I can't, but that doesn't change the facts, dude. Well, dude, I mean, look at all what happened there. I mean, I'm not going to rehash it, but it's all on record, and I could unveil it anytime I damn well please.
But you're not, so that makes me question.
Dude, like I told you, the guys are destroying themselves. Why should I lift a finger when my enemy's committing Harry Carey?
Well, not really. They've been silent. I haven't heard a word from the three. They went on their merry way. I think Brian lined up with it. I'm not too sure, but he hasn't been on the show, and he removed himself from all the groups and Skype teams, whatever it is. So I guess he moved on with them, but I haven't heard a word from any of them.
Yeah, didn't you hear? They were just begging for their careers. I don't know, man. How many episodes of Flat Earth Debate did you listen to, like the old days with Arwen, before you got on the show? So I used to listen to it every day, and Arwen was there, and then I don't know, time went past. I was doing things. I guess. What's that? I know.
Could not stand.
How long did you? Oh, well, shout out to the early bird. Yeah, how long did you listen to Flat Earth before you got involved on the show?
Well, I got involved during
the
COVID.
Oakley show.
I got involved during COVID because the lockdown. I was freaking.
Yeah, when I'm asking, I didn't ask what your start date was. How long had you been listening
how long
to
did I
it
listen
prior to? You found it one day and you were on the show.
I think it was around either 600 or 800 mark.
So you still haven't answered my question, but anyways. So there was no time period that you were just purely listening. You found the show, and it was.
I just told you 600 show around show 600.
So you're like Artie Lang. You just kind of okay, yeah. Because I've been listening to.
Neil was Neil would connect by Discord for a while, and then they eventually got on.
I was on 24/7 before I was on Flat Earth Debate. I plugged in here first, but I used to just listen to the shows. And actually, I had my wife. I was under Sarita Cosentino, and I used to have to tell people in chat, "This Sarita's my wife," because they would think I was a female. But yeah, around show 600 or 800, one or the other, I started listening. I just listened up until I got on. But that was a lot of shows with Arwen.
Arwen used to be cool, man.
In this dark world shit, I can't handle it.
I always thought to myself, I wouldn't treat like someone who sounds like Neil, like Meg from Family Guy, you know, like I don't know. That's just me, though.
What?
You saying Neil?
Treat him like Meg from Family Guy? What the hell?
Yeah, he's kind of like the Meg
from
of the
Family
panel,
Guy
you know,
sounds
like,
like-
shut up, Meg, you know, like.
Oh, okay.
And I just always, I just always felt that was a bit harsh, and like,
yeah, I think it was
and
a
often
joke,
he's
so-
got something really pertinent to say, and you know, and give him a chance, let him talk, you know, because he's been listening. He might just be about to like lay a beauty on yous, you know, like. But you know, like, yeah, I don't know. Just felt like there was a bit of favoritism amongst that group, you know, and Neil wasn't given much of a fair go, I reckon.
Yeah, but I think that just turned into like a internal thing. That was not like somebody from the outside tells me to shut up. Like this guy Matt Eastman tried that shit. He's one of your representatives, AI.
Oh, really? I have representatives?
Well, I kind of put it together because he brought that word bulverism in. So I was like,
Oh, so
okay.
he heard me say a word and repeated a word.
Yeah, of course,
Therefore,
I
he's
gotta
my
work for you.
representative.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
sounds about the quality of logic from your panel over there.
Yeah, all right. Let's not get carried away.
People own things called
Just put 'em
dictionaries.
to you. I'm kidding.
No, I mean, dude, it's a fact that that's what Adam was doing to me, bro. I mean, it's not even a mystery. And in fact, if you look at it in the lens of now, looking back, all his accusations, like he accused me of trying to steal his position on, like steal something that belonged to him, his position on Quantum Racer's show. He was really just projecting the fact that the whole time he was trying to steal from Nathan.
Whoa, back up. What? He claimed you what?
Yeah, dude, he accused me of trying to steal his panel position on Quantum Eraser's show.
Yeah, but he couldn't have meant it in that.
No, he meant it, dude. I have it clipped out, bro. He was
I gotta
being
hear that.
absolutely sincere, dude. Listen, you don't need, dude. Why do you even need to guess, dude? You saw what he became. It's everything came to fruition, dude.
Yeah, but his position was locked in over there. I can't see him freaking worrying
No,
about.
you don't get it, Neil. Pay attention. It's not a rational fear. Here's why. It's because he knows the whole time he was manipulating the situation with Nathan to end up getting himself in and to take something that didn't belong to him. And so his fear was coming out against accusations in me. It was projection, dude. Do you get it?
Yeah, but was the book going on at that time?
Yes.
Are you sure? I'm gonna have to look into that.
Dude, the book's been going on forever, dude. It's like freaking we're gonna get GTA 6 before we get this book.
Oh, but there was a certain time when they because the book started with him narrating and the guy Chuck writing stuff down, and then they gave it to a few
I know, dude, but Neil, listen, pay attention. Adam is a useless loser. Okay, just listen to me. Pay attention to this knowledge.
He says
Adam is a useless nobody, loser. He's only relevant because of Nathan. He knows Nathan's about to do a project, and he starts to have designs on how he can interject himself into the project and steer it to make himself relevant in it, so he can by proxy get the vicarious merit from Nathan. And so knowing that this is his scheme, when I come in and there's anything like that, he's immediately hypersensitive to it, because that's what he's doing.
Yeah, so pure projection.
Exactly.
You know, he got upset with that. That's the other thing. He came out and finally said something because Brian said to me, Adam's very upset that you said that about him. So what I said was basically what you said. I said, who was Adam? He was a guy that was on Iron Elm Media, and he got arrested one time at a globe debunking thing in England. All right, cool. Guy got arrested for the cause. But who was Adam? A pharmacist. Really? And who was QE before Flat Earth Debate? He was a guy that debated people online, right? Evotards. Oh,
yeah, but QE actually had a little bit more of his own fame going on. and he had some
Yeah.
real chops in debates and stuff.
I get you, but my point was they got their name from Flat Earth Debate. That's how they got. Nathan even got him his channel. Come on. That's where most people know them from, especially Adam. Yeah, but they got
Oh, yeah.
very upset at that comment.
Well, check this out, bro. The one guy's channel, when he was critiquing 24/7, he had a peak over 1,000 viewers, and after the book debacle, viewership's been going down consistently every show.
I don't know what show he has. He has like 30-minute old shows that he puts up.
Oh, Quantum Eraser show, dude.
Yeah, I know. And people in chat, right away, they were like, hey, what's going on with the book? Some people are coming in and saying, give it back. And
Right. So what does that tell you? What does that tell you, Neil?
yeah.
So he was doing a certain degree. He peaked up on an up peak when he started to critique 24/7. Then right after the book debacle, his viewership declined steeply. So what do you think that means? That means that a lot of his viewership was from Nathan's cross-pollination. And as soon as the book thing came, they had no longer were interested in watching his show. So I'm just validating your point there, that the cross-pollination from Nathan was a lot of their fame. Not that QE didn't have his own chops, but Adam, on the other hand, Adam is just like absolutely a nothing without Nathan.
I subbed to all their, YouTube channels after I found Nathan's channel, and I thought, these panel members got their own shit going on. Hey, yeah, okay, I'm gonna look into that too, right? I probably wouldn't have found them. I maybe QE, but I probably wouldn't have found the others if it wasn't for FED. But nothing was stopping any of the other panel members from hosting their own show and inviting all their friends on as a panel as well, right? Like, Owen had his thing going on, and occasionally
I used to watch Owen's show right before Nathan's show.
Right, yeah. It was like, it was
me too, until he started talking like an asshole.
He kind of went very dark at a certain point in time, and then it became like too much spiritual energy to listen to.
Do you remember that time? It was in one of the shows you and I were left on in Discord, and we were talking to Owen about the things of God, and he flipped out and just left. I don't know if you remember.
They all do, bro. So if you remember specifically, I do remember that. But if you also remember specifically when Brian and Adam really turned against me, was when we were talking about just the pure gospel, right? And Brian didn't like it, and Adam certainly couldn't let that fly. So he tried to come in as some kind of expert on the Bible, started quoting these verses, and I was just hammering him left and right with scripture upon scripture upon scripture. And then he accused me of lying about the scripture because I wouldn't give him the verse. And I told him, look, I don't have the verse off the top of my head. I just memorized long forms of scripture. Scripture wasn't written in verses. And every Christian in the chat was saying, yeah, he's quoting the scripture almost near verbatim perfection. But Adam told the whole audience, make sure you guys know this man is a liar. He's lying about the word of God. Literally a hypocrite, claiming to be a Christian, lying about the word of God. I gave a verse, but AI didn't give a verse. Right? So this is what he was trying to do to me. And ever since that day, bro, that is when he really got a bee in his bonnet about me, because he knew I was destroying him and his stupid, pathetic, antichrist arguments with actual scripture, because I knew what I was talking about, and he was upstaged like a chumpy bitch that he was.
Oh, he was upset at me, because when I heard about it, I said, yeah, but there's a lot of scriptures I know. It's called knowing the scripture, not knowing the address. That's not a big thing. I know a lot of Christians that can't pinpoint.
Yeah, right, but why would he accuse me? See, he not only accused me of lying, he accused me of trying to deceive the audience by misquoting scripture intentionally. So he was doing this tactic where, because he had one verse that he could quote the address, he was trying to make it look like he knew what he was talking about, and trying to make it look like I was lying to the audience, even though the Christians in the chat were like, no, he's quoting the scripture. So like he was doing this entire like gaslighting campaign to the audience, dude. It was really quite embarrassing.
Well, he's he's one of those freaking little season guys that thinks we're living in Satan's little season. So, I mean, you got to be
He's just a
kidding me.
classic. He's just a classic self-righteous antichrist spirit, dude. It's classic. There's literally nothing special about him. He hates the idea that salvation is by grace, and he
But
hates
that's
the
what
idea
it
that
is.
people who he thinks he's better than are going to make it into heaven. So you know what Jesus said, Neil? He said, "Hey, guess what? I'm paraphrasing. You guys, being the self-righteous dudes, are pissed off that whores and thieves and murderers will make it into heaven before your stupid ass."
Yeah, because they're self-righteous. Yeah, I had that conversation with him too. Because he said to me one time, I can't believe that I have a Muslim friend and he is such a good guy. I can't believe, because I'm a father myself. And I would never send one of my children, no matter how they acted, to a place. And I was like, well, you're not God, number one. And the Bible's clear on it. And
Wait, what? I don't want to even mention what goes on these days.
Dude,
Anyway.
yeah, but the thing is, the Bible doesn't describe all humans as God's children. So I mean, he already is demonstrating he doesn't know what he's talking about when it comes to the Scripture.
Yeah, I did. I told him. I said, yeah, because we're all God's creation, not God's children. You have the power to become a son or daughter of God. Very simple. It's laid
Right.
out
So
right.
ever since that day, Neil, he intentionally filibustered me every time. Wouldn't let me speak, and he would just talk over me constantly, even though I was correct. And that's why I started doing that same attitude to him. Right? I wasn't just going to sit there and take it from a retard. Right? And so that built the animosity between me and him. One, because I knew what I was talking about, and two, because he was a chump. And every time he tried to come up against me, he demonstrated it. I even took some of the panel members on the FED panel aside and showed them all the evidence of when Adam was lying, and they knew it was coming. And recently on your guys' show, they even said to each other, hey, we knew Adam was going to turn out like this. We knew it.
No. Let's just turn this table around. If it was the opposite way, and you were my panel member, I would take you back. That's just the way I am.
Well, maybe you ought to take the backs of people who are correct rather than just allegiance by proxy.
Take you back on the fact that you're rolling with me. I'm going to take you back until you show me otherwise. Now, nobody was showing me anything clear with that whole thing with you three guys.
Well, dude, see, part of it, Neil, is that you were like that, right? So the people that I showed the evidence to, they even told you. Okay, you were too caught up in emotions to think clearly.
Not emotions. I'm just loyal to the guys who I roll with.
Right.
So
the other guys just put proper scrutiny.
Now.
Right. So the other guys just put proper scrutiny to the evidence. During that period of time, Brian and Adam were saying untrue things that a simple look back at the tail of the tape proved they were wrong. And some of what they were saying, especially Adam, were direct lies. Easily proven by the tape.
Yeah, this isn't Greece, Neil.
Until you show me otherwise, if I'm with you, I'm with you.
I mean, you guys all stood there while you were like friends trying to tell Brian, the things he was wrong about, and literally listened to Brian accuse every single one of his friends of being a liar, rather than just accept the fact that he was in the wrong. It's quite embarrassing, to be honest. But somehow I was the liar, right? Yeah. Well, you know what they say? The proof is in the pudding. I had a nuke in my back pocket the entire time. I got bored, and I had people look at. See how I do it is I have people come to my server. I lay out the evidence and I have them critique it and then give their synopsis, and then I read all the synopsises to make sure that I'm not making a mistake on my interpretation of the events. Right. So I knew I had all the evidence. I had very prestigious people peruse the evidence. I had their logic laid out, everything. But guess what? I didn't even need to strike because they cut their own throats. And it was a much more sweeter vindication than if I had tried to do it myself.
Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord.
That's right.
No weapon formed against you shall prosper.
All right, quit pulling that out of left field. That's correct. Now, if you can't give me the address, then you are not a Christian.
Yeah, perhaps even a Satanist.
Everybody, make sure you know. What is that in Isaiah, right? I'm just
I'm not
guessing.
sure. I don't know.
No, it's Braveheart.
A Braveheart.
Yeah. That's a true story right there, bro.
Or you will know them by their works.
You'll know them by their fruits.
But there's I think he's right about works too, though. I could be wrong.
Maybe a separate passage, maybe.
Yeah,
that's a good board game. Braveheart or Bible.
Yeah, but when it says you'll know them by their fruits, who is it that you'll know by their fruits?
Like people who do
the Christians.
No.
By the fruit that they produce, you'll know whether they're good or bad.
Okay, check this out. You shall know them by their fruits. There's a sentence that comes before that.
I gotta
Who
look
is he
it up.
talking about?
The Pharisees?
I don't know. Why don't you look it up?
What is it? Where is it?
Uh-oh.
Let me look it up.
You knew the Pharisees by their costumes.
You don't need to check the fruit. Just check their outfits.
Yeah, just ask
They're
Mel Gibson.
phylacteries. They're phylacteries, bro.
You know what's crazy about that?
Crazy nuns, flying nuns.
Yeah. You know what's crazy about that? How does one become a Christian, then go back and think they're a Jew, and think that that's the way? You know, like you have to follow Torah, and if you walk in the Spirit, you will fulfill the Torah. That's what I heard yesterday for 2 freaking hours.
Dude, what the heck, man?
Yeah. I had to drive my brother somewhere. He's one of those guys that went back to the Hebrew roots shit. Back to the law. So what does it say? You're going to get judged by all of the law then. Good luck.
Well, listen, it's very relevant because a lot of dudes are using the flat earth and the globe earth transition and everything that's going on in politics, but especially flat earth. And we've had specific sects and groups basically become vampire leeches on 24/7 and stuff because they want people that have just transitioned from one worldview to another and are kind of in a limbo because they're vulnerable to cultish and charismatic personalities. And so that's a ripe time for the pickings for people to get people to switch their religious views. And so they're hanging out in flat earth to take advantage of that, basically. It's the primary reason why they're here. And some of them are doing it unwittingly. It just is like, it's kind of like a natural thing that just occurs. You know, like there's a super electric universe cult. There's a super Ethereum cult and all different sects within Flat Earth.
I just looked it up. The false prophets. You'll know a false prophet by their fruits. Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah.
Beware of false prophets which come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravening wolves. Ye shall know them by their fruits.
Peter the Flat Earther.
Yeah, like the guy who harvests burgers.
Ye the flat earther.
You know, Peter, you know, now that you mention it, bro, Peter does look like a guy that would be typecast in a werewolf movie as one of the werewolf brethren. Man, that guy up there, oh, man.
Can you guys talk about? I don't know. I'll bring it up. What's your viewpoint on this whole Israel thing, AI? Or is that not allowed here?
I mean, I don't even know what you mean, the whole Israel thing.
Well, what's going on with over there and with the Palestinians and
Let's talk about Iron Dome. Is that what you? I mean, it seems like a strange. It seems just a strange thing they got going on over there. Strange. Did you see when Conan O'Brien went over there?
Who?
Conan O'Brien.
No, I didn't see it. But I know everybody lining up with Palestine.
Well, he determined everyone on both sides of the wall was just drinking a lot of coffee. He said maybe a little too much. Too strong of coffee, too good of coffee. Maybe they should all just lay off the coffee a little bit.
What the heck?
I don't know. The whole thing seems like it's,
caffeine addiction.
The whole thing seems like it's just a never-ending saga. Which the origins of it you're not even allowed to speak of. Stupid. Fighting over rock altars.
Well, at the end, right, in Revelation, it does talk about Israel being surrounded, right?
Sounds like somebody's trying to form what's on TV, like a book that was written a long time ago. Sounds like they're trying to play out a story.
It consumes NPR. It sounds like all these people are all experts on this holy war. All these atheists love to talk of holy wars, and that all sounds like someone's currently kicking their dog right in front of them. They're all just morose. It's a weird saga.
Yeah, but there's always been a cry to wipe out Israel.
Oh yeah.
If you can wipe out Israel, you can make God out to be a liar, because Israel plays an important role in Revelation.
Oh man. I'm convinced that they just like the beaches over there. You ever seen those beaches over there? Yeah. Photos of them?
No.
They're beautiful.
Are they really?
Pristine beaches. I've not been there. No, I've seen photographs. I also think that when I saw that Olympics that was in the Ukraine, they've got some nice beaches over there too. I think everyone's just fighting over the land they prefer to own. And they have these.
We should take all that stuff too. Then, if they got nice beaches, we should take that.
Yeah. I mean, luckily we have nice beaches here, and
the best beach I was ever at was Panama City.
What if Britain just calls backsies? You know what I'm talking about?
You know something? When they had it, it was nothing. It was freaking a wasteland until people started going there and making roads and draining out all all the sand and making freaking cities. Then all of
Well,
a sudden, everybody wanted it.
I think that's what Prince Henry and his bride were trying to do, acquire California. They thought they were going to be kings and queens. They didn't realize Josh Brolin's already there. Yeah, they want backsies. Why is that even something we should be concerned with, Neil? You know what I'm saying? It's like, if people are really fighting over their property, whatever, they say, this is mine, and then it's ours, it's mine. It's just, is that really newsworthy? Because all they've been saying for the last as long as like my entire lifetime, it's mine. What the, you know what I'm saying? How is that newsworthy?
Oh, I don't know.
Maybe until some biblical prophecies start occurring, then toss it on the nightly news. But
they won't put that on the nightly news. Biblical prophecy. I doubt you'll see that.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched videos where people build fences that encroach on their neighbor's property line by 2 inches, and they feud over it for years. It's sort of the same thing.
No. Who does the land belong to? You got to go back to. And go back to scripture with that too. Abraham purchased that land.
That don't matter.
Doesn't ownership?
What matters?
What does ownership
What was
mean?
the fee he paid?
What matters is that Britain conquered the land. They owned it, and they gave it to somebody, and now it's theirs. So regardless of any ancient claim, whoever Britain gave it to is who it belongs to.
Yeah, just call it British Israel. Get it all out there. Let the king have something to do. Remember how they used to do that? They used to call everything British this, British that, American Samoa.
Yeah, the idea if you could have the idea that you can have an ancient claim to a piece of land that's like 17 times removed and been conquered and given here and given there, and you just show up and be like, oh, it's mine now. It's like, no. Everybody would have to give up all their lands. Be ridiculous. Oh yeah.
No, I think it's pretty important that God insisted that he pay for it. Because he was going to have it given to him. And he said, no, pay for it.
You mean
But
Abraham?
then again, that's just
sister?
me. Yeah, it's just that he paid for it. He was like, what is it amongst us? We're brothers. But he paid for it. He said, no. I think that's important. You can say whatever you want to say. The Bible supersedes everything, in my opinion.
All right, so I figured out why Brian has been incognito, brother.
Give it to me.
He's trying to figure out the right words to say to apologize me for being right about Adam.
He will never. That's something. That's something that did bother me a little bit. I had a private conversation with you. I called you and I said, look, for my sake, you're Christian. And I was working on Brian. I was ministering to him, but you wouldn't let it go. I said, even if you are right, why can't you be the bigger man, I and just put this to rest? You said, because I have bigger guns. Now, back then, yeah, it pissed me off. But what are you going to do?
Where's that? Oh man, you think that's bad, Neil? Wait till you see my pitch data thing coming out. Oh man, it's gonna be brutal.
What's your issue with pitch data? I know you don't like when people don't present it correctly. So what's your issue?
My issue is that people are touting it as raw data, and it's not. Among others, that's the main issue, roughly.
What do you mean raw data?
It's not raw data.
What is it?
It's post-processed data. It's what's recorded. It's not the actual instrumentation, what they're doing, because the subsystems have a fusion algorithm, and so the actual measurements are done prior to the fusion algorithm. So the end user output interface data is post algorithm.
How do they measure a plane flying straight and level flight at 30,000 feet then? How is that being measured over, let's say, just say 100-mile area?
Well, see, the thing is, you're saying how is it measured? They just flying, dude. Like
Yeah,
who's measuring it?
When they say their height is 30,000 feet, how are they getting that? They're getting that with air pressure.
Air pressure, correct.
Okay, so
in fact, the readout on the data doesn't. The readout on the data doesn't even say air. It doesn't say altitude. It says, I think it says altitude pressure.
Yeah, and that's it.
If I remember correctly.
And if you when you level off, that's your level flight. I mean, why would you want to fight against that? I don't get it. Are you a fucking agent?
No, I mean, dude,
I gotta go. No, I gotta take care of something.
dude,
That's
arguments got to be good. They can't just be
not an argument. It's
preferential.
a fucking fact. It's a state of fact, AI. That's your
Okay.
problem. It's not an argument. It's a
See?
fact. A flight levels off at 30,000 feet. They measure it with the altimeter.
Yep.
It's the air pressure. So you could fight against all you want.
What does
You're
that? What does
fighting
that
against
mean?
real
What
facts.
does that
Present
mean,
your case. Come on, Flat Earth Debate, and present your case. You'll
dude?
get
Why would
fucking
it?
hammered.
Hey, Neil, are you under the impression that I need to go on Flat Earth Debate Show for any reason? Exactly. I guess by hammered he means talked through and muted and yelled at rather than out argued. But that's all right. I tried to warn those guys. Much better. Man, what is it with people being incapable of making their arguments without getting a conniption? What up, bro? You snoring? Yeah, I'll take that. Excuse me. Oh man, what day is it? Thursday? Dang.
So it looks like Jeranism was on with Shane and Alan on Space Audits. The link is being passed around. In the introduction to their show, they said, "Stay open. You might find the ether within yourself."
Oh, yeah, Doug. That's pretty good. The last one I heard was ether is the physical mechanism for karma.
That's funny. Your karma ran over your dogma.
Dude, you missed it. I was telling Neil that the pitch data on the NTSB sheet is post fusion algorithm data, not raw data. Boy, did he spaz out.
Yeah, I actually heard that. I was preparing breakfast. I'm like, oh man. Yep. And that's probably the biggest tip of the iceberg. But there are other tips to the same iceberg.
The thing is, some of the points about the pitch data argument that those guys put forward aren't necessarily wrong in the conclusion. They're just wrong. They're using the wrong reasons to reach the conclusion.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Yep. There's no glow proof with what they're presenting with any of the data.
As the instrument itself is claimed to function in a certain way, and then the end user interface readout is post-processed after that function. So if they're claiming that this machine is just measuring a static reference shift that's just traveling over a straight line, right? Because that's how the machine works, they're wrong. That's the difference.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and gents, I was kind of 3 weeks ago. I had flew up to Reagan Airport, and on the way back, it was occurring to me, amongst a number of other things, of just how unsteady that flight was the entire time. There was turbulence for probably the first 3/4 of the trip, and I wonder, like, would any of that show on those little bitty graphs? Like, they show these graphs and say, see, it's perfectly level for thousands of miles. But I can imagine that we lost more than 8 inches and gained more than 8 inches between every bump that we hit on the way back.
Well, even the NTSB data, like the one that's actually the quote unquote pitch data argument that was handed around the specific flight, if you actually look at the actual PDF that they published, you can see that even the level flight line isn't a straight line. Now, that straight line, being straight or not straight, doesn't mean the plane is flying in that line. That's the pitch line. So, for example, if in order to be at a level flight at a fixed altitude, the pitch line and the altitude line have to be straight, because that means you're maintaining altitude and maintaining pitch. Because you can maintain pitch and it look like a straight line because it's constantly 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. But if you're constantly rising and lowering in altitude, right, then you're not traveling in a straight line. So just because there's a straight line on a graph doesn't mean that the plane's trajectory is matching that line.
Yeah. The other.
Before you go on, Fred, before you go on, I told somebody this who was a flat earther, been in flat earth for years, got angry with me, and then went and complained to other people, and they reassured him that he was correct, even though he was wrong. Because he was saying that the straight line is what proves the plane is going in a straight line. Maybe, but not because the line is straight. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that this is the first time that I've flown on an Airbus A320. believe I've ever flown on an Airbus at all before. And, normally I've flown on like the 737 wide body or the 727 or the Mad Dog 80. And so, back in the day. So it's always been a good level flight to make a play on words there. But on this A320, it was a lot more like riding a motorcycle. Like, for instance, every time they would change to get on one of the new airways, you could really feel the plane changing speed for a second, and then you could feel it picking back up, and then you could feel it like the banks they took. There was nothing of this flight, if you will, was, say, smooth like one of the conventional air carriers in a big 737 wide body. So I did get a little different of an experience. And so what I wonder is how many people using this argument have either A, not flown a whole lot, or B, maybe they have, but maybe they've been in like a big 737 wide body or a 777 or one of these 787 Dreamliners. So they have a artificial experience, partially because of the plane, but also because the conventional air carriers, they take a little extra time and they take their curves a little smoother and things like that. So a lot of things you're not fully cognizant of. So I just wonder how much of this is of these arguments are made by those who don't have a very good experience, or I should say a long storied experience with aviation.
Well, I mean, look, if a plane is traveling over a flat plane to maintain its altitude and it's going across, if it's going to be decreasing or increasing in altitude, it's going to be relative to that. If it's going to be orienting its attitude and pitch relative to that, it's relative to that, right? So there's either going to be this constant arc somewhere in the data, or there's not going to be. And now supposedly the systems are accurate enough to measure it, but the way that the systems are designed, they're designed to take any discrepancies below a certain magnitude and just put them through a fusion algorithm, which is then output as a static reference shift rather than a dynamic rotation. That means that any sub-rotation is algorithmed out in the machine.
Well, not only that, you don't have enough space on the paper to fully document every little bump and every little change, and so you have to make a compromise somewhere just from how you present a graph of, say, in this case, it was maybe 1,000 miles was my flight. So if you start to think that it could start showing 8 inches, it would be kind of like making the same mistake and saying that the map is the territory. In this case, the graph is not the flight.
Bingo! Bingo.
In the same way that I hear these globies tell me about, well, you can't feel an airplane move, and I'm just going, okay, well, now I seriously doubt you've ever been in an airplane. It's kind of like the same mistake that, I do wonder. I know one guy who uses the argument that's flown extensively, but so I can't generalize it fully. But it seems to a lot of ways, I do wonder about a lot of the people who make that argument. One guy I know who makes the argument extensively has never flown.
Really? Tell me all about it.
Well, just somebody I know who uses that argument in real life, esoteric flat earther who's never been in an airplane, never will get in an airplane, but somehow the very device that he doesn't want to ever get in proves that the Earth is not a big spinny water ball.
Yeah, but look, it's not necessary that you have to get in a plane to use a plane as part of an argument.
Well, my point being that in a lot of these things that we talk about, there's an ineffable aspect to it that there's certain things that you can't teach somebody who doesn't leave their parents' basement. Now, this guy does leave his parents' basement. He travels a good bit, obviously by road. But my point is I think there's a lot of things that you just can't explain to somebody unless they've experienced them.
My first real encounter with a gyro system was on the gunnery on Bradley. So it has a gyro stabilizer for the turret, and it can actually lock onto the enemy target. And then it will control the turret to keep it locked on regardless of how the vehicle's getting oriented on the terrain. It also works together with the ballistic computer because you do a laze on the target, it'll give you the range, and it'll automatically adjust the barrel for the ballistic drop.
Yeah, sorry about that, brother. I kind of dropped off there. We was stopped at a stoplight, and an extremely good friend of mine was at the stoplight to the right of me, so...
You got out of the car and gave him a hug in the middle of the road?
Oh, yeah, all 6 lanes of traffic. And they all just patiently waited there, and thought, oh, how cute. Yeah, but anyway, but you know, to kind of highlight what I was trying to say there was just more or less feel like so much of the things we talk about, there is an ineffable aspect to it that there's just things that you cannot